You welcome. All right, let me click this. Pull up my emails real quick. Oh shit, that shit don't sound right. All right, I'm here. What's up, everybody? What's good? Good morning. Good morning. Steffi, Mouthy Mama, Mouthy Mama. Praying a hedge of protection around your life. Praying no technical issues and that we had the best time. Thank you. I appreciate that. Cynthia Prince, Gemini, Mouthy Mama again, Gemini again, Carrie Koo, Josh Davis, Coco, what up? Carrie Cruz, what's up? Let me see who else. T-REV, you late? Says Daltar, what up? What's going on? Nah, I'm a little sick right now, but it is what it is. What up, babe? Welcome. Welcome. I might do some call-ins here shortly too. What up, Grammy? Grammy, Tree Baby, Tennessee, Archangel, Angela. Did I say Grammy H already? Dumpling, good morning, good morning. No Chains, good morning. Neil, what's up? Good morning. Welcome everybody who's coming in. Good morning, Mary. Yeah, let's just go over a couple things. I might do some call-ins here shortly, actually, because I just actually fixed that up. So the phone number will be at the bottom. I'll probably be taking some call-ins shortly and just see what people are thinking.
Students were found dead in that off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho.
What's
Police
up, man? What up, Danny?
are still looking for a suspect, a murder weapon, and
morning,
a motive. And that is where we
What
find
up,
Fox
Nick?
News multimedia reporter Jake Carlex is standing by outside
What up, Lala?
the headquarters of the Moscow Police Department with more. Jake, what are we learning tonight? Thanks for being with us.
Andrew, good evening. Good to see you. Well, about an hour and a half ago, Fox News Digital reporting that detectives have obtained 8 hours of security footage from a gas station here in Moscow. And the biggest thing to take out of that is that they saw a white sedan passing by the gas station early in the morning, the night of those 4 murders. And that's relevant because over the last few days, police have been asking the public's help for any information on a white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. That car was spotted near the scene of the crime on the night of those 4 murders. Police believe that whoever was in.
Actually, I did get Jordan's message, which Jordan supposedly is. What up, Stephanie? Welcome, Stephanie Morrison. I did get a message from somebody was in the chat yesterday named Jordan Rivers. They said that their husband's a sheriff, but I'm not gonna share their information. But they did give me their number. They said, first of all, I wasn't trying to get anyone's attention. I was talking to another person in chat, and they said they lived here. My husband is blank blank. I don't have shit to prove to anyone. I can care less who believes me. I was born and raised here. No reason to lie about that. That's just dumb. I was just trying to let people know they need to lock up even cars. Okay, gun sales have gone up. People are booby trapping their homes, buying dogs, very paranoid. These YouTube videos don't help. Don't use my husband's name until they catch this guy, because when he's at work, and I'll leave that part out, this town is not that big. My husband doesn't give me the info. He's not allowed. He does not, or he does come home during shift to check on me. I lived here my whole life. I wasn't trying to get your attention. I was talking to someone in chat. No reason to lie for what? What am I gaining? Nothing. I was telling the girl we are afraid here. She also said that we are taking precautions. Police are on full alert. A lot of kids left and they are not coming back. They have someone, hold up, they have someone in custody. Or what? They have someone in custody. I don't know whether interrogation or to question. If you want to talk to me privately, call me. Don't give my number, or please, or don't give my number or call me on air. I live a private life, especially since this happened here in town. And being married to a police officer, we are as family. Hold on, what? Being married to a police officer, we are as family not safe. I don't know about that. He makes a lot of arrests. Our town is small. East to find what? Our town is small. East to find people. They are very close to closing this case. Facts, but gathering evidence. They need a very strong case. Police are working overtime, including my husband. Is hard on everyone here. If you want to call me or text me, feel free. Blank, 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 blank. Thanks. Take care, friend. And then she followed up with that is, hey, I got some news for you. 911 callers are overwhelming the police right now, from people seeing suspicious guys to whore cars here. I don't know what that means directly, but police are all over the place. Police or people are afraid and not taking chances. So that's what that's what she has said. And I just read the email to you guys. But that was from that was from Jordan yesterday. Shout out to everybody in here though. Angela, I see you, Angela. The crime report. Get some sleep, man. What sleep? I already woke up. I went to sleep. I fell asleep as soon as I got off yesterday. Woke up at like 3 a.m. Barbara says good morning from the sunny Miami. Keep up the good work, Rev. Thank you. I appreciate you. And so they finally dropped the car vid. I know, right? Like for a damn month in. Mita Cruz, good morning, everyone. First time, welcome. Welcome, everybody. If it's your first time coming in, I appreciate you guys joining. Donna, good morning. Ganja, good morning. Lex, what up, Lex? What's going on? But yeah, that's what she said. If y'all just heard what I was reading, she said, dang, that's going to be rough going through. Yeah, I know, right? That's for damn sure. I agree with her. She said in chat yesterday, more information like it's a stalker. Deep dive tribe vibe. What up? Welcome to the stream. It's me, Amberly. Good morning from Alabama. Shout out to Alabama. Good morning from Chicago /Hammond, Indiana. True Crime Snoopy. Good morning, T-REV and Mods. What up, Cypher Hacks? Ashley. Good morning. Good morning, High Priestess. Good morning, Weaver. Did you call her? No, I didn't call her, but I could. But she don't want it. She wants it to be private. But I definitely could give her a call and find out some things. I mean, said she doesn't want to be recorded or put on air, and I respect privacy. Privacy is what we got to respect. Drink more water. Keep hydrated. Tea. I know I got a very bad cold right now, but that ain't gonna stop me from going live. Jordy Landis, good morning from Indiana. Shout out to you. I'm in Indiana myself. Kel, so hit them likes. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll definitely do it privately because that's what she put. If you want to talk about it, she said do that. Did you hear about the stabbing last night, Trev? No, I didn't. Stabbing where? On the 13th? That's crazy. Send it. What's stabbing? I didn't hear about it. I was sleeping, so when I got off, I actually went in the room, sat there for like 30 minutes and passed out. Nora Willow says, good morning. Watching from Salem, Oregon. Shout out to Oregon, by the way. Drink clean water. That's a key. Hard to get now. Right? Indiana here too. Shout out to all the Indiana folks in the building. I'll definitely check it out. I'll definitely look it up. I want to see more about this because I ain't really get to look into it like talking about teaspoon of honey works miracles. Definitely might need to do that myself. What's up, Meg? In Vegas. I probably do call-ins. I got the number on the bottom of the screen. I don't know if y'all are interested in call-ins, but I'll definitely do them since some people don't like coming up on camera or coming up on panel. To keep echoes and all that at a minimum, I'll do call-ins.
In that Elantra could have critical information related to this case. And the Moscow Police Department has been combing through hours of surveillance footage. Hasn't resulted in any leads yet, but police are saying that even though they don't have a suspect, tips are coming into the department, and this is not a cold case.
Well, this investigation is not cold. We get dozens and dozens of tips. We sort through them, we prioritize them, and for sure, some of them are not good tips. They're not even relevant to the case. But every single day, we get a good amount of viable tips.
Andrew, the county coroner here, told Fox News that investigators put paper bags over the victim's hands at the scene to preserve DNA evidence. Forensics experts say the victims could have the killer's hair or skin on their hands underneath their fingernails if they touched the killer trying to defend themselves. Andrew?
Okay, so Jake, are police responding yet to this, piece of evidence, video and photos that Fox News Digital has obtained? Have they made any comment about it? Do they know it exists?
Andrew, I haven't seen anything since the report came out about an hour and a half ago on if police have made any comments or if they are aware of this piece of evidence. It's our digital team reporting here on the ground, so we'll keep you guys updated on what we know as soon as we know what they know.
Okay, and Jake, also give us a sense.
It just came out. It's not a day old yet.
What's the feeling like on campus now, a month removed? Are a lot of students out and about? That was what we had heard early on, that a lot of students did not want to come back from the Thanksgiving holiday because they were
smash that like
police
button.
have indicated as much, that they don't believe this poses a threat, a wider threat to the public there, but they want students, faculty, and other people who live there to remain vigilant and cautious. Do you get that sense still?
Well, Andrew, I was on campus this morning, talked to several students, how they're feeling about the investigation. It's been over a month. This is actually the last week of classes here before holiday break starts. And most of them said that they felt safe, they felt secure. They are planning on coming back after winter break as well for the next semester, barring anything crazy happening in this case. There was one student I talked to who said that some of her friends will not be coming back next semester, but everyone I talked to on the ground said that they are feeling safe. Again, about a little over a month removed from this incident.
Okay, and Jake, just lastly, you've been outside the police headquarters. Have you noticed, any activity, people coming and going, any police officials? Still a lot of media around there?
Andrew, been here for about half an hour. It's been pretty quiet here so far. A couple people trickling in and out of the department, but nothing really noteworthy in terms of, police cars coming or going or anything abnormal happening.
All right, Jake Karalexis there live for us in Moscow, Idaho, with the latest on this story. And so many are hoping for a break in this case. Jake, thanks so much. We'll talk again. Okay, in the meantime, we do break in this case, Jake. Let you see some of those new photos and videos obtained by Fox News Digital. And of course, we're going to put them up here on the screen. Okay, more from the investigation now into those slain University of Idaho students. Those images you just saw at the top of Jake's report were obtained exclusively by Fox News Digital. The cell phone photo of a computer screen showing a white car on a highway in Moscow, Idaho. The clerk who reviewed the security footage said it drove by around 3:45 in the morning. There you see the photo of the timestamp. You did just see that. Detectives collected 8 hours of surveillance video from this gas station. An overnight manager told Fox News Digital that she had been reviewing the tapes over the past few days during her graveyard shift. She says she saw a white sedan driving by real quick at 3:45 in the morning. That's around the same time the four students were killed. The manager said once she saw the car on the tape, she took a photo and sent it to police. Detectives arrived around 11 a.m. this morning to collect the surveillance video. Fox News Digital asked them while they were leaving if they found anything significant. One of them responded, not yet. Just last week, police, remember, said they are looking to speak with the occupants of a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra, who may have critical information on the slayings. Madison Logan, Ethan Chapin, Zaina Kernodle, and Kaylee Goncalves. And there you can see the timestamp there. So this is breaking as we speak. This is with a story in a case that has not had many major developments. I would say this is quite significant at the moment. There you can see that video obtained by Fox News Digital. Detectives going into that gas station, collecting 8 hours of surveillance video.
That's crazy.
And so that overnight manager had been.
This might be an episode of See No Evil in the end of by the end of all this. I mean, this is crazy. Seriously though, like if you've seen the show See No Evil with all the footage and everything that they're getting, we never know who this will pin back to. Like I said, when old boy walked off, they keep saying that they cleared him, but when old boy walked off and went around that corner, what kind of vehicle did he get into?
Reviewing the tapes over the past few days on her graveyard shift. We know, according to police there in Moscow, a lot of online and amateur sleuths have taken up this cause.
Thank you,
no doubt they have been somewhat irritated and annoyed by that development in this, but no doubt the wider public is invested in trying to bring someone to justice and trying to find a piece of information that will help law enforcement, as we are now 1 month removed since those very vicious slayings. Okay. In the meantime, we do want to play out an interview now that we had. Live Now's own Andy Mack spoke with the family attorney of the Goncalveses as they...
And said maybe they can expand the search area and pull more cams to try to find a clear picture from any other businesses. I'm glad they are putting this out there so people know what to search for. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm thinking. Like, they have to have a lot more footage, because somebody had sent me the cams that they have in the streets there. They actually have cameras where you could go onto this website and watch, like, literally traffic cams, which was interesting. It was kind of like the fire cams that are in California, but yet it's street cams in Idaho.
Want answers, as they are still mourning the loss of the death of their daughter Kaylee in this slaying. Let's hear what the lawyer had to say in this interview.
We're back here on Live and Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack, and certainly still watching a story that has captivated a lot of the nation over the last month plus. We're now joined by Shannon Gray, an attorney for Kaylee Goncalves' family. Thank you so much for joining us here. And the latest developments, what are you kind of talking with the family about, and kind of just what are we looking at right now, a month after this tragedy?
Well, on Monday, we had a meeting with the investigators, the prosecutor, Chief Fry, everyone that's kind of involved in the investigation, and the family and myself met with them and wanted to kind of connect with them about a few issues. We had a lot of questions that we wanted answered. Most of them didn't get answered because they're keeping, most of the investigation pretty close to the vest. But we did want to cover a couple of things. The first thing was accountability. There have been a lot of inconsistent statements put out by Chief Fry, Bill Thompson, Kathy Mabbitt, Art Betke, the mayor, and those inconsistencies, kind of didn't promote confidence in the investigation, because if you have one rooster that's basically speaking and telling the correct information instead of 4 or 5 people speaking and giving interviews, it can be much more of a consistent message. And so we wanted to let them know that we'd like to see, some more accountability when it comes to communication with the public, and accountability regarding, them managing their side of the investigation a little better. The second part of it was communication with the families, the victims' families.
That's crazy.
And making sure that
Good morning to you, CR.
They do a better job of it. They haven't done a very good job of communicating with the families. It's been kind of inconsistent. We've been reaching out to them, all of that stuff. And I wanted to make it very clear to them that our expectations were the investigations, number one, obviously. Number two is the victims' families. Third is the media, and the general public. The idea that the families might hear about some new information on a news release was unacceptable. We needed to hear about it first, prepare for anything that might come down the road regarding that, and move forward in that direction. So.
It is, and there's a lot of information we don't.
Seabreeze, I agree with that 100%. That's absolutely right. As one said, did they clear the driver of the vehicle that drove the girls to the residence after the grub coach? They're saying that, yes, they did clear them. Yes, absolutely. To answer your question on a short aspect, yes, they did. As of now. I think the frat knows a lot. Okay, Jackass is still my number one suspect. Allegedly, me too. Kimberly Moon says FBI all over that. Hell yeah, they are. Let's see what else we got comment wise. Susan says, I read somewhere that Jack D actually lived in those until they broke up, or lived in the house until they broke up. That could be a very true statement. That I don't know, but it definitely could be true. Penny Robinson says, would love to help go through the videos for them. We could all help, right? Yeah, you know they won't let us though, but there is a website for it. Let's see. Susan says, I read somewhere that Jack D lived in the spare room. He moved from there where they when they broke up. Very possible. If you guys want me to open up, I did make a call line for you guys to call in. So if people wanted to call in, the number is going across your screen right now, which is 219-885-9693. So you can call in on the live 219-885-9693. Then I'll probably open those lines up here shortly. CR says, Trev, thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, no doubt. Thank you for being a part of the community. I appreciate you.
No, and like you said, police are keeping a lot of this information close as the investigation continues. How much does the families know, and how much does the Gonsalves family know about what happened on that night?
Well, you know, there's been a lot of information that's been put out by the different parties. You know, Bill Thompson made some statements that about the targeting aspect of it that, you know, Chief Fry walked back on. Kathy Mabbitt, the coroner on the case, has made a lot of statements, a lot of interviews, has spoken with different victims' families. Art Betke, obviously, from the get-go, the mayor of Moscow made the statement about crime of passion. So, you know, we went in wanting to clarify a lot of that information. We wanted to, I had 5 pages of questions that, you know, we were looking for. They wouldn't give us much information, if any, on most of the stuff. But you know, we're hopeful that, you know, the thing that we wanted to do is that leaving that meeting, the police asked us to, you know, for the platform that we're using, giving some interviews, is to really focus on information regarding the 2011, 2013 Hyundai white vehicle, and, you know, the tip line being 208-883-7180, and getting information on that and putting that out to the public. I think that's an important piece of evidence regarding who might have been in the car, what they might have seen, things like that.
Yeah,
and the fact that the tip line itself has been turned over to the FBI. So you'll have to be patient in your tips. There might be a prompting that you may have to go through. It may be a 15-minute or so phone call in order to get the tip in. But for us to, you know, put that forward and make sure that people were aware of that, and that's a piece of evidence that they're really looking for. So,
and over the last just week or so, the tip line has been open, and you mentioned the car as well, that white stock photo that they sent out, and they post on their Facebook page about all the information and sort of tips. But we really haven't heard a ton from police as the media.
Right.
And obviously we're a low priority here on the scheme of things, but is there more communication? Is there a daily communication between the police and the families?
Well, that's part of it. I mean, there's a lot of questions that we asked during the meeting on why they're keeping certain information from the public, why they're not using the community more, and trying to find
thank you, Scott. I appreciate you, Scott.
In the case. These are all
That's good. I appreciate you, Scott Perkins. It says, morning. I'm glad you found your channel, bro. I've been big into Delphi for the last couple of years and just stumbled across your channel, and you already one of my go-tos. Thank you. I do appreciate your support, brother. Thank you. Bama G says, listening from work while whittling teeth, but definitely leaning towards Jack. Huh. Yeah, make sure you guys, if you're just coming in, make sure you hit that poll at the top and let me know what you think. Stephanie, Penny Robinson, they were supposed to be responsible, being safe, call a ride. So sad. Miranda says the tire tracks that police took photos of in front of the house a few weeks back could match their car they're looking at. That's a good point too. You're right. They do a lot of that. I've seen that on shows plenty of times. What up, Snipe? I see people saying snipe, but I ain't seen his message yet. Or I meant comment. My thing with Jack D is Kaylee not responding to any of his posts, but he had something to say on all of hers. So why would she be blowing his phone up that night? It couldn't have been for a dog. Good point. Oh, there he is. There's what's up, Snipe. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Seabree says 15 minutes wait to get a tip in with short attention spans. They sure aren't making it easy. No, they definitely ain't making it easy. It's almost like two different killers, but then we only have the one knife, so I just am about to give what? What? If I was a Moscow law enforcement, I'd arrest all their asses. Sammy or Sama. I want to call you Sama. I hope I'm saying that right. Sama. Hi, I hope all is well. Thank you. I hope you're well too. Susan says that weird neighbor told reporters the dog was barking from 3 to 4 a.m. He was going to check it out, but did not. Who knows? You were right yesterday, not the other guy. That Enan guy definitely inserted himself in this crime with his Facebook post. Yeah, most definitely. Then the media got his ass. Ain't no doubt about that. The media is on his ass left and right now. Good morning, suck it. Susie Baker says Jack could have been at their house and left his phone at a frat house and told them to call his phone to give him an alibi. With the I don't know. Good comment. That definitely could be true. You are not lying right there. That most definitely could be true. Steffi says, am I the only one seeing a few? Hold up. I am only seeing a few likes. Smash the like button. Oh, appreciate you, Steph. Libcam, what up? Or Libcom, what up? What's up? No 4chan thread going at the moment, right? I'm trying to learn that 4chan shit, but I can't figure it out. I really can't. I'll figure it out at some point, though. That like button, feel free. Appreciate you, Nick. Julie says, why did they put crime tape around the gas pumps at the gas station? Yeah, that's pretty weird too, huh? I was just looking at that before. They showed it right. Where they show it at? They showed it right here. They put it right here, all around there. I seen that.
Investigative decisions that they're making, and we're going to hold them accountable for all of those decisions that they make. And we are, the one thing that people are very, we support the police, we support the investigation, we support everything about the people that are helping the investigation, but you also have to hold people accountable for the decisions that they make and hold people accountable in every job. I'm held accountable for the things that I do. Everyone is. So you can be pro-police, pro-investigation, all of those things, and support everyone that's involved, but still hold them to a level of accountability. And so, as part of the communication with the family, that's part of the thing that we wanted to clarify. We wanted to make sure there's daily.
Hold up. Hello?
Call from Cat. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hello?
Oh, hello there. Yes, I'm calling in because I just wanted to give you some information. I'm currently going through preliminary trials with our niece that was murdered. It was on the news, and it's something that just like a couple sentences that I wanted to tell you about connecting people talking about other people getting killed because no witnesses. That's exactly what happened in this case with my niece. She was killed because she was a witness to her best friend getting shot in the head with this monster of a guy. It was on the news. This is about 1.5 years ago.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So we're going to go into preliminary trials February 28th. It's probably going to be on court TV. And everything that you're hearing about input, it's a big deal when people kill other people. They don't want, if someone saw something, witnesses are a really big deal, and that could just be the sole reason why someone was killed.
Yes, ma'am. And what is your name again?
Oh, I'm Kat from California.
Kat
and
from
I'm
California. And you said
yeah.
this happened to your niece?
So Jimmy and I have been together for 17 years. We practically raised her. She was 23 when she died. He tried to get rid of her in a car. He tried to burn her in a car, but it didn't work because the windows, he had no ventilation. So she was already shot because she put her arm up. We talked to the detective and everything. He told us exactly what happened. Her arm went up because she saw that he kidnapped her after he shot the friend in the head, and he drove her off to some random place, and then she put her arm up to defend herself, and he shot her, and the bullet went through her arm and into her face.
No.
So she was already dead. But then he tried to burn her with a blanket. I don't know if you heard about this case, but I'm not willing to give out too much more information. He's already been arrested. He's already going to court. He's going to get life. That we're going for the preliminary trial February 28th. She's not really my niece because it's my husband's niece, but
It's still family, though, you know?
Yeah, right?
Yes, absolutely still
Yeah.
family, and I feel for you on that. And if you want to, you can email me some information about. I won't put it out there, but I would like to definitely look. I don't think I've heard of that case.
Yeah, it's in California. If you Google girl burned in car, like her name, well, I don't want to give out too much information, but
Yeah,
it'll come up.
Don't do that if you don't want to, and I don't want you to
No,
do
I
anything
don't.
that you don't want
All I
to.
wanted to do was put the information out there is that some people solely get killed just because they either saw something or they were there. I know the whole thing's going on about like it could be gang related, but this is something that I feel because I've lived through it now, and I'm seeing that this guy, they're saying he was on acid, but I think that's a defense for him. But
Right.
he's a crazy looking motherfucker. Like whoa. My husband said he looked like a demon because he's the one that was talking to the prosecutor when you got to see the pictures.
Right.
But I'm going to go to the preliminary hearings, and I want to, and I'm going to have to see this demon.
Yes,
he has
ma'am.
kids. He has a wife and 2 kids too. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy, and that definitely is a very crazy.
But understand, I just want to say, witness. By the way, I love that you're doing call-in, because there's some people that just don't like dealing with email and all that stuff, and they have important information that they want to talk about. The only one that was doing that was Dolly Vision.
Right.
And then I was like, there's no, because we like that. We like to be able to call in and give our input too. So that's a good thing that you're doing right now, and I encourage you to keep doing that.
No, absolutely. It's going to be something that I do a lot, especially
And I
with
want
the
you to
cases
get
like
better.
this. Absolutely.
Because I know you're not feeling it. You've been doing a lot.
Thank you. I
really
that.
appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you, and everybody in the chat is sending their blessings to you. I don't know if you can see them or not, but everybody's prayers are with you on that case with your niece. God, I could only imagine what your family's been through. That's super sad.
Thank you so much, and I'll let someone else call in, and maybe I'll be calling in later at some point just to give you an update and everything.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely do that. I'm definitely
Thank you
interested
so much for the work that you're doing.
Thank you for seeing that, and my prayers are with your family, and so is the Rev Gang family's prayers are with you also. So I do appreciate you calling and telling me that story. Thank you.
Thank you. Thumbs up always. Okay.
Thank you.
All righty.
All right. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Awesome. That was God bless her and her family. All right. Yeah. I do like to keep things about this case, because we're on this case and we're talking about the Idaho 4. But cases like that touched my heart right there. That's family, regardless. If you marry somebody, that's your family, and that's why a lot of people get into true crime, is because they've either been through something that has brought them to that stage, or you just been fascinated with crime your whole life. But man, I hope we get some answers soon on these victims, because this is gruesome. And I don't know, there's so many different weird characters in this whole entire case, from Jack D, from Jack S, allegedly, right? And just it's everything is just super weird, with Jack S living out to the right, 1 minute on foot, and then you got allegedly Jack D lived 1 minute, or not even 1 minute, but he could be at the house, he could go around the little wood area and go there, but that's allegedly. I haven't been able to actually prove that yet. I have seen videos on it, so, but still though, there's a lot of weird characters in this case. Definitely a lot of weird characters in this case. The dog knew the killer, that's why it didn't bark, says Jar. DT says Jack being in Africa is just a rumor, which I would have to agree with you on that. I mean, even though news stations reported it and stuff like that, we don't know if he was really in Africa or not. We don't know if tickets were purchased. So it is all rumor until proven. Like I said, even with news stations saying it, it's rumor till proven. CB3, prayers for your family. Shout out to everybody who was showing Kat prayer and giving her prayers, and just showing her love in general. Everybody looks guilty right now, says BT. Amy says roommates only lived there since August. Heard Dylan was friends with Hannah. Huh. So a lot of people have been talking about that in the chat. They've been saying that maybe it was a revenge killing for Hannah. Allegedly, trigger warning. But, that's what they're saying. So I don't know, guys. What do you think that this could be a revenge killing for Hannah? Do you? I mean, do you guys really think that? Hold up. Julie says my great aunt's murder got me into Criminal Minds. Oh, wow. I'm sorry to hear about that. Mama PI says, morning, everyone. Good morning to you, Mama PI. Appreciate you coming in. MKP said, I would like to see the photo of Jack S with the white Elantra. Huh. Michelle Art, John Ark. She says, I'm talking about a rural evidence on Moscow PD body cam. What about the black truck on scene in body cam footage at 3:46 on video? Why are we looking at the white car? I reported FBI. Well, God bless you for doing that. Michelle says there's no way law enforcement would ask for tips from public on white car if it wasn't important. Bingo. I've been saying that. I was trying to tell everybody that, and people were like, I don't know. But yeah, no, definitely. They want that car for a reason. They're not just making it a big deal. They're not putting it on TV for no reason. That is a fact. Hey, I'm new to this channel. Thank you, Kelly East. I appreciate you joining the channel. Angela says, bless Cat and the victims. Tough call, but was a beautiful call of love and good vibes to call her. Send love. Absolutely, Angela. Agreed. Okay, let's get it.
Check-ins with the family, daily updates. If the family has a concern, let's say they see somebody posted some video online, and they're concerned about that, and we direct that directly to the police department, and they need to respond immediately. And the reason they need to is because
I am impressed that you admit the live yesterday was a bit of a shit show. That takes, because I'll tell you what was a bit of a shit show is when I opened up the panel. That's when it turned into a complete shit show. So from now on, to put a stop to that, I already know what I'm gonna do. If I'm gonna open up the panel, you can come up for 10 minutes, talk, and then I'll let the next person up. But from now on, there's gonna be no more shit shows.
Maybe them getting back to us and saying, hey, that's just a bunch of fluff, and there's nothing that's there with that piece of evidence. It allows the family to sleep better at night. It allows them to move on with things and check that box and do those things. So we wanted to make sure that they were aware of that as well. And one thing I've been saying all along, kind of hand in hand with that, is that there are a lot of people out there that are trying to get their 15 minutes of fame, and coming up with ideas and theories and things like that. especially, ones that are directed towards the families, any of the families. Number one, there needs to be a lot of grace and kindness that's put towards the families. This is a tragedy for them. It's a news story for a lot of people, but it's a life tragedy for this family and for all the victims' families. And so, a father or a daughter or someone making a statement and then them running with that statement and doing different things.
Absolutely.
And twisting it in a way. These are people that have lost a sister, a brother, a daughter, and people need to, be aware of that and just be kind. And the reality of it is that the media shouldn't give those people platforms to speak. They're vile. And so the media needs to hold themselves accountable for that as well. If you are putting things out there and allowing someone to have a platform that's a supposed expert on the case, then you need to really think about what you're doing. So, and what good it's doing. And it's not good it's doing for the broadcast, what good it's doing for the investigation, for the families that are directly affected and will be affected for the rest of their lives.
It definitely is a very traumatic moment for the 4 families, but also the entire community in Idaho, Moscow. Certainly a small, close-knit community, the University of Idaho, the student body as a whole. But amongst the families, obviously you represent Kaylee Gonsalves and that family. Is there any communication amongst the families? Because we've seen different members of families speak out recently, and obviously as this investigation continues on, they're searching for answers. They want a little bit of peace of mind. How much communication is there amongst the families of these 4 tragic victims?
Mama Steffi. In our situation, Maddie's family was very close with Kaylee's family. So they're in constant communication with each other. I do think that that's been a little bit of a, how would I want to put it? Some damage control that has to.
All right. So hold up. Is it me or is this dude, when he talks, does it just come out of like one speaker, or am I just tripping out?
When you have an investigation and you put out the word targeting, and you have sons and daughters that were there, and you don't know who the target supposedly is, or if it's a targeted house, or if it's even targeted at all, based on the information that's been released, that the families start kind of pointing fingers at each other, like, oh, well, maybe they were targeting them, and why were they targeting them in some way? So I don't think it really helped bring the families together at all. It kind of pushed them apart because they didn't know anything about the investigation. And so, you would think in a situation like this that all the families would be together. Kaylee and Maddie's families are very close, but we haven't had much contact with some of the other families, but I've only been on it for about a week or so. So the history of the contact with the families, I'm not really sure on as far as how long or what type of communications they've had. So.
Right. Yeah, I wanted to ask that question. And I think the most recent development we've seen, obviously, the police putting out the car, but we also saw some of the possessions of these victims being removed from the house. How important was that to the Gonsalves family to maybe get some possessions out of a potential crime scene and get it back to them?
Well, I mean, it's, you can look at it 2 ways. I think it was a big deal by the police, but I'm not sure it was such a big deal to the victims of the families. These are belongings that were involved in a murder or surrounded.
The panel yesterday was an absolute shit show. I mean, an absolute shit show. And I promise that will never be like that ever again.
A murder. And, sometimes you have different emotions with that. Sometimes you want to cling on to those belongings, and sometimes you just want to push them away and never see them again, depending on if they bring up memories of those things. So is it good that they return the items? Yes, it's great. But I'm not sure it's something that I would hang my hat on as far as that's they've done great. So
All right. And my final question to you is, as we continue
Yes,
on,
I did, Penny.
a month
I read it
that
at the beginning of the
tragic
stream.
November 13th, early morning hours. What do you do from here? What does the Gonsalves family do? Do they continue to support police and hope for answers, or are there other things that can happen? What does
Thank you, Mary.
it look like moving forward from here?
Well, they've always supported the police. They support the investigation. They're hopeful and optimistic, as they should be, in these cases, and they're hoping that the decisions that are made by the investigators.
Hold on. I got a video sent to me by who was it? Capital Amen. Is that? Did you say, bro? That video that does look like 2011 to 2013 launcher. I'll play it right after this.
Are going to eventually find the person who committed these crimes. And so, moving forward, they're just supportive of the police and supportive of the things that they're doing.
Thank you, Mary Donna. I appreciate
there'll be some answers.
New to the channel,
I don't know what the time frame is on that.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully there'll be some answers in the future, and still just being involved in the investigation as much as we can. So,
and I think a lot of people are looking for the answers.
That's a fact.
What is maybe the message that the Gonsalves family is speaking to police?
Well, I mentioned earlier, our first is accountability. We want to make sure that the police are doing the things that they need to do, and they're making the right judgment calls about certain things. We had a lengthy meeting with them on Monday, and didn't get a lot of the answers that we wanted because they're keeping it close to them, all the details in the investigation. We pointed out a lot of inconsistencies that we thought have been put out to the public, and different things. We mentioned some other things to them, and then the communication with the families. We wanted them to really make sure that was a priority for the police department, not just our family, but all of the victims' families. And so, and then, the police, the car that they're looking for, the white Hyundai, making sure that people are very aware of that.
Welcome.
And then my last was just the media holding people accountable for people that probably shouldn't be speaking about things, and offer some kindness and some grace towards all of the families. So
absolutely,
all of the families. Thank you so much, especially as we're heading into the holiday season. Certainly a hard time for a lot of the people. Shannon Gray there, the attorney for Kaylee Gonsalves, his family. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate the insight and hope.
Shout out to Capital Amen on sending me this video right here. I'm gonna pull this over here, and this is kind of wild right here. Hold on, we gotta get. Is there a way to get this bigger?
That shit. You gotta.
No, that's the first time.
Is that white launcher? Is this what you're talking about right here, bro? You talking about that right there? What do you guys think? I'm curious. Hold on, let me pull up chat real quick. What do you guys think about that? Let me get that off the screen real quick. Is that our white? Hold up, that he's standing on. Okay, hold up. So you sent me this video, and this is on the gram. So no, that's a Pyrus. That's a Pyrus. Okay, hold up. Let's see.
Yeah, you better yeet it, dude. You better fucking toss that shit. You gotta.
No, that's the first time.
That's a Pyrus, or that's a priest. That's a priest. Might be a priest. Not the same tail lights. Kimberly Moon says. It's important to remain open-minded and skeptical of the fog of war. There, that's a priest or something. All right, let's see again. Are you talking about this car right here? Hold up.
Yeah, you better yeet it, dude. You better fucking toss that shit. You gotta.
No,
Yeah, that's not, that vehicle's not it, but maybe he's talking about this one down here.
Yeah, you better yeet it,
Which one were you talking? Oh, you're talking about this one right here. I
fucking
see which one he's talking about. Hold up.
that shit. You gotta.
All right, let me back up a little bit here. Hold up. All right, let's get back to the video he was talking about here.
Oh, that's the first one.
All right, damn, it zooms back so fast, bro.
Dude, you better fucking toss that shit.
It zooms back so fast.
Oh, that's the first one.
So I'm gonna have to do this. Damn it. It's hard to tell. That looks like a one door. Is a 2011 Elantra only one door? Close. I got close to doing it, but the car is on King or Queen Road. Good job, Capital. The house they're standing on. So you're talking about the one right below him where people are standing. I got you. I'm trying to pause it on it. I'm trying to get a perfect pause on it. That looks like a Subaru. Too many white cars. Thank you, Kimberly. I appreciate you. Shout out to Kimberly. Thank you.
You better eat it, dude. You better fucking toss that shit. You got.
Damn it.
Gotta.
I just missed it. I don't know. Those taillights. Does that look like a Elantra, guys? Does the back of that look like an Elantra to you? That white vehicle down low? Thank you, Kimberly. Is none matching. And I'm on big TV. Wait, what are we watching? It's a video that Capital Amen sent me. So you can see the house in the back to where the murders happen. It's a good find. Shit. Thank you, Robbie. I appreciate it. Appreciate you guys, the super stickers and all the super chats. Thank you guys. I do appreciate that. Smash a like. Julie, it sounded like is speaking all this MSM and complete liars, but that's the type of stuff that costs millions if it was fraudulent. Right. Is that Jack D's house? Which one? Where they're at right now? Like where they're standing on top of? It kind of looks like the murders happened right here, guys. Look. So that's where the murders happen. Definitely right here. 100%. This video was taken 40 weeks ago. Let me go down. I didn't get the notification here now. Good morning, all. Thank you, Dawn. This is filmed on the roof of Jack D's rental house. That's what it looks like to me. I think it's a Hyundai, but it's a, I think the Hyundai is out of state. No way it's local. Jack D lives in frat house. Girl's neighbor. Holy shit, that looks like the gas station car. The dark tent, the tail. Whose car is that? Says Swindigga. You think so? Let's get a good clip on it then. But yeah, that's definitely the girl's house. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I don't know if that's an Elantra. Fuck, it moves so fast. Like it swings across the screen so fast. There's a decent shot. I just can't see the taillights. Can you play gas station vid? I missed it. Yes, I'll play it. I got you. I'll go back to it. All right, so for the gas station vid, right here.
Have critical information related to this case, and the Moscow Police Department has been combing through hours of surveillance footage. Hasn't resulted in any leads yet, but police are saying that even though they don't have a suspect, tips are coming in spotted night of those four.
Hold on, let's look at right there. Okay, so it does have tinted windows. It does look like it's one door. Holy shit. That's pretty fucking close. Oh my God, the gas station vid is just a screenshot. Yeah, it is. It's just a screenshot. Yep, it is just a screenshot. The cops don't know what year the launcher is. If you pick on your screen, compare sus cars to the picture. It says this is the brakes. He doesn't live in a frat house. What about the car you were just showing yesterday outside the school? That vehicle, somebody had pointed out a 2016, and I pulled up a 2016, and damn if it didn't look like a 2016. I'll tell you that much right now about that vehicle that I just made a video about. Why did the gas station worker take such a bad photo? Right? No, I think that's from surveillance. This is from surveillance right here. But it does have the tinted windows, like somebody just pointed out. This one does have the tinted windows, like this one. I mean, at least it looks like it, right? What do you guys think? It's close? Oh my God, my alarm's going off. Sorry about that. Do you guys think it looks too close? Hold on, let's see. No, the back window does not come to a point as the launcher does. Huh. Good point. But it's hard to tell from those angles. It is really hard to tell from those angles. Very close though, right? That looks like a hatchback almost, says Sis Vicious. Super close, says Ganja. Susie Baker says very close. Wake up. Yep. That's from that. Aaron says, can we see, hold up, what she said? Aaron says, can we see the car again? It's too blurry. Yeah, it is. Now this is the car from the Instagram that he sent me. That back part of the driver window, the same shape. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is close as shit. But it's hard, it's hard with a shitty picture like this. Now, if we're looking based off shape, that damn near matches. Looks like the accent, not the Elantra, says baby girl. I will say this though, the window shape here with the even this, like right here, looks like the same shape of the man. It's hard to tell from this fucking angle, man. It really is. And then the back of this vehicle, huh? Let's see. And the dark tinted windows. I think it's the car, T-REV, says Joe. I believe that's the white car, y'all. Kelly E says. Ninja Park says that. Or I called you Ninja Park. Nina Park says that's Jackass. So how close is he from the girl's house in that video? This video that's playing right here. Right here. That's the house right there. Now, Jackass was over here in this building. In the front of this building, around the corner, he could be at this house in 1 minute on foot. So, a lot of y'all are saying this is the car. That's the car for real, says Mary. Mary said that's the car. I see a lot of y'all. Okay, let's take a poll because I want to really see how many of you think that's the car. I know y'all are on this poll right here. Let's see. Do you think this is the car? Do you think this is our car? Does it match? Hell yeah. Nope. Not at all. Need. Okay, here you go. All right. I want to see how many of y'all really think that's the vehicle. All right, let's get back on this and lock again. It's going to come back here again. There we go. All right. So there we go. I got it decently right there. Now, the only thing with this is maybe I can screenshot it. Let me see. Yeah, I'll screenshot this real quick. Blurry Elantra, I'm gonna call it. Blurry Elantra. Alright, let's do it this way. Here we go. Scroll down. There we go. Do we think that's the car? I don't know. What do you really think that's the car right there? Can we see on map? Yes, Gina says that's the car for real. Nah, definitely not Hyundai, says Swindigger. Nah, definitely not Hyundai. Okay. It looks extremely close. Same street. Well, Lord, that view. Who's on the roof? That I don't know. That's a great question. Jack is my homie. He innocent, says Zach. Well, call in and tell me about it. Can see the corner of the tail light almost meets the back windows. Yeah, it definitely does. Take us down to the bottom so I can read everybody's. Look at the tail light positions. Yeah. So if we look at the tail light position, let's see here. Ah, man. It's similar. Zach, straight up. Who drives that car then? Believe the people on Reddit, they say the priest because of the kink. They know their stuff, Kim says. Tinted windows on both. It's almost the same exact shape. I mean, you know, I'm gonna check it in a second. I'm gonna check the Instagram in a minute. Wish it would clean up pic a bit. I know, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The pic needs definitely to be clean, but fuck if the tinted, like, I mean, even with that picture being blurry, you could tell those windows are tinted. And on top of that, the only thing that I see different with it is right, like if you look right here to here, I don't know, man. It's fucking close. I'll tell you that much. Looks so close. Looks blurred from the hood. Yeah, no doubt. Can you see headlights? Yeah, you can see on this pic? Nah, you can barely see the headlights. You can't see the headlights because these kids are in the way. You tell me nobody we know could be Jack D who borrowed a car or someone who borrowed a rental car. I don't know. You said he's your homie, so call in about it. Dre, I'm gonna check the Instagram box in a minute. But I mean, it's crazy. I mean, it's kind of close. T-REV, you just remember that car on the right was going high speed, but it's same vehicle. Okay, that car on the right was going high speed, but it's same vehicle, says it. So you think it's the same vehicle? Dre, I'm about to check that Instagram though in 1 second. Everybody's saying it's very close, but let me look at the vote polls to really see my answer. So out of 187 votes so far, 44% of you say hell yeah. Nope, not at all, 7%. It's so close, but 50-50, 28%. Need better pictures, 21%. So that's out of 188 votes on what I got on the screen right now. The one to the right definitely looks hatchback style. Yeah, they're both fucking similar, bro. I'm going to tell you that much right now. Even at going at a high speed, like with the window shape, that's similar as fuck. I had to send this video in. Maybe that car belongs to Jack S and his friends. Jack D really knew Jack S. Nina Park says. Baby girl says yes. Let's say gas station video isn't the right car. The car at the house could still be the Honda they're looking for. Jack Showalter never went to Africa. Stop the false rumors. That's what police got mad at. And, let's see. Hello?
Call from
David Coop.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, man. That car that's you're showing on TV right now,
Yeah.
the tail lights are different, bro.
Yeah, the tail lights are different. You think so? It's hard to see really with the
Yeah.
blurred picture, but
It is hard to see, but those look like vertical tail lights, not horizontal like the picture on the left.
right. So
But like you said, it's blurry. It's going fast. So
yeah, it's blurry. It is blurry as shit.
yeah.
So
But yeah, that's just my thought, bro.
you definitely think it's two different vehicles. It's hard to see those headlights on there too, but definitely.
Yeah, it's hard to see the headlights because that guy's standing in the way. But the tail light looks like it's up and down instead of like wrapped around.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it does look like a hatchback, though. Yeah.
It looks similar with like the point of the if you look at the back windows over here.
Yeah, it's very similar. But you know what? I see cars all day long, and a lot of them are starting to look the same.
So are you a car guy?
Well, I'm out and about a lot. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
But
your opinion is you think those are two
I
different
don't think
vehicles.
yeah, I do personally.
Okay. Yeah, that's a fair assessment, man.
All right, man. All right. Well, good talking to you, man. Good show.
Yeah. Appreciate you calling in, brother. What's your name?
Dave.
Dave. Nice to meet you, Dave. And
You too, bro.
you have a good one, brother.
Yeah, keep up the work.
Yeah, no doubt, brother. Thank you.
All right, have a good one.
Yeah, good call from him. Somebody else just called. Who called before from a 602? Somebody, or am I tripping? 602, 9:10 a.m. Somebody just called while he was on the phone. Let me call in. Hit the bottom. What do you guys think about it? Do you think this is the vehicle? Do you think this is the vehicle? If you want to call in, the number's at the bottom of the screen right now. I could eliminate a lot of that and just have the number there, but all right, there we go. We got another call coming in.
Call from
Jessica.
To accept, press 1.
Hi, what's up, Jessica?
Hey, what's up? Great
Yeah.
show. You're doing a good job on reporting on all the different aspects of this case because it's absolutely insane. So I just wanted to say that first and foremost.
Yes, ma'am.
I became a subscriber yesterday. I think that is the car. I'm on the Jack D trail because I think that his feelings are hurt. He's a hurt boyfriend, and it just keeps leading back to him. It's so sus.
Yeah. So you're saying you're on the Jack D trail?
Yes, it's the ex-boyfriend. It's completely sus. Like, I keep wanting to go off of him and keep going on the other rabbit trails, but it keeps leading back to him. Now the car, and then yesterday, the car in front of his parents' house. It's too coincidental.
Right. I mean, this vehicle is striking. I mean, it does have a striking resemblance, and I mean, even though it's moving fast in this picture, like if you look at the shape of the back window, that does it for me to think it is that car, but I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong.
And remember last week, I don't know if it was a detective or just somebody that lives in the town, the car is not that familiar there. So
Right.
It's going to easily stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the gas station representative that took the picture, I mean, we have to remember that she's been looking over video, guys. She took this picture because she wanted to come out with what she's seen. So, you know what I mean? I'm sure the police didn't want her probably to release this picture, but she took it off of the video. So she's seen a lot more than we actually are seeing right now just from her little iPhone capture.
Right. Oh man.
So
damn. So you
and everybody's lawyering up. It's questionable, bro.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. They're definitely lawyering up for sure. What,
I
Dylan
listened
and
to you
Bethany?
yesterday, and I wanted to say I agree with you on that, bro. If you don't do anything wrong and you didn't kill your friends, there's no reason to lawyer up.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Like I don't know. A lot of people disagree with me on that, but
Yeah,
if I got nothing to hide, I'm not gonna go sit in a prison cell, especially when it comes to a murder. You know, why pay somebody 20 grand to clear up what I can clear up in 20 minutes?
yeah. I mean, and you guys, this isn't the first case we've heard of something like this. How many people have went back and killed their friends? More than likely, chances are, if somebody is killed, it's somebody that they know. So we're looking at everybody closely, and I'm just looking at Jackie a little closer when it comes to this car.
Yeah.
So, thank you for taking my call. You're cool, bro. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate you.
No problem. Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, guys. So I mean, a lot of people think, so one caller says they don't think it's the vehicle, which is Jessica, and then David called, and David. Hope I'm not butchering your name. All right, let's take the next one. Let's see.
Call from
Doc.
Yeah, what's going on, Doc?
What's up, Rev?
What's going on, brother?
Car you're looking at, man, it's a 2013 Hyundai Elantra Coupe.
Okay.
4-door. The car you're looking at right there.
You said it's a 4-door?
Yeah, the one in the picture right there. Like, to me, it's a 4-door.
So you're
the
picture to the right?
The one that Jack's driving over here, the one in the small pic that you got going on right there, that looks like a 2-door to me.
Oh wow!
This one right here driving by, can't tell for sure, but I know for sure that the one that Jack's driving on the left, if you zoom in on them rims and you bring up on your computer a 2013 Hyundai Elantra Coupe, that's what Jack's driving right there. That's his car.
So I wonder. I mean, how say that is the case? How would police not pick up on that, or if they've already cleared them?
You go to Google Maps. Go to Google Maps, and you go to the end of King Road and Queen Road, just right by the student's home. You'll see that 2013 Hyundai Elantra Coupe that he used to drive. He used to live back in them apartments back there.
Okay.
You'll see it parked there. You have to go to Google Maps and type in, I think the exact address is, but Google Maps is weird. It doesn't show the updated picture. You have to be back from a distance. You have to be back from a distance to scope those cars out back there. But right back there is where Jack used to stay. Your boy, Crime Circus, he did a story on Jack. Jack used to stay back there in them apartments.
Yeah, I seen that video.
Yeah, 14 months ago, if you go on Google Maps right now, the most recent pictures of that cul-de-sac, that dead end, on Google Maps, the most recent picture is 2021. You scope those cars out back there in that dead end from a distance, and you're going to see that car on the left of Jack's. It's a 2013 Hyundai Elantra Coupe. Now, the car that's going by in the food mart, you just got to pair them up. But, I mean, I believe it is. That's my thoughts.
Okay. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts, bro.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I appreciate you sharing your thoughts and coming up. What's your name again?
Yeah, but if you look that car, I'm Doc, man.
Where you from?
I'm originally from Florida. I'm originally from Florida.
Okay, man. Where you at now?
But I got some videos, dude. My name's Doc Thirsty. Look up some of my investigations.
Yeah, I seen you in chat. I've been seeing you in chat yesterday, and what's your videos you said?
Mostly just exploring around on the maps and some of the investigated. I did a really good one on identifying the body cam, what the light sources were. So,
email them to me.
You can check out my videos. It's just really, I mean, one of them's about 40 minutes long. Like when the police officer starts walking towards Taylor Avenue and the student's home, There's certain light sources that are already on. So I identify what those are, and then I go real slow and I identify what other lights pop on. So it's really interesting to see. But in my opinion, the back entrance, the back road that leads behind the student's home, Walenta Drive.
Okay.
I believe that entrance is what was used to commit this crime. That's what I believe. Because what happened was there's only two ways you can get in, bro, front or back. There ain't no entrances on the side of the house, on each side. So if you're going to come in that front way, you're going to get seen by a student or somebody. The cops are over there in Banfield, students everywhere. It's pre-Thanksgiving break. So those cars are packed in there tight. You know, if you're going to drive your car back in that parking lot and behind the student's home, I mean, and you're going to pull this off, how many times you pulled into a parking lot that's full like that and there's already somebody sitting in their car?
Right.
It's just real risky. It's just real risky, right? How many times you pull into a parking lot that has 40 cars in it and there's already somebody sitting in their car making out? You know, somebody's going to remember that. You know, oh, this red car pulled in here at 3 a.m. Who is that? You know, so it's real risky to go in that back parking lot. It's real risky to go in the front door, but that back door, man, that back way in.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy. I would like to check out those videos you're talking about also.
Yeah, check out my videos. You get a wide scope of what's going on with the maps in the area. Also spot 2 Hyundais that I show. Who's to know if their vehicles tied to the case? I don't know, but they are Hyundais. And then I show you a couple other things, man. But one of the things I found really weird was, in one of my videos, all the map searching I did, was I found this dude that's been walking in behind the student's home as of like 14 months ago. It looks like some local. So when he first popped up, man, I was like, what hit me was the Delphi murders. I was like, dude, this guy's lives in here behind here somewhere, lives close. You know, so, you know, in the Delphi murders, that guy ended up being like 5 minutes away.
Hell yeah, man. I'll check them out. Email me those and I'm going to take this call right here. I appreciate you calling in.
Email you, man. Good talk. Talk soon.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, whoever was just calling in, you can call back in. Thank you for who just sent me this picture. This was from Dre. I think Dre sent this to me. Thank you, Dre, for actually putting this together and sending it to me. It actually gives us a better look. So, I mean, we're talking about these vehicles here. Do we think these are the vehicles? Now, the original photo that was sent to me was by Captain, I want to say Captain Amen. Hopefully I'm not butchering your name. But the talk of the day is it's the vehicle. These are the vehicles right here. So let's check it out.
Call from
Blake.
The original photo that was sent to me was by,
hey, what's up, Blake?
What's up, man?
How's it going, brother?
Shit, man, just chilling, man. I was just gonna say that I think it's the same car. Everybody's saying it's a different car, man. You can't tell. It's a speeding car. It's a speeding picture. You can't. It looks damn similar with the tinted windows and the back of the window. I mean, I would say it's the same car.
Yeah, so you think it is the same car? I mean, if you look at those, for me, what's telling to me is the window shape and how it goes down.
Yeah, it got a pointy way. And how many white cars with dark tint is speeding through at 3 a.m? I mean, I don't know. It just seems like that. And so, what did they say about what was the reason that she was swearing at dude at the food truck? Did they ever explain that?
They didn't never really explain that, but in my honest opinion, after going over that footage at that like hundreds of times, man, I really think that she said "fuck you" to Joe.
Yeah. She said
to Joe.
Said, "Fuck you." So is that dude supposed to be Jack?
The one dude is supposed to be Jack. Now it's supposed to be Jack S. Now a lot of people have been trying to persuade me and say it's Jack D. Nah.
So Jack S. That's not the boyfriend.
No, Jack S. is not the boyfriend.
So the guy following her or whatever, that's not the boyfriend. But so he's just a buddy that was at the frats that got kicked out of the frats.
Right. Jackass.
I mean,
Jackass was kicked out of the frats. Yes.
yeah, and that's the guy that was, and he was just so happened to be partying at the frats, even though he got kicked out that night, and just so happened to be just waiting behind them, not ordering no food, and then as soon as they left, followed them. 30 minutes before they went home.
Right.
I mean, what? And this is his car. I mean, he's shotgunning beers with his car, clearly, very similar to the same vehicle. I mean, when I first seen this, I looked at these girls and I thought, man, these girls are so pretty that someone's gonna have some kind of crazy infatuation or get obsessed or some kind of passionate something. And I mean, to do that, to run in somebody's house and to knife 4 people, you got to be pretty, like, I don't know, man. You got to be pretty have a motive. You know what I mean? It's not just gonna be a random thing. And what I'm wondering is, did he go to the wrong room first, and did he get those 2 that were sleeping first, or did he kill the boyfriend and girlfriend afterwards?
Right. That's the thing that we don't know. We really don't know who went first and who went last. All we know is they all 4 went. So it's like,
well,
did he make his way in to take out Ethan because he's seen Ethan as the bigger threat because he was the man, or did this person know who was there?
If it was that full jack, right? So he used to stay down the street at the frat, so he knows everybody who lives in that house. He's probably been there a bunch, partied there, drank there, so he knows all where they stay. So I would think that he would know which rooms. Maybe he might get mixed up, but it said that the girl Kaylee had, or what was her name? But she had more defensive wounds on her.
Right.
So I mean, wouldn't that make some kind of noise? Didn't the neighbor said he heard some type of screaming at 3 or whatever the time was? So I feel like he might have crept through the window.
But do you think that neighbor is I kind of don't think that neighbor's credible, being that he made post on Facebook saying he heard nothing that night, and then he goes back and edits the post and puts in he heard something. So it's like, I feel like he inserted himself there. And
he could be just trying to get some clout or trying to just be a part of the case. But sometimes after weeks and weeks, and you're hearing all this, maybe you might think, man, I did kind of hear something. I mean, it's happened to me, but I mean, it could be either way. I just think I think that they already got super evidence on him, and they're just waiting to release it until they got, a arrest warrant or something. I mean, I just don't see how they can't have this case pretty much, I don't know, under wraps. They're just not going to release it till they have everything, everything.
They don't want to throw the case out the window. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure. And plus, it's not only did he do it. Okay, he might have done it, but can you prove it in court? We knew OJ did it, but guess what? We couldn't prove it, so he walked. We knew Casey Anthony killed her baby to go party, but guess what? We couldn't prove it, and she walked. So.
That could be the case. That could be the case here. You never know. I mean, they might already be honed in on a suspect and not want to go forward because they don't got enough evidence. We don't know what the case is right now. But supposedly, if you remember, one of the parents said the killer left a lot of evidence behind.
Yeah, and they haven't released the 911 calls, correct?
No, they have not. I'd have been all over them.
Obviously, something in those calls they're either saying somebody's name or it has something that's directly linking that they don't want to release. So
I mean, the 911 call is one of the roommates, or they called somebody over and they went in the scene and ran out and passed out on the lawn is allegedly what happened. So I mean, that's allegedly what happened, but we won't know until that full story really hits the surface.
And
you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Is this full Jack? Is he like a military dude, or is his brother's a Marine, or what was that what it was, or
nah?
No?
I don't not that I know of.
I mean this. Yeah. I mean, I guess 2 small girls. You could, if I guess these guys are sleeping, you catch them off guard. I mean, you go
in, you take out.
Yeah.
Take out Ethan. There's your biggest threat.
Yeah, and it's just little girls too,
and they're sleeping.
Girls. Yeah, and they're passed out drunk.
Yeah, exactly. So you're
They're
already you're already impaired. So
and you got to think that he this is all very premeditated. So he obviously he probably did have some. I mean, if he's following them like that and he's making sure, he probably got gloves. He probably he's got as much as he can preparing for it. I mean, I would think. I mean, they haven't. I mean, this is a month later in a very, very popular case, and he hasn't been caught yet. That's pretty rare. Usually, it doesn't. Look at Takeoff. It took what, a couple of weeks, and they had everything dotted up. So it's like, man, this is a very I don't know. It's very interesting, and I've been watching it. So
it is, man. It'll have you. This case will have you changing your mind so many times, man. You don't even.
I said it. I just thought it was that. I just always said it was that dude Jack, just because everything lines up. And I mean, it's not the boyfriend, it's not the dude with the red hair, it's the dude that was following him. And they said that his alibi was that he was 5 hours away, but his only corroboration was that he said that he was driving to his parents' house. So they didn't confirm his alibi. I mean that's a huge thing. I mean, was he 5 hours away or not? Clearly he wasn't, because I mean he was following them, right?
Right.
So he lied about his alibis. I mean, and where is he now? I mean, is he out of country or is he in town? I mean,
and that's the thing. If you remember, I don't know if you watch News Nation and Law and Crime, but a lot of them have reported that he was alleged to go to Africa also.
Yeah, I seen that.
I seen thousands of people on Grizzly's channel saying it, and then right after I seen it on the news. So I was like, oh shit, this may be true, but it's still all alleged until we know. You know what I mean?
What did you think? What did you think that would make you look guilty? If I didn't do that, I am not running anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not afraid of anything. I didn't do it. I don't give a what you guys say. I didn't.
The things we need to cooperate with that, and this is just my full blown opinion when it comes to the if he went to Africa or not. Were the tickets purchased beforehand? Did you and your parent, allege that his parents have connections in Africa? Did they plan this trip to go to Africa beforehand? Because maybe they did have a trip. Maybe, and I'm speaking from
sure.
If he's not guilty aspect of it, allegedly, right?
I mean, yeah, for sure. That could be. But I mean, if they're saying that I'm a very suspect in a quadruple murders, I wouldn't give a damn if I had this plan for 2 years. I'm not going anywhere. It's going to make me look guilty. Like, right. I don't, like that it just doesn't make any sense to me. And that's why I feel like they've got a lot more evidence on him, and they're just waiting to because once they say it, then they know they got to have it 100%, because the families are all, the sisters trying to do their own investigation, the dad's calling the police cowards. It's all these upper aboves are they want to convict, they want to get this guy off, and so I just think that they're close. Hopefully they can make an arrest before Christmas. That'd be good, but
no
I don't
doubt.
know, I'm gonna put it on Jack, man. Hopefully they can figure this out, man, and keep doing your thing, and I'm gonna be watching.
Thank you. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for calling in. What's your name again, bro? And where you from?
Yeah, Blake.
And where you from, Blake? What state?
Seattle.
Shout out to Seattle, man. Shout out to Seattle.
Yeah, man. Shout out, man. Keep doing your thing, man. I'm gonna watch.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man.
All right.
I look forward to hearing from you again.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, brother.
All right, peace.
Easy. Yeah, so I mean, a lot of you guys. I seen some people called in. If you want to call back, go ahead. The line's open right now. So whoever calls in, I'll take the call. I like the good discussions. This is the I did download those, Coco. This is the you said check my email, and these are the only two that popped up as far as different angles, better angles. This is what I got. These are the two that I got right here. The two that I got pulled up right now. Let's see. Thank you, social. Up, got you. Hold up.
Call from
April.
To accept, press 1.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, love your show. I'm new to all this YouTube. I'm trying to join, figuring all that out. But
Yes,
I want
ma'am.
to let you know, I like the pictures of the car. I think that is some detail that hopefully the police get this, because I think that is definitely the car.
So you're one of the ones that think it's definitely the car.
Absolutely, no doubt. I mean, it's around the campus before the murder. They probably have no idea that wasn't even in the background of any video, whoever did it, who I think, have my suspicions. But I do think when we talk about how they were murdered, I do think that the murderer probably went upstairs and unfortunately did what he did to the girls on the third floor, Maddie and Kaylee. I think what happened was Zayna got startled by noise above her in that room. And she thought,
wow.
What are the girls doing? She's asleep with Ethan. Ethan's been in the bed. He was never, as far as my understandings of everything, he was found in the bed.
Right.
She probably said, I'm going to go up, see what's going on. She opened that door and he was coming out. Because she's the one who I believe I've heard was really put up a fight, and it was in the stairway. I think unfortunately, she opened that bedroom door. Otherwise, I think that guy would have left after the two girls upstairs. But she caught him coming out that door, and then he made his way in after Ethan.
Right.
But that's just my theory.
That's just your theory. So, and you think it's who?
Well, I'm going to say Jackass.
So you allegedly think it's Jackass?
Well, I think there was an altercation. That's the last altercation they had with somebody.
Right.
And within an hour, they were dead.
Right.
He didn't get any food. He had no business. He supposedly got kicked out of the bar.
Right.
Then they come out, and he followed them. And I'll just be clear. Girls in college, we do things sometimes when we break up with our boyfriends. We might have a one-night stand and be the next day going, oh, man, I can't believe I did that. I'm blowing him off,
Right.
And I think he wanted more, and I think he was pissed. And it shows them mad at him and her taking pictures of him with him in the background. She's texting somebody, Jack's here. Probably Ethan or one of those guys. Or could have texted her old boyfriend, Jack G, and said, Jack showed up here. He's following us around. He got kicked out. He was hanging around at the bar. We were uncomfortable. And maybe they got him kicked out. Maybe they went and said something. He's bugging us. Then the next thing you know, he's standing outside when they exit the bar. He follows them. And I mean, it's just odd that he went to that food truck and did not order any food.
Yeah, I mean, he did not order any food. And if you observe what's going on there at that spot, which is why allegedly I think I had him on number one. And even though if you go to the Moscow website and they have him cleared, they say they don't have, I wouldn't say they have him cleared, but they're saying male in the food truck footage clear. But how many males were in that food truck footage? So that's kind of like a punchline to me.
Yeah, it's very vague. And that could be Joe. That Joe guy. They may have said fuck you to him because he was talking to Jack. And they were probably talking about the girls. And they heard him. He had been bugging them that night at the bar. He wasn't getting anywhere. She's not going to do him again. She's blowing him off. Maybe he had a one-night stand with Maddie or Kate, the other girl. And they just don't want anything to do with him. It's like, look, that didn't happen, and he was probably, oh, I'm going to get her. She's going to be mine. I've got this beautiful girl that's all over, and she's blowing him off.
Yes, ma'am.
And he didn't like it. But I think the whole food truck thing, there was nobody there at that food truck that wasn't getting food or hanging out, being normal. Why were you there? Why were you watching them?
Allegedly, he was kicked out. Right.
He was kicked out of the bar.
Allegedly, and I don't know that to be a fact, but I know it's allegedly that if he was kicked out the bar, and if you were going to drive 5 hours to a cabin, why when you got kicked out, why didn't you take that chance right there to get a head start? Why would you wait for the
you're just going to hang around a food truck and not get anything to eat?
And that's what bothers me the most.
And then what's the deal on him? Do we know, one thing I will say is whoever did it knew the school was going to shut down. That was the worst thing they ever did. They should have said every student has to come back after Thanksgiving, check in, and then they can leave. But they have to physically come, check in, get a look at that person, look at their hands, have the investigators there. Each student has to check in. Then if they want to continue the rest of the semester at home, they can. But they lost a big opportunity because whoever did it, being a student, knew that those students, not everybody was going to show back up to school.
Right.
So they're safe. They're not going to, and they could tell their parents, oh, now that school's out, we're going on a camping trip, or I'm going with my friends here or there. But did he go to Africa? Do we know that for a fact?
No, we don't know that for a fact.
I think that's just.
It was reported, but we don't know that for a fact. I mean, I can't believe the news stations, even though they reported on it, allegedly also too. But I mean, we don't know that. We don't know that.
Yeah.
We haven't seen tickets.
But we have an idea that he drove somewhere 5 hours away.
Right.
I mean, he has 50 friends that he can go crash at their house.
Absolutely.
Why did he go to the cabin?
Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense. You're right. And if you've seen the location where he lived at, where allegedly lived at the time, he's like, you could jog to the house in 20 seconds, 30 seconds. So.
Oh yeah. But I appreciate your show. I appreciate you letting people call in, and
yes,
have a great day. And let's get to the bottom of this. But that is the car. I hope the police see this.
Yes,
they
ma'am.
look
Thank
in
you.
and find that out.
Well, hopefully it is. I mean, I don't know if it is, but I mean, it looks, the resemblance looks very close to me. I mean, but it's hard. This picture's not that clear.
Right.
On the left,
anyway. On that tail light, look at the front light. You can't tell what kind of headlights those are.
Right.
The reflection, the movement. You can't say it's horizontal or vertical. It's just because that light is giving off so much, and then it's blurred on top of it. So, but I appreciate what you're doing, and I think these kind of your show is really probably very helpful, and I hope that the police, because I do think it's going to be something like this that does solve this case.
Yeah,
I appreciate your hard work.
I hope so. I hope it helps something. I mean, I haven't been able to sleep. My sleep schedule is very weird right now.
Well, it's awful. It's awful to think that somebody could get that mad at anything. It's ridiculous.
It is. I mean, I lost sleep over the Delphi case when that was going on from start. Like, I mean, I was with that one from the jump, and then this case right here is hitting me like that one. So it's like, my sleep schedule is all over the place right now. I woke up at 2 a.m. So.
Well, at least you're doing something positive to try to get this thing going here and get.
I got time to dedicate. I'm dedicated to what I like to do, and this is something that I like to do. So,
well, I appreciate your work.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for calling.
I'm figuring out how to join. I'm a little older and haven't been on all these sites, so I will be giving you my kudos.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support, and thank you for calling in.
Hey, thanks, T-REV.
You have a good one.
You too.
So, I mean, it seems a lot of you. I'm looking at the votes right now. 470 votes. Hell yeah, 40%. Nope, not at all. 11%. It's so close, but 50-50, 30%. Need better pictures, 20%. So, nah, you're reaching, man. Who's reaching? Who's reaching out here? Hi, Ganja. Hi, Kelka. This is K. Hold up. Just because Ellie said cleared does not mean he couldn't be cuffed later. Richard Allen was cleared on a technicality, then was arrested. Good point. Shout out to that caller, by the way. They specifically said hoodie guy and food truck video was cleared. All right. Well, it is what it is. Well, you don't have to be here, buddy. You don't have to be here. It's fine. Do what you do. This loses credibility with its callers. Why are you listening then? If I lost credibility, go to another channel then. Jackass is hiding out until his wounds heal and his parents probably protecting him. In my honest opinion, says Caitlin Road. Thank you. I saw the whole Twitch stream. Jackass was beyond sus and sketch. I mean, a lot of people think that. There's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands upon thousands that think that. We read more meaningful. Stalker. All right, here we go. Take it.
Call from
Hello.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, Bubba?
All right, so here's a couple of things I got, questions about. So a previous caller said something about the white car was a car that the ex-boyfriend Jack used to drive. Is that what he said?
Yeah, he did mention that. Yep.
Okay, so if he used to drive it, then who could have been driving it the night of the murder, or who was the one driving it when it went past that gas station if he sold it and no longer had possession of it?
See that I don't even know. I didn't even know Jack owned a car like this. So I mean, that's all new. That's brand new news to me.
Yeah, same here. So I know there was a guy that they were allegedly also saying he was a suspect a while back named Carter. I did go on his Facebook profile about a week ago when they first started saying, he needs to be looked into. And I did see with my own eyes on his profile, he did have pictures of himself standing right next to a white vehicle, two-door white car, dark tinted windows, but I couldn't tell. There was no way to tell if it was a Hyundai or, a different model car.
Right.
Now, I don't know if you heard of this Carter guy or not, but when the allegations came out that he might be a suspect, he immediately put all of his social media accounts on private, and he actually deleted his Facebook account. Now, his mom, the day that the murders were announced, his mom sent out a message on her Facebook saying, Carter, my son told me this morning that there was 4 students from the University of Idaho that got murdered. He lives a mile away. And then at the bottom, what seemed kind of weird is she said, he also mentioned that he cooked breakfast for his roommates this morning. And I was like, well, that's kind of a weird thing to say. So then I started snooping through her Facebook account, and they have a similar, almost the exact same dog that was Kylie's and Jack's dog. But then she also put her accounts all on private. So it was just kind of weird to me, that whole situation there.
And you said that was on Facebook?
Yeah, it was. I saw it with my own eyes on Facebook. Yeah, so it was just kind of weird to me because Carter was actually friends with Maddie on his Facebook account. She was the only one out of the 4 victims that he was friends with. So to me, it was like, okay, if his mom's saying that he said 4 students, that's just kind of a weird way to say it, instead of saying, Maddie and 3 other people, or, hey, this girl was friends with me on Facebook, her and 3 other people. No, he just said, 4 students died this morning, a mile away from where I live. Oh, and by the way, I made breakfast for my roommates. So that was just kind of a weird thing to say.
Right.
And since the dog wasn't messed with, the dog wasn't touched, unharmed, and then his mom's got pictures of her dog with her and Carter and the dog. It was like almost the exact same dog, just a little bit different color. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, it's definitely weird, man. That's definitely weird. And you said you seen all that on Facebook.
I think they're all on both of their Facebook accounts. Hell, I might even still have the emails, because I had actually sent some emails to another YouTuber that was that is making videos on the same case, and that's why I was like, wow, I can't believe that nobody is talking about this Carter dude. But,
Yeah, this Carter. Send me a couple emails on him. I'll check it out.
I will for sure. Let me go back and see if I have them, and if I find them, I'll definitely send them over to you.
Yeah, definitely slide him over here. That's the first of me hearing about this Carter guy.
Yeah, and if you look at some of his, I don't know if I still have the pictures saved. I might still have them, but if you look at his pictures, just his body structure, the way he stands, he almost resembles and looks like the guy later on in that food truck video that shows up wearing a black white beater and shorts.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, he almost looks very, very, very similar to that guy. And I also know that this Carter guy, he's not a chef. He didn't go to culinary school or nothing like that. He had some of the pictures I saw on his Facebook. He has a tattoo of a knife on his left forearm. Big knife. I mean, it took up almost all of his entire forearm. So.
Yeah, well, shit. Send me in some information on Carter. I mean, I'll find him. What was his full name?
His full name is Carter, and then his last name is spelled KOLPITCKE.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't, like I said, man. I know he completely wiped out his Facebook, and then I'm not sure about his other social media accounts.
Yeah, that's weird. If you find anything, send it in to me.
I will for sure, man.
All right, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks.
All right, next. Anybody who wants to call in, make sure you call in. Shout out to that caller right there. I don't think he gave his opinion on the vehicle, but I don't think he gave his opinion on the vehicle. Kel says T-REV haters gonna hate. Yeah, let him hate. This is all speculation. If you have not heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. Just putting that disclaimer out there. If you have not heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. It's all allegedly and speculation on this channel. Cowboy said there was more than one dude in a white hoodie. Huh. Are you talking about in that footage? David Loach. I've been looking into David Loach. I got photos of David Loach all on. Somebody sent me a ton of them. Plus, I found some. I found his Facebook too while I was at it. Charlotte says, check your emails. All right. Checking them right now, Charlotte. Let's see what Charlotte says. People recently found a few images. There was a lot of people calling. Lines are back open. Nobody's on the phone now. So if you want to call and talk about this vehicle or just talk about the case in general, you're more than welcome to call. What the heck am I looking at right here? I see a Mustang. Let's see. Killer. I believe the killer lives in the town. All right, here we go.
Call from
Deborah Witt.
To accept, press 1.
Hello.
T-REV.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm good. This is Debbie from Louisiana. If you go to JLR's video that he put out today, he found a Elantra at 1127 King Road in a picture from Google Earth.
Somebody just told me that.
Yeah, me. I've been flagging it all over the place.
No, I mean actually a caller. He was like, he didn't say JLR, but he told me what to pull up to look at, and that's the same. I'm pretty sure that's the same address he gave me.
Oh yeah, he found one there, and according to Crime Circus, that's where Jack D lives.
Right, and I think that might be where this photo is at right here. That's on the page right now.
Yeah, see if it is. I just wanted to bring your attention to it. I didn't know if anybody had.
And that, and you said, hold up, you said that address is 1127.
King Road.
King Road, Moscow. Which I'm looking at it now. Street view. I got it pulled up on my other screen. Now you said he had it pulled up on
How he found it was there was a house that sold on the corner, and he was going through the real estate, and he started pulling up images, and he found a white car parked over there, and he on his video he's like, that sure does look like an Elantra over there,
right?
And he pulled it up closer and closer, and it surely does. So, but like I said, Crime Circus says that Jack D lives there. So I'm really confused about who has the white car. Is it Jack W or Jack S, or is it Jack S?
And
Jack
you said it
D
was
or Jack
11 what again? 1127?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay, I got it. It's right. You see the house there.
Yeah.
I'm on it now. I'm looking at the satellite. But what do you think this vehicle looks like? That vehicle right next to this and the surveillance. What do you think about that?
Hold on, I'm gonna have to pull you back up. I went off of YouTube because I didn't want to be echoing in the background.
Oh, you're okay. Somebody's calling. Let's see.
But if you go, like I said, JLR, Jonathan Lee Richard Investigate, he just did a video on it. Yeah, he just did a video on it. So if you could, I don't know, I don't think he'd strike you. I'm not sure, but I don't think he would. Okay, well, if you go on YouTube and pull up his video, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
I'll check it out for sure.
All right.
Check it out here in a little bit, sure.
Okay. Have a good day.
Thank you for calling. You too.
You're welcome. Bye.
Yeah. All right. Somebody else was just calling in. You can call back if you want to. Who was that I called before? 804? Why does 804 sound familiar to me? Said 280. 329 likes. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Come on, bro. Smash that like button. We got a 1,300 in here with 300 likes. I think we could do a little better than that. All right, hold up. I got you. I'm answering this. Let's see. 571. That's familiar.
Call from
Jeff.
What's up, Jeff? You're on the
Hey,
line. How's it
T-REV.
going?
Hey, this is Jeff from Virginia.
Shout out to Virginia, man.
Hey, man, I'm enjoying your live
Where I'm
stream.
from.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. So what do you think?
So, one thing I did when I heard about that gas station video, and I found a gas station on Google Earth, and I looked, and I could only see two cameras mounted on the walls. There's one by the car wash entrance and one by the car wash exit. And at first I was looking at the wrong camera. I was looking at the car wash entrance. But the one by the car wash exit faces directly onto East White Avenue, which is what she said she saw the car traveling on going west, but then turned down a side street. And then I looked and I saw the only side street they could have turned on that camera can see is Hanson Avenue. So East White, turn onto Hanson. Now you're on a dead end, a short street. If you look on Street View on Google Earth, like two houses down on the right, 1242 Hanson, there's a white Hyundai in the driveway. Now it's a Veloster. It's not a Elantra, but from the side, they look almost identical. And then that video is very blurry because the car is in motion. But it makes sense. It may be that if she said the car was going kind of fast and then turned down a side street, if the car is almost home, that might be the way you drive. Especially 345. Maybe they're completely innocent. It has nothing to do with the murder. It's like 345. I'm late. I just want to get to bed. And they're driving fast.
But why would they want the car so bad? They want that thing bad. They want it bad. Like, they have to have some type of other footage that they're not, showing. That is what.
Yeah, but it seems. It seems like they probably with we just got a still picture from that video, so maybe the police have already looked at the 8 hours worth or whatever, and they maybe even if they've already figured out, it's like, oh, that's the guy that lives at 1242 Hanson. He has nothing to do with this. He works the job, gets home at 3:45. His tough luck for him. He just happens to be driving a white Hyundai at 3:45 on that day. Sucks, right?
Right. No, I'm with you on that. I mean, the significance of this vehicle, it's now across the nation. They want this vehicle bad. Like they want this vehicle bad, man, and they're pressing the issue bad on it. So I mean, it's gotta hold some weight in this case. It's gotta hold.
So hopefully it doesn't end up like the DC. I was in DC during the DC sniper.
Yeah, me.
Stuff,
I was in Virginia too at that time also.
Yeah. Now, when you went to the gas pump, did you get in the car while the gas was pumping? Because I saw so many people doing that. Yeah, they didn't want to get shot. But that I remember when they said at that Home Depot, everybody was looking for a white van, and man, it just sucks that they were right there in a blue. It was a blue Chevy. Yes, and everybody's looking for a white van. So hopefully this is not the same kind of situation like this. But it sure seems like they must suspect something that's very important about this white Hyundai. So hopefully they can figure it out. Hopefully the Division of Motor Vehicles, like you searching there, can help, unless this thing's from completely out of the out of the area,
right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all I had to say.
I was kind of thinking the same thing, Jeff. What if it is a launcher that's from out of state, and we're just looking at some shit right here that ain't even or that's completely irrelevant.
Yeah, but hopefully too, like everybody's going to be checking their security cameras, and hopefully they find something before the footage is deleted over time, or but all it takes is just a couple like the Darrell Brooks case. I was watching that. I was amazed at how many cameras caught him like crossing over here, cutting through this parking lot, cutting through this yard. It's like, gosh, there's cameras everywhere. You shouldn't be able to get away with anything nowadays, because like it seems like you'll be seen.
Right. No, hell yeah, you can't. I mean, nobody's really getting away with shit. Besides, there's one case out there that they never caught anybody on, and it's kind of baffled me to this day. It's Missy Bevers. 7 years. 7 years. Nobody caught. There's a lot of cold cases, but 7 years they nothing. Blows me away.
Yeah, they go like 20, 30 years, and they eventually catch somebody. That's got to be a super satisfying feeling for law enforcement and for the families, to finally have closure. I mean, I have a someone from my family that I've always wondered. They said it was a suicide, but they heard arguing before the police were called, or that night. So in the back of my mind, I'm always wondering, was it a suicide or was he murdered? And that it would, I can just imagine the peace of mind to know for sure what the story was. You can't do anything to change it, bring them back, but at least the truth.
Right. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I mean, knowing the truth would at least give you some sort of closure to move on. I mean, that's what it is all about. I mean, you're not going to get back your loved one, but at least you'll get back some closure, and that's what it's really all about. At the end of the day, is getting closure.
I feel for these families, because there's you keep hearing about the one father, but I mean there's 4 families, and that extends out to so many people that are hurting right now and want to know what happened to their loved ones. And I've sent a son off to college, and I can't imagine what it would feel like. You send them off to college, you're supposed to go learn, they're supposed to experience some life, but be safe, and then have something this awful happen is just terrible.
Heartbreaking. Completely heartbreaking, Jeff. I'm glad you called in, man. Shout out to you. And you said you're from Virginia, right? What part of Virginia?
Yeah.
Roanoke?
Yeah, I used to be in Arlington. Now I'm in Stafford.
Oh,
so we decided to get away from all the buildings and get out to some trees.
I see it. My hometown brother from Virginia, Jeff, man. I appreciate you calling in.
All right. Thanks, man. Great show, T-REV.
Yeah, you have a good one, brother.
Bye-bye.
Oops, you said my audio is cutting out. What was it? Because I wasn't talking into the mic? Do I have too many? I shouldn't have too many tabs open. I'm good though. It's good though. We're good. All right, we're good. Your audio went dodgy. I wonder why. I'm running. I got a lot of shit open right now though, so maybe I need to close some stuff down. I don't know. Let's see. Just me chat, or is the audio cutting out? Maybe it did cut out. Helen's going crazy with these stickers. Appreciate you, Helen. Well, Jack S lives in building far left in front of the white car with the audio. Huh. Interesting. This one, Digga says black rims if you switched. Let's see. I'm probably like 50 miles behind right now in chat. So check out, hold up, check out Nissan Altima. Look at the way the side windows square off in the back. Huh. Audio spotty. Is it still spotty? Let me know if it's spotty. It's been fine since. All right. Just making sure. I'll do this. I bet you this fixes it. All right, we're good now. All right. So anybody else that wants to call in, the line's open. You can call in. Anybody, if you don't want to call in, you don't got to call in. But audio went dodgy like 5 minutes ago, but connection is so fast that I live in the future. I'm dead. Favorite Griselda rapper. Oh, man. Let's see. You're good now. You're straight on audio. Audio is good. That's not an Altima. So is this what? Hold on, let me see what everybody's saying in here still. All right, so still out of 642 votes. Out of 642 votes, we're at 41% on hell yeah, 9% on nope, not at all, 30% on it's close but 50-50, and then 19% on need better pictures. So what we're looking at here is the surveillance, the white. All right, so the left is the white, is what they're looking for, and the right one is a video on Instagram from 40 weeks ago. And this is out by Jack D's house, allegedly. It's better now, but got nothing to say. I can call in from here, but got nothing to say. Anybody who wants to call in, I got the lines open. There was a lot of people calling in back to back to back. There, I probably missed one from a 682, an 804, a 206. Who else? A couple times the 804 called in. But yeah, it's better now. But I heard a different rear-ended. Look at the rear back window, says Brian Robertson. I'm looking at it. My man got the Bone Thugs in there. I like that. Wake up. Armed and dangerous. All right, so I mean, if you look at the shape right there. I mean, it's pretty. That I mean, I would say this one looks like it's leaning back a little more than this one, right? Or am I tripping? I could be tripping. Yeah, but you won't take my call. Call. It's open. It's open for you right now. It is open for you right now. Always a top hit. What? Armed and dangerous. Can't too many can bang with us. Straight up, we know Wayne's with us. That's an old song. If you want accusations and stop it, go give your DNA then. That's a fact. I think it's because it's the one in motion. Right. Yeah, they look the same to me. They do look the same. I mean, make sure if you just came in, make sure you hit the vote poll. Let me know what you think. If you want to call in, the number is at the bottom of your screen. You can call in. I need to drop that number into my Nightbot so I can put in call-in number. I'm gonna do that right now. So if you want to call in, you could just call in. Add command, call in. So it's exclamation point, call in, all lowercase. But if you All right, there it is. I added a Nightbot command. Call in, just for people calling. All right, here we go.
Call from
Wendy.
All right. Welcome, Wendy.
Hello.
Hey, Wendy. Welcome.
I was looking at the car video, and that is the same car. If you stretch out the car where the guy's on the roof,
Mm-hmm.
and if you look at it real close, you look at the tail end of it. You've got the little flip part in the back.
Right.
You can see that other one has like a little flip kind of, not just a little bit, but at the bottom of the door, there is like where the door comes to the bottom right down there. It almost looks like a stripe, but it's not, that black line. And if you look at the blurred car, you can see that also. You see what I'm saying? And so if you stretch out that car where they're on the roof, it will look exactly like that. You just have to look at all the little bitty tiny details.
Right.
And that's the same car. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
So you absolutely believe that's the same car? I mean, it looks the shape of the windows, it looks like it to me.
Yeah, because if you stretch that car out, that window is going to look more slanted, and then the tail lights, the little flip thing, you can see that little kind of gap right there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's not really. I think it looks
not really a. And then you can see at the bottom of the door, let me get away from the TV here.
You can hear it, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say I could hear the echo.
But the door where it shuts at the bottom, that little black line that you see where they're on the roof at, if you look at that car stretched out, you can see that little black line too. And that's just, probably an indentation of where the door shuts. But it's there and you can see it.
So I'm looking there, indentation where the door shut. So you're talking about like down in this area here. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, from front wheel to back wheel.
Man, those look like the same freaking vehicle. Looks like the same vehicle.
I mean, if you look at those little bitty tiny details and you imagine it stretched out like that, they're there, every single piece of it.
They're saying you can see it better on big screen. Is that better? Is that what you mean by big screen, guys? Chat. But yeah, no, I mean, this vehicle looks like it does. I mean, it looks.
Yeah,
it's
you
close.
just look at those little details that I talk about. Like it's not a fin or anything like that, like on the back end, but you can see that it kind of goes a little bit straight. And if you look at the other car and if you imagine it stretched out, you can see it.
Yeah, it does. It's a lot
and
of
then
people, there's a lot of mixed emotions on it. A lot of people are saying it's the same car, and then I see some it's not, but
it is.
It looks like it looks eerie similar, but I can't see the well, is that the headlight sticking out behind this person standing here? Which I'm trying to see if that is, because it looks like the headlights come back over here too.
Let me mute my TV.
You're fine.
Let's see. Okay, where?
Like right here, it looks like the headlight comes back too, and this person's standing blocking the area. But maybe that's their sweatshirt. I can't tell.
Let's see. That's something he's holding in his arm, like underneath his armpits, kind of.
It's hard to really see with somebody standing right in the way, but
right, yeah, that's what that is. And then, but like I said, well, I don't know. Like if you like that back window, how it kind of slants a little bit. If you stretched it out, it would slant even more, just like the blurred video.
Right. Which we're looking at it from two different total angles, but I mean it's pretty much the closest we're gonna get with it.
But like when I look down there by the wheels, when I look down and I see where that car door shuts all the way across the bottom right there, you can see that on the blurred video.
The blurred bit. Somebody said about the rims, but you can't see the rims on the blurred.
You can't see the rims.
Not on that
you
blurred
can't see
one.
The rims. But I tell you this, it does look like the same tires because they look small.
Right.
And the reason, and the rims are bigger like that.
And that one looks like it's got a flat, but that don't matter.
It does look like it's got a flat, doesn't it?
It does, don't it?
Yeah,
So,
not lying.
and if you, to me, it looks exactly the same. Exactly. Because to me, it's almost got a Mustang look if you look at it from the top.
Right.
And the way the door shuts, and has that little groove at the bottom. And that other car, it has the exact same thing. You just got to, it's too bad we can't stretch out the car with the guys on the roof.
And I'm just staring at this comparison here, and it's eerie similar. It's eerie similar.
Because and another thing to look at. Okay, you look at the windows on the driver's side. Okay, look at the top of the windows. Look how there's just a small little edge that goes across the top before it hits the roof, and look how small that one is on the other video.
Right.
There's not like a whole lot of car above the windows.
Thank you, Apple Days. I appreciate the donation. Thank you. I do appreciate it. But yeah,
and
this is.
and if you look where the mirror is at on the car, and you see where the window comes to a point,
right
by the mirror. Okay, look at that other car real good. That window comes just like that. It comes down to a point like that.
You're talking about right here. You're talking about on the back side, right?
No, I'm talking about up by the front windshield. Yeah, right there.
Right here. Okay.
Right there, and then the point to where it stops at the front of the window, like it would be the wing window if you had one. Up front.
It's super close.
By that guy's head, it's blurred, but it comes to a point, a real, like an arrow point almost, and so does that blurred car. And the front window is real close. The windshield is real close to the driver's side window. There's not much car in between them, and there's not much car in between the windshield and the driver's side window on the blurred car either. You think about that. That's a long window on that car.
The picture, capital Amen is actually the one who sent it to me. He said the picture on the right was from 40 weeks ago. The sticker could have easily been taken off.
Easily.
So he was talking about that thing, and appreciate you sending that in, capital Amen. Or I don't think we'd even be having this discussion right now.
Another thing to look at also is where I was talking about, right there by the driver's mirror on the outside, where that window comes to a point right there. Look about where it's at compared to where the tire's at. How close it comes to the front tire. It does the same thing on the blurred. Yeah, little bitty things like that.
Yeah, I see you're on your detail game.
Oh, you bet. That's what that's what solves cases. Details.
Yes, I definitely see what you're seeing. Now that you pointed that out, I wasn't even paying attention to that because I'm like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, and then if you look at the tail lights, all right, and the tail light on the driver's side, of course, is the only one we can see. It has an angle kind of upwards at the bottom of it. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so does that one. So does the blurred car.
Thank you, Susan. Yeah, that's man, I don't know if should we send this in to the police? What do you think?
I think so. I mean, it can't, it can only be checked out, and it can't hurt anything.
Yeah, it can't hurt anything. Hey, we found this on Instagram. It was sent to me by one of my subscribers named Capital Amen, which if I honestly wouldn't even have this right now if he didn't send it to me. So,
and one of the biggest points to me on it is that little piece of the car that goes in between the driver's side window and the windshield is real thin. There's, it's almost like window to window. And so is that other car. You can see the white just a little bit in between the windshield and the driver's side window.
Right.
And there's not much car right there. And there isn't on the blurred car either.
This is a heck of a Here, let me exit this here. I got a lot of stuff pulled up right now. I just saved that screenshot, so right here. There we go. Now I can make it big screen.
Yeah, there's you just got to picture that car stretched.
Yeah, there we go. That was better. I saved it as a screenshot so that way we can pull it big screen. You can even see the little bit of the black on the side of the mirror on both cars.
Yes.
That's what somebody said in chat just now. So I was reading some of these comments. What's the situation in the right pick? Is that one of the jacks? I don't know. I can't answer that question.
Yeah, I wouldn't
So many
speculate on.
I mean, there's so many Jacks in this case. That guy standing there may be named Jack. So,
and you know what? If they're not named Jack, it starts with a J.
Exactly, because there's so many damn JJJs in this thing, man. There is Jake, Jacob, Jack.
Oh, there's a ton of them. There's even more. And then I don't know if what I don't understand is that I see what that was it Instagram or Twitter by the guy that was going by DEDLY, which is deadly.
Yeah.
And he had Jack like his post, and he completely described it. He said, this is what I think happened, and described in detail of going in the house, went upstairs first. And this was before it came out that the two girls were in the same bed.
Yes,
and this was before that. And he described that they were both in the bed together and that he came down, he heard some rustling downstairs. He came down and Ethan was, I guess, coming into the kitchen part or whatever. And then he kind of described a little bit, and then he said to be continued. And this was before any of that detail came out.
Yeah,
it was. Did you see that?
Yes.
Very creepy.
All of it's creepy. I've been seeing it. And then also this new theory that's coming out with the whole David Loach.
I have not seen that.
Yeah, I've been hearing about that for the past day, but
they
want this vehicle they want this a launcher for a reason. They're not just making it national news.
That's what people don't understand. Is the FBI is involved in this case. They're involved in it, even though it is the Moscow Police Department's case, but the FBI is involved in it. They would not put this out and express worldwide or whatever how much they want somebody to call in about this car if they didn't have reason.
Right.
I mean, people just don't get. They don't just say, "Hey, we saw a car in this area." If you got information. No, there's a reason they want this car.
Yeah, there's and that's what I'm thinking. They want this car because it has something to do. Like I feel like they're giving us this gas station footage for a reason, but I also think that there's other footage of this vehicle somewhere else.
That's what I was going to say. Without a doubt, just like you said earlier, and this Sigma Chi University saying, or whatever that university is, I can't remember which one it was, saying there is no cameras. Oh, there's cameras. There's cameras.
Oh, yeah.
But, without a doubt.
People's doorbell cameras, I guarantee there's doorbell or just, because I actually seen a picture where police were up on somebody's porch and they had a camera hanging off the front of their porch. And that's where I think maybe they got something. I think you're breaking up.
I am. It's my phone.
You're okay. You're okay.
I've got to where I kind of know what you're saying, people. But I'll promise you that they have some kind of either Ring doorbell footage or something of that car. And they have a lot more information than we have about that car.
Oh yeah, they most definitely got a lot more information about.
Yeah, that car is the key to this case.
That car is the key to this case, and I believe maybe possibly the perpetrator who was in that vehicle.
What I don't understand is when they put it out, and they have said this when they put it out, that they wanted to talk to the occupant, not the driver. So there's something that they have about that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, why would I don't get that? But there's a reason. We don't have to get it. They know why. So the car has to be found.
Looks similar and definitely deserves second look. So Ali says T-REV car in motion semi looks like a hatchback. Looks similar and definitely deserves a second look. Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm gonna send it in. I'm gonna email it into their tip line. I mean, even if it ends up nothing, it doesn't hurt to send in anything.
It does not hurt.
It doesn't hurt anything whatsoever. And I sent them one yesterday, and I'm gonna send them one again today. The one from yesterday, though, we were able to debunk it as being a 2016. Actually found that out earlier this morning before I came on live. So,
well, you know what? At least it didn't hurt anything.
Yeah, it didn't hurt anything whatsoever. You're absolutely right on that.
So I definitely think it should be sent in because people don't realize you can't just look at the car. You have to look at that little bitty tiny detail. How much car is here? How much car is there? Where the lines go and compared to the tires, compared to the windshield, and stretch it out and see what you see. And I see that car.
I just sent it in just now. I sent it into them just now, so they have it.
Now, what is your take on them saying that they wanted to talk to the occupants of the car?
Oh, my take on that is that they 100% believe that those occupants know something about this case or are the perpetrators in this case.
And why not the driver?
Exactly. Why is it occupants? Did they see people run to this vehicle from a video camera somewhere else?
Exactly.
That's my main. That's the thing that I got from it, because usually they wouldn't say occupants.
Well, and they wouldn't exclude the driver.
Exactly.
I mean, that car had to be somewhere, and people were. They saw people get in that car, and the driver. It must not have been right there. They must have video of the occupants of that car by that house, and then other video of them getting in that car.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that they have some type of footage of people running to this vehicle, maybe from that, and maybe they parked in the driveway
or parked somewhere else, and then they have other footage of the same people right by that house.
You're making me get into deep thought here, and
I'm deep thought. I should be a detective, really.
Pamela says, "Is there a time limit on calls?" No, there's not a time limit on calls. I mean, if it's a good conversation, it could.
Right.
If the community thinks there should be a time limit on calls in the future, we may make that adjustment. But I mean,
yeah, I mean, I'm a detail person. I mean, I like always that. I always look behind the picture. Always. There's a reason for everything. And just like the occupants, there's a reason for that. The car couldn't have been right there at the house with the driver in it if they have it on video, or they'd want the driver. The car had to be on video just a little ways from the house, but they had to have seen the occupants, like you said, near the house, probably in one video, and then get in the car in another video.
And that's what I'm thinking. And not only that, they definitely have. They must have stopped by that gas station, because why would they have all that crime scene tape up at that gas station like they do?
Did you see that?
Yeah, I seen it on the news. We were just all right. So before I started taking calls, I had a video on
again,
and they were at a gas station and they had it taped pretty much all the way off.
Was it that one?
They had the video that I watched just before. When I first came on, they had that gas station taped off, and that was I was blown away by it, because I'm like, damn, why would they tape the whole entire gas station off like that?
Once again, go look deep into it and think about that. Why would they do that? If it's connected, the reason they would do that is they had to have found some kind of evidence there And now they're thinking there might be possibly DNA anywhere in that store.
Marlena said, good morning, everyone. Fuck yeah, that is the same car. Look at the windows, exactly the same shape.
Exactly.
Where did the pic on the right come from? Do you know who the dudes are? It came from allegedly where Jack DeCour lives at or lived at. That's allegedly.
Right, exactly. But it's all. I mean, if that gas station is connected, the evidence there, and they blocked off the whole thing, so it wouldn't be just.
You're breaking up on me a little bit.
There's something.
There you go.
Yeah, okay. That they had to have found some kind of DNA or some kind of evidence at that station, and blocked off the whole entire thing to keep it from either being disturbed or there's possibly more DNA in that store.
Man, this is I'm just blown away. We're at 472 likes out of 1,700 viewers. Can we get those likes up, guys? Come on, I know we can get the likes up.
Well, I'll keep watching and I'll call back in if because I'm a detail.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you. If you think of anything, you could always call back in. You were a great caller, and a lot of people enjoyed your call, and tons of people. I'm reading comments now.
Absolutely.
I like this woman. They're saying. They're saying I like this woman.
Good talking to you.
Yes, it was nice talking to you.
You're cutting out.
Where are you from?
All right. I'm from Archer City, Texas.
Shout out to you from Texas, and I do appreciate you. It was a great call, by the way.
All right.
You have a wonderful day, man.
That. You too.
I'll be looking for you in chat.
Hi. Oh, thank you.
No
My
problem.
uncle pulled up. I got to get off.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you. Great phone call by her. Great phone call. There was a few people that were calling, by the way. The phone line is open now. I appreciate all the great calls this morning. This was a great find by Captain Amen. Shout out to Captain Amen for sending me this video on Instagram. You did a great job with this one. This was a great find, man. It'd be crazy if it led to something, right? I'm not saying it will, but I mean, it's a striking resemblance here with these photos here. I mean, it's a striking resemblance. So, I mean, it's very telling. Charles says, if you were to dump anything in the woods, you would go East Highway 8. That's hunting routes. Somebody is this the Charles y'all were telling me to pay attention to? I'm telling y'all, I got this fucked up feeling that, the most motive out of everyone, says Marlena. Shout out to Marlena, by the way. There was a few people that called, said, love the caller. Nacho Friend said, the video on the right, if you watch it, you can see the house in the background where the yeah. Maria, I paused it on that. I could play it again. You could definitely see definitely see the house in the background. I paused it on it several times in this live, so you could go back and watch that for sure. Got gas to drive far, maybe, Gina says. Scott Black says it's 3:30 in the morning in Australia. Hey, shout out to you. Shout out to Australia. I appreciate you being here. Gaza says hi, T-REV. Check out Mercedes. I reckon if it was any other make or model of car, it's Merc CLC 180. The front and rear lights are similar, but length smaller than blue image. Okay, I got you. The pic on the right is that at the murder house. Yeah, okay, so the pic on the right is right by the murder house. Like, literally. I can show you right now. So if we go to here.
You gotta.
Right there. There's your house. There's your house right there. So let's zoom it in a little bit. There's the house right there. That's 100% the house. 100. That's 100% the house right there. What is an incel? Google it. Google it. Libcom says what if it's just the same model and make it a year? What then? Lines are open if anybody wants to call. Matter of fact, the number is at the bottom of your screen and call in right here. There was a bunch of people that called in. My bad, I missed your call. Let's see who did call in. Damn, 817-623. 817 again, 952-616-616-816. Oh, here we go. But that's definitely
Call from
Helen Wood.
To accept, press 1.
Hello, Helen.
Hello, is this a live stream?
Yes, ma'am, it is. You are live
Hi.
right now.
Okay. Well, I just have a question. I thought I saw in one of the videos last week where the three guys that were out drinking and walking, that night, and I don't know if it was 2 policemen or 1 or 3, but I thought that I saw them walking up to a white car. They had them 3 boys walk up to a white car that resembled. They said that they were in an unmarked, because they mentioned in the video that, because you can hear the boys saying, "Oh, this is an unmarked. We didn't know." And they said, "Yeah, we have new unmarked cars now, and they're highbrow. They're less on gas." But it looked just like the one that y'all are talking about. I'm not sure, but that has something to do with it. But it looked like the police were driving an unmarked white car that was parked really close to where the house was, and that's where the guys were walking. I'm not sure about it, but that's what I saw. That the policemen were were in a white unmarked vehicle that
Right.
looked kind of like the vehicle that y'all are describing. Now, it does look suspicious what that woman was saying about that other one with those 2 guys. Maybe
Mhm.
there's 2 white cars. I don't know. Maybe the police were driving a white car because those 3 boys walked up to their car and they stood because they said
That one was silver. That one was like silverish and
oh, it was silver color.
yes.
Oh my goodness, I'm bad.
No,
Well,
it happens. I mean, but the unmarked one was silver.
Oh, I'm bad. I have bad eyesight.
It's
I'm only
okay.
42, but it does look suspicious with those 2 guys, and I do have a suspicion. I think that the Jack that was I don't understand why the 2 girls were calling Jack, over and over and over, before they were killed. And also, I have a very strong suspicion that the 2 girls that were sleeping that have been disqualified and they've been all sweet and the families all love them, and do you really ever know somebody really and truly?
No.
I mean, these 2 girls have been disqualified as being really good friends, best friends, and everything. But how? I live in a 2-story house, and and you can hear things. I mean, my house is bigger than theirs, and I can hear my son's stereo. I mean, a lot of these things do not make sense. I know that they're used to loud noises and stuff, but how can these 2 girls, even if they were drinking and the door was locked, how can they not hear something? If there's being someone murdered, there's going to be screaming going on. If someone's
Right.
being stabbed, and if someone is awake and sees them being stabbed, there's going to be screaming. I mean, to the top of their lungs.
No,
I mean,
absolutely.
and these 2 girls, I don't care how, asleep they were, that would wake me up. I'm sorry. If someone is being brutally murdered, and from what I understand, one girl was decapitated. That's just, I hope not, but that is horrible. And even downstairs, someone screaming. Ethan, if he saw Xana, or Xana saw Ethan, there would be panic and they would be like screaming and if someone was stabbing somebody and the other one was alive or vice versa, they would be screaming, to the top of their lungs. And these 2 girls, I don't know how they did not hear anything. And it was just a room.
You talking about
they
Dylan and Bethany?
Yeah.
Right.
How do you, I know friends because I was in a sorority and I know how sorority girls get. They get jealous and you think that they're your best friends
you know, but
Yes,
then you
ma'am.
find out that they're not. I mean, you really don't know. I mean, I knew that their families liked they thought they were all best friends,
As soon as you
everything,
turn your
but
back, people talk shit about you. So yeah, I mean that's a
I
common
just
thing.
think that these two girls, I mean, and then what makes me think about it even more is, I don't know, like, I heard that she knocked on the door, and she couldn't get an answer. But then I heard that she saw the girl, and how can you not see all the blood and think that she's, unconscious? That would, and then I think either they're good actresses or they're innocent. I don't know. Innocent to proven guilty, but I think that these two girls could be in on it somehow. I don't know. I hope not, and I'm not blaming it. I mean, but how, one girl goes out and passes out. I mean, good grief. I mean, how could you not? I mean, hear all that commotion going on.
No, absolutely.
I
And that I've brought that up plenty of times on panels as of recent and the last week of how did they not hear anything, and was their roommate beef? Did they have beef between each other? That's 4 or 5 girls living in the same house.
Women can get vicious. I mean, I'm not bragging on myself, but I was popular in high school, and I was in a sorority. I'm a Gator girl. I live in Florida, and I was in a very big, sorority, and those girls can get vicious.
Yes, ma'am.
And they get very jealous easy, and if you look a certain way, or they want like a certain boy, or anything can make them suspicious. I mean, they're not just suspicious, but make them a little mad. It just doesn't make any sense that they did not. I mean, I wasn't ever a drinker. I don't drink alcohol. I didn't in college. I used to put Sprite in my, and ginger ale into my cup. I was very careful. I had my name on my cup. I always held it in my hand so I wouldn't get Sprite. But I didn't go to many parties or nothing because I was a teacher. I'm a teacher, so I just didn't do it because I knew I was warned about all these parties and stuff. But I just think these two girls, if they I think if they were asleep, even if they were just like passed out, I mean drunk, I mean they had to be drunk not to hear that screaming, because I'm telling you right now, when someone gets murdered, my dad was a policeman, when you hear that kind of stuff, people are screaming bloody murder. I mean, when you're getting stabbed, how can they not? And or either Ethan was screaming, or or whoever got killed first, because at this point they're saying, I don't know, it was the girl targeted. I don't know anything at this point, because we keep getting mixed messages about things. Everyone has their own opinion about it. And so did we really know? I don't think anybody really knows unless they were in there that night. But those two girls were in there, and I don't know how. And then to wake up the next day and to see them and even if they were covered up, blood seeps through the sheets. I'm sure. From what I heard, it was a very bloody mess. So Absolutely. They had to. So how, that's what's got me confused. And it has bugged me ever since I heard about it.
Right. What's your name again?
My name is Helen Wood. I'm the one that I've been trying to chat the message, but I keep sending $1.
Well, I do appreciate you.
I'm a member, but I just can't get a chat. Well, I tried to get that in there because it's been bugging me for the last, since it happened about those two girls, because you never know who your friends are. I mean, you have to watch your back now.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. And I appreciate you calling in and sharing your opinions.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take a couple more phone calls and see what everybody's got. I thank you for calling in, Helen.
I love your channel. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You.
I'm glad you remember, and I'm glad that you called in and shared your opinion. And it was a good opinion at that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. You have a great day.
You too.
I love your show. All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Call from
Ed.
to accept.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Doing good.
What's your name? I could barely hear on the other.
No, my name is Ed. I was just calling in. I was listening to your live broadcast there on YouTube.
Yes, sir.
Is this live now? Or?
Yeah, we're live right now. You say what you feel.
Yeah, I was just in response to your last call. Nowadays, the last lady was kind of thinking it might have been the roommates, the two girls there, but I would never believe that. Nowadays these kids have these earbuds and stuff. They're listening to their music when they go to sleep. I mean, I do not believe that was these kids that did that. There is a one-man army here that did the whole thing, is what I believe. I couldn't see it being any other way.
Right.
Something similar to Ted Bundy. I mean, could you just see two girls doing this, and there would be so much more evidence in the house. I mean, it's just not even possible.
No, I don't see those two girls. I don't see the two roommates doing this at all, or like physically acting out and doing this. No, I don't. Absolutely
no,
not.
But I mean, I don't even think they knew anything about it. I don't think it's anything like that at all. I mean, in my opinion, anyway.
I mean, that was like one of my theories, but not like that's not my first or second. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I definitely do not think that I don't think they did. I don't think they did.
No, when kids are drinking heavy and stuff, really, you don't hear anything really when you pass out after a long night of drinking. There could be screaming going on in the house and you wouldn't hear it. And like I said, a lot of times it just seems like these kids are wearing earbuds. And when you put those things in, you would never hear anything outside of that.
You're right. Absolutely. They ain't going to hear nothing, especially if I think they got home at 1 a.m. Was it Dylan and Bethany got home at 1 a.m.? If they were drunk, they laid down, didn't even have earbuds in. If you're drunk as shit and you come home and pass out, man, like you're dead to the world till you wake up.
Exactly. Yeah. It's just funny to me that how did the other two not get the same thing? Just that's kind of the odd thing, to me anyway. Like, what was it with just these 2 bedrooms that they went into or whatever, instead of a third and a fourth or something? I mean, that just doesn't make sense. I don't know. I mean, this is a really weird case.
Yeah, this case is definitely super weird. It's definitely a super weird case, man.
What is this exactly? Something about a white car? There was a white car seen outside of the crime scene that evening or something, and then later they taped up a gas station. What is all that? I just heard that.
They just released footage from the gas station. Now they showed the gas station. They have it taped off, and then they released the picture to the left on the screen that you see now. They released that out to the public nationwide, and then what was sent to me on the right here is literally about, I'd say 200 yards, maybe not even that from the murder house. So in general, the one on the right is from Instagram and it's not too far from the murder house. It's literally right there. And I want to say allegedly this is Jack DeCour's house or where he was staying at, or in a, general space of where he was staying at. So that's why I had this screenshot here. So this one car to the right is literally right by the murder house, and that's the type of vehicle they're looking for. So it kind of looks identical to this vehicle that we're looking to on the left, if you ask me. I mean, it's close. It's a very close resemblance.
Well, hopefully that is the case. They can get this thing solved for the parents,
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so for sure.
But yeah, my basic thing was I just called in because I don't believe for 1 minute that it was those girls like that previous lady kind of thought. I know people can scream, they can do all they want, but when someone's in their own bedroom, I don't know what floor, they could be on different floors. I have no idea, but they're not going to hear that. Not when they're hammered like that. So I just don't think those girls had anything to do with it whatsoever. Not at all. And that the kids at that age they're not good enough at lying. They're interrogated questioned. I mean, there's just not a chance they're going to get away at that age. No way. So,
right.
But anyway, I appreciate what you're doing, and it's interesting. Listen.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate you calling in.
All right, thank you.
And you have a good one.
Yep, you too. Yeah, bye.
Good caller, good caller, good caller. Shout out to everybody calling in. Anybody else want to call in and speak in? I got multiple calls, so let's see. I missed tons of calls while I was on the line. Wow, a lot of you called in. All right, 646. Go.
Call from
James.
Hey, what's up, man? Chains.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, my man?
Not much, not much. I catch your show a few times here and there. I think you're doing pretty good. You know, you're doing pretty good coverage.
I appreciate you, brother. So what do you think about these vehicles here? I hear echo in the background. Is that the stream?
Let me shut off the TV.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
No, I just wanted, before I say something about the white car, I wanted to touch on, like, the last caller or most people talking about, you know, since it was in pairs, everybody was paired up. If you sneak into somebody's bedroom and two people in the same bed lying next to each other, and you got a maniac or psychopath, you know, plunging down with this fucking huge knife one time into a vital spot and then again to the next person, nobody's screaming. You know, you might, you know, pop up like that gasping, but it could have been no screaming, really, if you think about it. It's not like you do one, finish the first one, then go for the second one. You know, within less than 5 seconds, you could hammer that knife down into two people quickly, and you know, like that. So then there might have been any type of screaming for the downstairs people to hear, or even the people on the second floor, or vice versa, wherever this, you know, scale went upstairs or downstairs.
Right.
But yeah, I don't think, like, I was speaking with my brother, and he's like, that sounds a little shady that the cops want to, like, speak to somebody in a white. He's like, the white car is definitely involved, or you know, definitely a suspect used that car, because they wouldn't be going so heavy. Like, oh, we just want to talk to you and see if you've seen something. Like, that don't make no sense, because if that's true, those people in the white car would have seen this already and hit them up and said, yeah, oh, I was driving back from a friend's house, blah, blah, blah. So it's probably a good chance that, you know, the maniac is definitely in that car or involved with that car.
Yeah, I mean, so you think the car's connected to the case?
Yeah, I definitely think the car's connected, and it's just...
That's why it's nationwide, you know?
Yeah, 100%. Definitely leave out of Idaho. Everybody keep their eyes open. I'm over here in New York, and, you know, that sounds a little silly, but, you know, you never know. You never, ever know. So,
well, I mean, the people that killed young Dolph, they were caught in Indiana, so, and they came up from Tennessee, but I mean, that's not far, but still, anybody can travel any direction.
Right. I'm not so sure it's one of these young kids. You know, what this person did is really, really sick and heavy. Like, I don't think a young kid really honestly has that negative energy to do something like that. You know, we're talking about next level fucking crazy maniac psychopath. Like, but I'll just leave it off with it's crazy how quick they're talking about the cases. How could a case go cold in 1 month? Like,
right.
In one crime scene where somebody gets murdered, the forensics, fingerprint, touch DNA, the blood, that takes weeks, maybe a month. Now you're talking about 4 people, all contamination. You know, somebody got hit first, and then after that, somebody got hit second. So that's a mixture. Then go to the third. Then go to the last person. I mean, it's just a complete mess. So to thoroughly go over all all that, testing and forensics and all that. I would imagine it's going to be at least 2 months, 3 months to get all that stuff situated. And then if the person's not in the system, hasn't been arrested, you got to figure that out. But I think this isn't going to be a Delphi situation. I hope we get wrapped up within 6 months, hopefully tops.
Absolutely, for sure. I agree with you on that one. Well, I appreciate you calling in, man. Thank you, man. Shout out to you in New York.
Yeah, God bless. Well, you're in Indiana?
I'm on the line. I'm right by Chicago and Indiana. Like I live on my address is in Indiana, but I mean I literally could walk into Chicago right now.
What is it, Gary? I think on the phone.
Say again.
It's close. Gary.
Nah, I'm closer. I mean I'm Hammond. Like I literally I'm 10, 15 minutes from O Block.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's bad out here.
I'm going to 63rd.
Yeah, no doubt. But I appreciate you calling in, man. You have a great one. I'll be looking for you. What's your name in chat?
No, I just watch. I'm not really too tech savvy, so I gotta figure that out and get involved that way. But
no doubt, brother.
I put on YouTube, I search you, and then I check the videos, whether they're live or played already.
Oh, okay, man. I appreciate you calling in, and I hope you have a good day, brother. Thank you for your insight.
God bless. Thank you.
Yeah, God bless you, man. Good caller. Next one. Anybody else wants to call in? Yeah, I just got home from Chicago. All right, here we go. 870.
Call from
Mike Jones.
Mike Jones. You on the line, brother? What's up?
Hey, I was going to give you something that you might be interested in.
Yes, sir.
If you look at a picture that Chris McDonald took of the interview room, he took it on Thanksgiving Day.
Okay.
It was 20 degrees that night when the killer made his entrance.
Yes, sir.
It's a picture of his boot print with blood. Chris was looking below the balcony. I looked above the balcony. I enlarged the picture. You can go to, it's, what do you call the thumbnail or whatever that you put on your stream or whatever. Anyway, if you go to that and pull that picture up and go up to the balcony on the deck, right there is a beanbag chair.
Okay.
And I was looking for something that didn't belong, and the beanbag chair didn't belong. I couldn't make sense out of that, so I enlarged the picture. And I got to looking at it, and there's a boot print there with blood. And I believe the killer entered the second floor, ground level, killed the two people on the second floor, went upstairs on the third floor, killed those two, exited through the sliding glass doors on the third floor on the balcony, went to the beanbag chair, stepped over it. When he stepped over the rail on the deck boards, he left it full boot print there. And you can also see blood. What appears to be blood on the first deck board, starting from the very back. Well, not starting away from the house.
You're talking about Chris, who went there that found the glove, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I watch him a lot. He's actually a really good retired homicide detective. Does cold cases now?
Yeah. Uh huh.
Yeah. No, he's the one that he found that glove. He went there and found that glove.
Yeah, he found that Thanksgiving Day. But I don't think Chris.
The interview room, man. They do. He does good work. Him and his wife.
I don't think he's ever seen that boot print though, because he was studying the window. He was studying everything under the balcony. I was looking at everything up above it,
Right.
And the room below, I think he said he thought it was empty. I think it's empty because there's no curtains or shades there, and I believe that's where the dog was locked up in that room. As far as the girls being able to hear, they were in almost a completely different house below ground. You know, they had earth on that wall beside them. Of course, there was a hallway going up. So whether they could hear or not, I don't know. You know, if they're knocked out and sound asleep and they're down there, you know, I don't know whether they could hear or not. You know, that's not for me to decide. But this picture you got here, you know, that's the same car, and I hate to say it, but I think Jack S done it.
No, so you think Jack S allegedly done it, huh?
Isn't he the one that does all the hunting and done their slaughter out in the field? And
yeah,
they had a picture of him with a knife.
Right.
He just has. If that's him in the picture, okay, he would know to go up behind that house and watch through binoculars, or just not. He might not even need them, you know, to see through the windows, you know, and see what's going on. And let's say, you know, he's jealous or whatever, and well, he sees this other guy in there, you know.
Yes, sir.
And he's already mad, you know. Also, a lady on one show I was watching, she said that at the county fair in Moscow, they were selling knives in September. So it's
knives in September.
Yeah. It's a possibility he bought that knife at the booth at the fair, you know, if they could find out who was running that booth and who they sold the knife to, what he looked like, you know. That might be of help. But I know it's a boot print. I've had several people look at it, you know, before I sent it into the tip line, and then I sent an email picture of it into the police about probably 3 weeks ago.
Send it in to me. I definitely like to take a look at it.
You can go to the interview room.
I see it. Somebody just sent it in to me right now, matter of fact.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, I got it right now. Something like this right here.
Can you put it on the screen?
Yeah, I got it on screen right now.
It's not on my TV screen. Oh, here you go. Yeah, there you go. See the beanbag chair?
Mm-hmm.
All right, pull in closer. All right, see it? Okay, to your left. That first deck board has blood on it. Count 4 of them over. The fourth one over in the middle has the full boot print. I can see the boot print from here. All right, look close. Pull it up. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, and you'll see the boot print. It appears to be a left boot print where he stepped over the rail, probably used a beanbag, and then he leaped down from there, which told me he was a younger guy to be able to do that, you know. You see that, what looks red there?
Yep.
All right, go to your fourth board.
So you're saying
count 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, from the end, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, right over here.
All right, count in 1, 2, 3, 4, right there. All right,
yeah.
See the boot print?
Where at? Like in here? Because this, hold up, let me see.
Right there.
I see what you're talking about. I see what you're looking at.
Right on the tip of the shoe.
Oh wow, this is Marlena sent this in. Yep, Marlena sent this in. Paula says that's paint wearing off. There's people with mixed reactions in the chat. Let's see. I see two red boards. Yep, good eye. Elizabeth says, let's see, not far if you hang off the deck and jump down. Yeah, that's not far if you hang off of that and jump down for sure.
Right.
That ain't that far. You could do it. I'd jump off of it.
Oh yeah, especially if your adrenaline, pumped up and you just killed 4 people and you're wanting to get away from there. You might even throw the knife to the ground, then jump.
Said you need to alert the police ASAP.
I figured he brought the beanbag chair out to jump onto and just forgot it, in a hurry. Or maybe he just used it to get over the rail.
I wonder what kind of, is that like roses on the tree there? I wonder if it's from that. You see those roses?
I don't know what could make it.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
You're probably gonna have to pull in closer to actually see it. But it's all that black is probably from the trees, and
it's definitely a little weird. It's odd.
That's a man-made design, which
right?
Would be a boot. Some people can see it, some can't. I've showed it to several people, and they're, oh yeah, that's a footprint. All right, yeah. The majority.
You're talking about this right here in this area.
All right, there's blood right there, where your arrow's at on that board. All right,
you're talking about right there.
Move your arrow. I don't see where you're at.
Right where my hand's at. You're saying this is blood right here? Or
move the arrow. I don't see the arrow anymore.
Nah, it's on the screen.
But it's that metal deck board that's got the boot print on it. It's
right.
Like a left boot print.
Yeah, let me see.
And nothing could make that design. I mean, all that black's off the trees, I guess, But why would you have a beanbag chair out there?
Yeah, that's a good point. Why would you? Why would that be right there? Especially when you can just put your leg up over top of it.
See up under there, see that the 2 windows there? I believe that room's empty.
You believe up this room in the bottom floor?
Yeah, the second floor, which is under the balcony. It doesn't have any shades or curtains on the windows. I believe that's probably where the dog was locked in the room.
Okay. That could possibly.
But that house is so easy to break into. I've installed windows like that and sliding doors, and they're so easy.
You said you sent this to police 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, they've had that for a while.
Good catch. It's a good catch.
If you look at it long enough at fourth board, you'll see the boot print. There's no other way. Nothing made that other than it's man-made. But it's going to be a middle deck board. All right. Go over to the right. Pull it back up large. Go over to 1, 2, 3, 4. Count 1, 2, 3, 4. In.
Right here. Yeah. This is 4 over right here. Somebody
enlarge it so you can see it.
No,
I can see it.
It's pretty large. 345%. Let's see. I'm not seeing it, but maybe you could circle it for me and email it to me. I thought
What's your email?
It's
email in chat.
Yeah, I'll put it in chat and then I'll drop it up on I'll put it up on the screen for you. Let me see. I just dropped it. Jeff said, "Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you." He said, "I emailed you some pics of the camera from the mobile gas station." Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. I'm gonna check that too.
I don't know what else I can add to it other than there's a ladder on the other end of the house. I don't know why it's there on the opposite end of the house from this.
Yeah, no, that's definitely weird.
But I mean that other guy that he walks off to the right, I don't know who it is. That's suspicious as hell, you know. When he's watching those girls, you know, at the food truck.
Right.
When they leave, he leaves. You know, I've heard different stories that he was just going to follow them home and everything. He lived in the neighborhood, which might be that white car. I don't know. But
man, there's been about 30 missed calls. That's why they're blowing up. They're going crazy.
And I'll try to pull that picture up and circle it for you. I'm not real good at computers, so.
I got you. I'll send you. I'll put the email in the chat for you.
If you look at that fourth deck board, look at what's different on that outside of that deck board. All right, you pulled in real close to it now. You can see the boot print. I don't know, it's easy for me because I know where to look, you know. But it's on the outside, about middle of the bean bag, but it's on the outside of the rail. And it almost looks like a knee print or something in the top of the bean bag. So I don't know.
I'm not seeing the boot print, but if you can get it to me, I'd definitely like to look at it. Maybe it's, but yeah, no, it's nice to have you on here, Mike Jones.
All right, bud.
I appreciate you, brother. Send that over to me. I'll be looking for it.
Okay.
All right, I'll put the email in chat for you. All right, my bad, guys. I've seen like 30 missed calls. My bad. You guys can call back if you want. But yeah, this right here is crazy. That's the first time I've seen that. I didn't even know that last one was floating around there. Like, that's the first time I've seen that. Thank you, Marlena, by the way.
Call from Mary.
Hello, Mary. You were live.
Okay, hold on. Let me pause you on my live. Okay. I hope you guys can hear me. I just got off work not too long ago. I wanted to talk about, like, first, I think that we need to, like, slow down, all of us, because Ellie's statements, like law enforcement statements, I take them like coded messages,
right?
Because really they talking to the killer. That's how I look at this. And so when I go back to the very beginning, they told us that it was targeted. Then they tried to back it back, and then they brought it back. Okay, so I'm going to stick with that. It was targeted, right?
Right.
And then I say, well, my next thing would be, why did Kayla call Jack so much? She called him so much, he wasn't answering the phone, so she had her homegirl call him. Well, he not answering for me, so girl, maybe he'll answer for you. That's some stuff that, like, we do, I have done as a teenager. Like when my now husband was pissed at me, we were arguing or whatever, I'd be like, girl, he won't answer me, but he might answer you. So I honestly think that maybe her and Jack had got into it about something. Her dad went on to say something about she was saying we share a dog together or whatever. So using the dog as a pun, whatever. So, okay, so we get that part, right? So that makes Jack look suspicious because I'm thinking in my mind, like, did he get real pissed off? I'm talking about Jack D. Did he get really pissed off and they was trying to calm him down, speculating allegedly, okay? And they thought they seen him on the outside of the house. And so they were calling him like ring, ring, ring. But then he didn't answer, so they laid down and went to sleep. Okay. Now, in the very beginning, when we go back, I saw online, just like a butthole, everybody got an opinion. I saw online that the roommate had took Murphy and put Murphy in the room with them. Now, I don't know if it's a basement because it don't seem like it's a traditional basement. It seems like it's a walkout. Okay, like their rooms are on the first level, like when you walk in the front door, from what I've seen. So if it's true that the reason she was calling, Kaylee was calling Jack, was because she was looking for Murphy, and they had put Murphy up, this tells me that there was something that they had never done before. So, because if they had done it before, then Kaylee would have known to get with them and ask them, hey, you guys see Murphy? Do y'all got Murphy down here or whatever? So that tells me that, number one, if that is true, that it was some shenanigans going on, because why of all nights would you take Murphy and put him anywhere else other than with his mom, because this is her last night. When we go back to Jack D, that's another thing. If you guys done broke up, y'all done been together 5 years, that means that Kaylee was like 15 or 16. He like 5 or 6 years older than her. We ain't even gonna talk about pedophilia with that, okay?
Right.
I've seen a lot of stuff that people miss, because that means he was 21 and she was 15 or 16. Okay? So it's like you can't get a girl your own age. That's kind of like making him look real suspect to me too. Then like we all know, you know, the dog, we all think that the dog knew whoever it was in the house. But moving on, the weapon that we talking about. Okay, so I think we all need to give it up for Mr. G. Okay, Mr. C be letting all the business hang out. So he said recently that the coroner told him that Kaylee had big gashing open wounds. I work in healthcare, guys. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
A pickaxe. First of all, it takes great force to open a sternum. Okay. So we're going to go back to what the coroner said. She said on the interview that they had stab wounds and all of them had been stabbed in their upper chest. So their mortar wounds was something to their upper chest area. That could have been a throat slice. That could have been somebody with a pickaxe. People saying why they didn't hear nobody scream. That could have been that they didn't hear nobody scream. If somebody, you sleep or you unexpectedly come across a killer in your house and they got something like a pickaxe, they do not have to hold you down. You ain't got time to scream and all this stuff, and they just hit you hard as hell in the chest with it. Bam, that's it. You out of breath and you bleed now. If they hit your lungs, you are swallowing blood. You are drowning in your blood. You're not doing too much of anything other than bleeding.
Yes, ma'am.
As they pull it back, okay, remember they said a fixed blade. So a pickaxe is still a fixed blade. So when they pull it back, blood is splashing everywhere. Okay? It's splashing when they pull back on it. It's splashing. It's getting on them. It's getting everywhere. I hate to be morbid, guys, but this is what it was. It was a horrible scene. So when they're like, oh, they all died in their sleep, like they were peaceful, just peaceful and just didn't wake up no more, that's bull crap. That's not how these people died. And I honestly think that it was not like a K-bar style knife. I think it was something like a pickaxe, because it makes a lot of sense, like how Ethan was found, how his body was kind of blocking the door. If he got hit a couple of times, but he had not bled out, he got up after the killer left out and he was trying to make it out the door, and he fell in front of the door, blocking the door. That makes a lot of sense to me, because being in hand-to-hand combat and to stab somebody through the sternum, that takes listen, during the autopsy, they cut the sternum open with a saw. That's how hard it is. So you're going to need, like I heard them say maybe he was on roids, maybe. Then you got the boys that's doing the homosexuality, whatever. Look, I don't judge you, do whatever you do, live your life. But if they got caught doing that, because 8:30, 9 o'clock is early as heck to be at a party. So Dana and Ethan showed up early. That makes a lot of sense. They saw whoever doing whatever. Those dudes probably ran behind them, pulling up their pants like, wait. They got into it. Speculation out, allegedly, okay? They got into it. This right here explains the gap in the time between Ethan and Dana leaving the party and getting home. If they were running scared, hiding from somebody, hiding in the bushes. Okay, they ain't coming. Okay, let's just go to the house. We'll go to the house. We'll talk about what we're going to do there. And bam, they get there and somebody is there to kill them. We still got Jack S. that acting weird and strange as I don't know what, because if he was there, right, to take the girls home or to see the girls to safety, right? Well, he did a horrible ass job at it, because first of all, his car was parked around the corner. So he did not get in the car with the girls. So how you seeing them home? Then, if you got home, if they felt so safe with you, why they didn't leave and ride with you? Being that y'all live so close in proximity. So these are the questions. These are the questions that are playing in my mind. The car situation, to me, yeah, the car has a lot to do with it, but we're so focused on the car now. That's all we talking about, for
Is it a
real.
distraction? Do you think it's a distraction?
It's a distraction. Yes, the car might have something to do with it. And I'm pretty sure it does. But like I told y'all, I had saw when I saw that car, a car parked in the parking lot, the white Honda Elantra, whatever. It had a Washington State honor, a Medal of Honor tag on it. Okay, when I cross-reference that with how many people in the state of Idaho, ex-military members have been in the military and have a Medal of Honor or whatever, it came up with this person with the name of Carter. So when the caller earlier was talking about a Carter, I was like, I seen that, but I thought that it was the last name. It was like an older man. He's like 45, 50. He was in the Marines. He does like a lot of philanthropy work and stuff like that. So I was like, could it be his son? They go to, I'm speculating, could it be his son? They go, but I be working 16 hours, so I don't have time to investigate really like I want to. But yeah, so that's it, guys. That's all I say. It's like, don't focus on, oh, well, this window looks the same. Yeah, the car looks the same to me. Okay, but then what? If we're going to solve this, then what?
Yeah.
Then if the car looks the same, we don't have a tag number. We cannot see a driver. Don't get stuck on the fact that whether or not the windows are tinted or not, because the police is just giving you a general idea. This looks like, we're looking for a car. It's a Hyundai Elantra, 2011 to 2013. For all we know, the rims are different. For all we know, the car been painted or wrapped or whatever. You know what I'm saying? If there wasn't tint, there is tint. If there was tint, there's no tint. You know what I'm saying? So those type of things can change. I think we need to get back to focus on who these people are and these dirty moves that they're making. Not focus so much on these people who want these 15 minutes of fame, like this Arman or Anand dude. That's a chef,
Oh,
like,
yeah. You seen the interview?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Oh, man.
Dude, you can't cook me nothing with all that hair on your face. But yeah, and then also I think that somebody needs to look into the fact that they have just opened. I want to say they opened it in November. Okay, it was either October, November. A axe throwing place, like a sports place where they throw axes and they deal with like fixed blade knives and things like this. Could be something, could be nothing. But whoever did this, I do believe that they knew them. I do believe that they were targeted. I do believe that they put the dog up. Or that for some reason the dog was put up. I don't believe that Kaylee put the dog into a separate room, knowing that she was leaving to go out of town, to Texas. She would want to spend as much time as she could with the dog. So
right.
I just don't get it. So, and that's it. And as for the other man that's saying that that's blood, I don't know if it's blood. I can't see a boot print. But it looked like it's little berries on the porch to me. As for why the little beanbag, because it's a college. I mean, it's a college kid's house. That's the type of stuff that they have. Maybe they got tired of it being in the house and they just threw it out there, so they could stop looking at it. Another suspicious thing is center block being underneath the window downstairs that did not have a screen on it. I mean, like we all seen that. These are things that we have seen. The center blocks are literally under the window. Like if you were going to push yourself up into the window had no spring. So for all we know, this person could have been there 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months ago. They could have been there and unlocked the window. We have no idea, or they have police all the time. A person could have been there, unlocked the window, a door, or what have you, and came in. I heard that all the kids had the coded locks on their doors and that somebody's door was locked from the outside. I've heard a lot of things. So you cannot unlock a code door from the outside unless you had a code. I don't care about no stalker looking through the window. If he looking through the window, he's not going to be able to see outside of an interior door. He'll be able to see the inside of the door, but not the door not the lock that faces the hallway. And so we're right. It's somebody really close, really close.
That's
so you guys have a great day.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate you calling in.
No problem. Bye-bye.
That was a great call. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Call from
Will.
What's up, Will? You're on the line. You're live. What's up? Will?
Hello?
Yeah, it's Will? You're live. What's up?
Yes. Man, I'm a little sick, so bear with me. I love your channel, love what you do.
I appreciate you, brother.
A couple other things is we got to go back to the food truck guy who initially, when questioned, was said that he followed the girls because they were intoxicated and he knew the boyfriends and the boyfriends were out of town. But then once we start going through things, we found out Jack wasn't out of town. That's one. Secondly, if you Google map the parking lot around the food truck where the guy walked off to the right, there is a parking lot in the back. I don't believe the white car came from the house, which that's not the reason we first, the police released it. I believe they knew that car with cameras throughout the city at 3, 4 in the morning. That car was around the city, possibly at the food truck. Another thing is the boyfriend supposedly came to the house the morning of the murders, came over. He was best friends with the male victim.
Right.
He was so distraught and, couldn't believe it, but never did him or anyone else say he went through that house looking for his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. If your girlfriend or ex is known to live in a house where someone is murdered, the logic thing to do for me would be to look for in that house for my girlfriend.
Yeah, no doubt.
That was strange.
Mm-hmm.
That was strange. Another thing was the roommates supposedly said it was when they called 911, it was just an unconscious person. Not there's blood everywhere, my roommate's murdered. Just unconscious. When trauma events happen, the first thing you do, and I teach my kids, is to point things out. The first 2 or 3 things you can see of a person that's strange or an incident, name them. When you see blood and death, you don't say, one of my roommates is unconscious. You're just screaming dead, blood, whatever. You're getting the information out quickly as you can, even if she passed out.
Right.
So I just think we have to focus on the main details. Another thing that is strange is this is a college neighborhood, families, things like that. If you looked at the way the father looked at the ex-boyfriend at the memorial, that was telling when he was around the mother. He wanted nothing to do with the boyfriend. The boyfriend locked eyes with him and never took his eyes off of him.
Right.
If you look at just the brutality of the murders, you start some people, doesn't matter height, weight, strength is strength. But if you just look at the suspects or the potential suspects, because this is all alleged, at just the size you would have to be to commit these kind of murders, the ex fits the bill versus everyone else we have that we know of. Now, this could be a random person. I'm just speculating.
Absolutely.
About these things. So I think we have to focus in on the facts of it. Sometimes what people do or don't do is telling. My last point is if the food truck guy, his family or him has not said a word, even if he doesn't because he's tired of getting bashed and this and that, you would think his family at some point already would have came out and tried to clear his name, confirm his story or something None of his family has done any of that. They have been silent.
Yeah. No.
Nothing has been said about that. So to drive 5 hours at 3 a.m. to your parents' cabin or whatever, that makes no sense to me either.
Yeah, it never made sense to me from the get-go. It never had.
Yes. So I think the information we are getting from police, they're putting out what they want. A lot of it, some tactics is not to scare the perpetrator who they think, and a lot of it is shit that they know and they're gonna put it out. But it's not randomly put out. So that knife, believe it was that kind of knife. It was circulated through the FBI and specialists to come up with that kind of knife. That car is a interest. They put that out for a reason. I believe they're close to whoever they're gonna try to bring charges on, but they can't do it too quickly because you have a certain amount of time to prosecute and have your evidence and all of that. So they're not gonna do it, bring us possible suspect in or someone they think just to question them, and it may take another 6 months. So, man, you do great work. Keep it up. I love your channel. One of the realest out there, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. And that was a good breakdown. A lot of people liked your call too, man. I do appreciate that.
Hey, not a problem. I'll be watching still, man. Keep doing your thing.
Yes, sir. I'll definitely be having a lot more call-ins. So if you ever feel like calling in, just call in, man.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Respect. See, where you coming from? What state you in?
Texas.
Then shout out to Texas, man. Cowboys all day, you know?
Yes, sir.
All right, my brother. Good call. Good calls. Good calls. The last 2 calls, very good.
Call from
Kelly.
to accept, press.
All right, my brother. What?
Good call. Hello?
Yeah. Is this, you said Shelly? This Shelly?
Sally.
Yes, ma'am. You're live. What's going on?
Hi there. One of the things I'd like to talk about is Jack D dyeing his hair brown.
Yes,
you know, that reminds me of the Scott Peterson case, you know, because he was getting ready to flee, right, to Mexico and dyed his hair, had his brother's ID. I'm just wondering if Jack was ready to get out of town, you know, get over the border, because was he trying to disguise himself? I mean, he could have just shaved and put on a baseball hat and a pair of sunglasses and no one would have recognized him. I mean, how often did he walk the dog? I mean, the dog would have been more of a giveaway than his red hair, right? He could have done other things to camouflage himself or just leave. You know, I don't know where his parents live, but everybody else was off for, you know, Thanksgiving vacation. So I'm not sure where he went, but I think there's a big problem with Jack. I think he got their calls. He knew they were home. And I think he walked over and did it. I think he went right up the stairs. Steve gives us little hints, saying like he didn't need to go to the 3rd floor. Well, yes, he did, because he wanted to get to Kaylee. I think he opened Kaylee's bedroom door and put the dog in there when he saw, you know, then he knew he had to kill 2 people, right?
Right.
So then he shut the door, put the dog in there, shut the door, and went in and killed both the girls. And, you know, killing 2 people at once with arms flailing around, and, you know, that's a big job. And then Steve also said recently, last couple of days, that Kaylee's bed was made. So she really hadn't moved out all her stuff. Maybe the bed came with it. You know, maybe it's kind of a semi-furnished apartment, because I know in the Zillow pictures for the real estate, it has that leather sofa is in those pictures. So maybe it comes with some, you know, rudimentary basic stuff, beds, a dresser, the sofa, you know, that sort of thing. But that's my theory. I think we got to look really close. And like the other caller said, when Jack D stares at Steve on a stage for the vigil, I mean, it's a wonder Jack D didn't drop dead right there when the look Steve gave him, because that was done on purpose. See, Steve gives us hints. He can't stand the kid. You could just tell by the way he looked. But That's basically all I have to say.
Well, I thank you for sharing your opinion. No doubt, though, the look that eye contact was very telling, though, like you just said.
Oh my gosh, he should have been frozen into a block of ice. I kind of gasped. I went, oh, ooh, and everybody saw it. Everybody saw it. And here, let me just say this one thing that, mental illness for men usually hits like 20, 19, 20, 21. So maybe Jack is just having something come on him because here these drunk girls are calling him. He knows it, he knows they're drunk, 3 a.m. And, I'm sure he was thinking, I'm good for a booty call, but I can't really go out with you guys.
Right.
I think that could have fired but yeah, he was definitely getting rejected. He was, he has all the motives. And like the girl was talking about the pickaxe, he actually balanced an axe on his, or was that the other one? Was that Jackass? I don't know. It's really sad when you could come up with like 3 or 4 possibilities of someone that could kill you.
Right.
Like, I'm sitting here at my kitchen table. How many people, if I got killed, how many people would they look at that were sketchy in my life that, didn't like me? It's going to take a while, but DNA tests are done like in 24 hours now. They have a quick DNA that can come out in 2 hours. So people are thinking it's just going to take weeks and weeks. It's going to take weeks and weeks to compare all this stuff. But, I don't think we have as much evidence as what they're kind of portraying. And I think the white car is just a distraction.
So you think it is a distraction?
Yep. Just to give the YouTubers something to do. Just to give them something to do so they aren't talking about.
A lot of people saying that in the comments, and oh man, I think you might be onto something with it. I mean, you're not the only one that said that. I've seen about 100+ comments say they think that this white car is a distraction, but it's nationwide and it's on all the news channels. I mean, my dad's in Virginia and he's seen about it. So
yeah, well, it could be. Cops could get mixed up. They've given us bad information before, haven't they? Several times, given us bad information. But when you talk to the local people, there was an interview with a guy that lived there with his kids. They're not moving. I don't think people are like really scared to death. There's murders all over the place. I don't think you pack up and move, just because there's a murder in your town. And there are towns where people really don't lock their doors. And that is so, I don't know. I lock and double check my door before I go to bed. I'm telling you.
You have to these days with all the crazies out there. You got to these days.
Well, and that's the thing is Kaylee wasn't even supposed to be in town.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if, she just pulled up on us. I don't know if she was posting on Instagram. So Jack could have seen her, but I'd really like to take a look at Jack's arms. I'll tell you that much. But see, he can explain himself. He can explain himself away because he's been in that house a whole bunch of times.
I wonder if they did take a look at his arms already, which is why they said they cleared him. But they didn't specifically say they cleared him. If you go to the Moscow updates and you look at every single one of them, it says man and food truck footage cleared. But how many men are in that food truck footage? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like saying a man is cleared is not telling me that man's name. There's several men in that footage. So that's the part that fucks with me a little bit is they're not saying, okay, allegedly Jack Showalter's cleared. They're saying man and food truck footage cleared, which is just that's weird.
Well, and that's why I can't figure out why there aren't more people coming forward that were at the bar with them, that corner club. Why aren't some of the patrons coming forward or a bartender? Somebody will pay them to do an interview. Why aren't they coming forward and saying, they were partying with this guy or that guy? I mean, the police might be interviewing people, but why isn't there more information? If the bar had 30 people in it, you'd think maybe 10 people would come forward and say, I saw him there. Someone was buying shots for him because, the heavyset guy that said, ew, when she walked by. That's been edited out of most of the videos, that comment. But I cannot believe he would say that. Drunk or not drunk, those girls are not an ew.
Right.
You know, if they're just having fun and laughing, you know, I could see if somebody was carrying them out, or, you know, they were throwing up or something like that. But they were happy-go-lucky. They were still standing around, and I don't know. Do we know for sure that's Jackass? Do we actually know for sure? Because that's pretty grainy. You know, when did he get kicked out of the bar? Was he just milling around waiting because he had been buying them shots? Because they were trying to, Kaylee and what was the other girl's name?
Kaylee
Maddie.
and Madison Mogan and
They were-
Kaylee Goncalves.
Yeah, and they didn't have money to buy that fettuccine. They were trying to use their points. So that's
Right.
not the first time they were there. So what were they spending at the bar?
Yeah, no.
You know.
You got a point there.
So I think somebody, you know, might have been buying them drinks, whoever that was. But, you know, it's so weird to watch that footage of them. It's a little unusual, but I hope they find the killer. I really like Steve. I don't care how much he blabs. Don't care. I think I'd bust the scene right open. I really would. Like with the other cases we've seen where the parents have said, "Yeah, I know some stuff, but I can't tell." Well, you know, it's been several years. Tell us what you know that was, you know, given to you on the fly, because
Right.
Steve's obviously seen pictures of the crime scene if he knew Kaylee's bed was made.
Exactly.
How would he know that?
Yeah, Steve
So,
is.
all right. I already said I was done before.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's okay. No, you're fine. I appreciate you calling. Where are you calling in from?
I'm in Northeast Ohio, right next to Cleveland. So having a cold day today.
Yeah, it's cold out here too. I'm not too far from there.
Yeah, that's what you said, Chicago. There used to be a big bus that traveled back and forth, and me and my girlfriends took it once and shopped in downtown Chicago. That's kind of a nice area.
Yeah, it's nice until you get to the hundreds.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
brutal.
we didn't venture far. We just, you know, did the little shopping area, but
It's nice out
you know,
that way. For sure.
Chicago's the home of one-way streets.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh yeah, because I was a former Playboy bunny, and we went to the Playboy Club in Chicago for the night, just as, you know, just for fun. And it took us about 3 hours once we hit Chicago to get to this place.
Oh wow.
Because we could, yeah, it wasn't 3 hours, but you know, it took us a good long time of driving around before we could get in and get that. So that was that was fun, but it was busy, so a lot of people could find it, just not us.
That's crazy. Well, I appreciate you calling in,
Okay,
Shelly.
those are the weird things. I think Jack coloring his hair is just so beyond weird.
Oh yeah,
And that's
for
what
sure.
I'm saying. For mental health, mental illness crops up in weird ways like that. I mean, what dude would? I mean, can you imagine you being involved somewhere peripheral of a crime somewhere, and you go out and dye your hair? You know, how bizarre is that?
Yeah, no, that's.
But I think the cops have an eye on him.
Oh, for sure. Definitely. I think they're looking at everybody closely, but you know, they're holding it close to the vest, so
Well, he has some major motives. So nobody else has that many. You know, broken heart, the dog, her putting him on the back burner while, you know, she sows her wild oats. You know, just like the mom said. Well, we don't know. Well, you know, they were going to get married and have kids. She was just being a brat. I'm like, well, you know, maybe there are things that mom and dad don't know, that he was a jerk, you know?
yeah. That's true. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Shelly.
All right.
I
Thank
missed
you. I
about
love your show.
99 calls. I'm probably gonna get stabbed in my neck over this. You never know. No, I'm just.
All right. You have a blessed day.
I'm getting stabbed in the chat. That's crazy. But thank you. You have a blessed day.
You too. Bye.
All right, I've missed 99 calls. I'm about to get tortured. Make sure you guys call in. I'm waiting. Okay, I'm looking at the call right now. My bad. I missed. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, definitely over 100 calls. I'm trying to get some more people on. Maybe we should put a time limit up, guys. Let me know. But it's crazy. Who could have done this? Who could have went in here? I mean, I don't know. I'm hearing so many different stories. We got this Reddit story with David or what is it, David Loach, and then some Barochi dude. I've been looking into them. I've also got into some other people that I've looked at that haven't even been talked about, which I was looking at on Facebook earlier. So I need to check into those people that I was looking at, but they're friends with Ethan and Hunter. They're friends with Kaylee, which I was able to find all through Facebook. And I looked at these people and they were part of the Sigma Chi house, which was pretty weird. I tried to hit them up too. Some of them answer back and come up on panel.
Call from
Austin.
What's up, Austin? You're live.
What's up, man? Hey, I'm just calling. For one, what's this picture that's on your screen right now? I just woke up.
So
I've been following for a couple days.
Okay, so the picture that's on my screen right now is a picture that was sent to me, or actually a Instagram video that was sent to me pretty earlier. I'd say around like 9:30 a.m. This picture was sent to me. Or not picture, but Instagram video. So I paused up on the video. We took a screenshot of it. Multiple people took screenshots of it, and then they sent it to me. So I put both of these photos together. The one on the left-hand side is from the gas station footage.
Yeah.
And
I'm aware of that.
And
who are the people in the right?
That's who I don't know who these people are because it was on an
Okay.
Instagram. But I can pull up the Instagram, which is right. Where's it at here? 1 second. I'll grab it.
Yeah, I got you paused right now, so I'm not bleeding through. But so I'm not coming off Jack Showalter. I mean, I can't. That food truck video is so telling to me. Like I can't. I know that this white car is involved, and I'd love to know if he is connected because there's been some talk of him. You know, maybe his parents being connected to a white Hyundai or something.
Right.
So I'd love to get to the bottom of that. But man, this whole case is just such a trip, dude. And the 4chan thing, I'm not discounting a lot of that either, just because they were pretty intimate in detail. There's, whoever wrote that is close to these people and close to this crime. So, and with everybody, as far as everybody's saying, nobody's coming forward, no one's coming forward. I'm sure that in that town, nobody wants to talk right now because everyone's just getting ripped apart,
No, they're definitely getting ripped
I mean,
apart.
I'm from the area. I live probably 90 miles from the scene.
Right.
We go shopping in Lewiston, which is about 30 miles from Moscow. And it's weird up here right now, Everyone's kind of on edge, but crazy.
So you said how far you are from there?
So I live in the mountains. I live about probably 90 miles from Moscow, but the town that we go to, the Walmart we go to, is about 30 miles from Moscow.
Oh, wow. So what is it like around there right now?
I mean, it's just, it's on edge, everybody, the communities are a lot like the online community, everybody's got their theory. Everybody's talking about it. It's a wild, wild thing. Idaho's really interesting because I've been born and raised here, man, and we ain't never been in the news. I'm 30 years old. We've never been in the national news this much. And now we have, little Michael Vaughn missing out of Fruitland. We have the crazy lady that killed her and her husband, their whatever in eastern Idaho. Idaho's going crazy, man. Crazy.
So I mean, you're sticking with you said Jack S.
Man, I just can't.
You can't let off of him.
What keeps getting me is the jacket comment. She stole my jacket, and then that picture of them holding that jacket up out by the fire hydrant, like that day. That just sticks with me, It's like I don't know. I can't come off that. It's just in my gut, but
I don't know. And for one, Moscow, like the police department, man, they're not ready for this. Like, I'm sure they fumbled a lot of that crime scene because they ain't never had to deal with a crime scene of this magnitude, you know? So I'm sure the procedure didn't get followed like to the book on how it should be, but you know, you got to cut them a little bit of a break only because this is their first time. I guarantee you, you know, if it happens again, they're going to be a lot more prepared, you know?
For sure. I would think so.
Yeah, I'd hope so.
Because they
the second
screwed up.
time, then we can lynch them.
They screwed up. They screwed up a lot on this case, and
no, they 100% did. But honestly, you know, when it first happened, I didn't think we'd be a month into it and not have answers. Like I thought for sure we'd do the couple week thing and figure out, you know, who it was. I never thought it would be a whodunit. And I feel like that's kind of how the cops felt too. You know, like they didn't treat it as seriously as they should have. But
yeah, I mean, they missed that. I mean, you got a retired detective coming out there that doesn't even really live in that area, like talking about, and comes out and finds a glove that's inside of the tape. I mean,
yeah,
come on. Man. I mean, you guys are.
Yeah, you can't overlook that.
Not only
but
that,
you gotta place some blame for that on the feds too, because they had the feds in there analyzing that crime scene too. So it's not just the Moscow police.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, but also though, what about the vehicles being on the lot for 2 weeks and not taking off within 1 to 2 days? You know what I mean? Those vehicles should have been moved.
Oh, I fully agree with that. That should have been gone early. But like I said, I think that they were in the same assumption that all of us around here were, and it was, you know, they'll figure it out quick, and they didn't. And I think they're in a little bit of a shock that they didn't too, you know?
I was shocked that they didn't move those vehicles off, man. They usually take them out with 1 to 2 days. So, I mean...
Yeah, no, I'm with you. The fact that they left them sitting there for weeks is absolutely insane. And, you know, I'm trying to cut the cops a little bit of a break too, because we didn't get a 24-hour live feed of how they process that crime scene. So, you know, we got to kind of take like Brian Enton's word on it and the people that were standing outside that crime scene when they were processing it to figure out how hard they really did, you know? So.
Right. For sure.
But yeah, man, it's wild. Hey, I do appreciate all your coverage too. I just woke up, so I need to get caught up. But I've been riding with you the last couple of days, man. So
I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate you. I've been on around the clock, damn near 17 hours, 18-hour streams.
Man, every time I wake up, I turn it on. You're on. So it's a good way to spend the day, man.
Yeah, I mean, if I got time to offer, I'm gonna offer it where I can hopefully be helpful in some way, even. You know, just trying to be helpful in some way. I mean, even if nothing pans out, at least I'm giving it a shot. So,
no, you do good, man. And all the angles you take, I'm not a big spirit box guy, but I did watch it the other day, and that was kind of cool. My mom was digging it, so she was in here on it too.
Did you hear the? Did you hear the response on the spirit box where it said
the English teacher?
No, this other. No, I mean I uploaded a regular videos like 1 minute, and it goes frats are involved, and then it goes a woman, and then a male voice goes frats are involved, and then the female voice goes 2 of them.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it kind of blew me away, but I mean you can't a spirit box don't hold up in court, so you know.
Yeah, exactly. So, for sure. I'll go check that out. But thanks for the good work, man. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you have a great day, man. I appreciate you. I'll be looking for you in chat. What's your name?
Austin.
Austin, I'll be looking for you, brother. My name's Austin also.
Hey, A squared. All right, man.
Hey, all right, brother, man. Thank you.
Later.
Good caller. Good caller. All right. Somebody was just calling a lot. I ain't mean to decline you like that, but I ain't want beep beep. All right. So whoever wants to call in, I'm still taking calls. So if you don't get through, just keep trying to get through. There we go. 304 has been calling.
Call from
Betsy.
Hello, Betsy. You're live. Welcome.
Hi, great. I just found your channel. I dig it. But I wanted to say back to that Hanson Avenue again.
Yes,
ma'am. They're at the end of the street, 1214 Hanson Avenue. It's like a cul-de-sac and in a circle. On Google Maps again, there's a white Hyundai Elantra sitting there.
Right.
I think it's in the circle part.
So you said
it's 1214 Hanson Avenue.
right.
And as you look around, that you'll see it, and you can pull it right up, and it says Elantra.
You said 1213 Hanson
No,
Avenue.
1214 Hanson.
Yeah.
It's at the very end of the street, so even if you just take your finger and go there, whatever.
And it's in Moscow.
Moscow, yeah.
Okay, so Street View. Okay, so you said what hold up, I think I
It's a cul-de-sac. It goes in a circle, so you have to kind of move around, and it's not sitting at that house, but it's sitting very near it.
I see what you're talking about. It's a launcher, but it looks silver.
I couldn't really tell.
Yeah, it's like it's silver for sure.
I just found it crazy. There's a launcher sitting there when that's where that car pulled in. But anyway, dig your channel. I'll continue watching. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Betsy. I
Bye.
appreciate that. Thank you. Good call. If you guys want to call in next, who's next? Thank you for joining, by the way, LibCom. Everybody welcome LibCom to the Rev Gang family. Hold up 1 second. I'm looking at a lot of things. So I got emails. I got tons of stuff coming in. Imagine if they use the food truck guy to go buy them drinks and ditch him and not a reason for what happened. But some people are just assholes. Well, them leaving the vehicles in the snow like that for weeks is crazy to me, right? That's what I'm saying. Your name is Austin. I thought your name was Trev. Yeah, my middle name's Trevor. First name Austin. But yeah, my first name's Austin, middle name Trevor. Thank you guys. Let's see. I sent you a short video. You can mute, play while you take calls. Also wanted to thank you for your determination in this horrific case. Thank you, Marlena. I appreciate you. Let me see. I'm looking at it right now. Okay, so Corner Club. Let's look at this real quick. Let's check out the Corner Club.
Dunham, a retired homicide detective. I've interviewed thousands of people, from serial killers to ministers. Welcome to the interview room.
All right, let's check it out. Bonnie. Thank you, Bonnie. I appreciate it. So long. Thank you, Henry. Squirtle. Thank you, Squirtle. I appreciate you. Shout out to you, LibCom. She got the music bumping. Michigan mom said my youngest. Hold up, let me turn that down. That music's thumping though. Hold up. Is it all music, Marlena? That's in that one? If anybody wants to call through, you still can call through. But if you don't want to, don't worry. I've missed 99 phone calls, it says. Maybe next time, or I mean in general, we like maybe shave it down to 5 minutes. I don't know what you guys think about that, but Sounds like it would be better. Did you see my last mantra? 1501 911 was the call. What was the address? I have to say it to you. Thank you, Miss G. I appreciate you. Yeah, it is open like a horror movie for real. Time limit? You think time limit, guys? Y'all been watching for she said, yo, I've been watching for an hour. Thank you though. I appreciate you. I actually got a cold myself. What you're watching right now is the walking route to the corner club. I'll turn it like major down. Time limit. Yes, time limit. Time limit. Time limit. 3 minutes? Right. Not enough. Yes. Got to go back to work. Dang. Well, have a good day. I appreciate you coming by. Definitely a time limit. I said, Red making moves on YouTube. Shit's expiring. Thank you, Miles. I appreciate you, man. Austin, you did deep me videos of the people just saw and just watching. Good. I hope the killer's watching. Tell him to come by and visit me. He's doing good now. Now that he's got medicine. How do you call? Right here. So anybody who wants to call in, just hit exclamation point, call in, or you can see the number at the bottom of the screen. I gotta go into the bottom of the screen. So yeah, I seen it. Emily, you sent me of your the wreck Elantra that you had, and then you sent me another one. You said look at the difference between my back window and the clear picture of the car. I seen that too. Let's see. All right, there we go. Another call. Let's see.
Call from
Proud Ma 02.
What's up, Proud Mom? You live.
Hi. Oh, thanks for taking my call. I'm so aggravated.
Yeah, no problem.
So I sent you the post about the 1501 Levick Street.
Yeah.
And you can see the Hyundai, a white Hyundai parked there with tinted windows and chrome wheels. And it's only about a 2-minute drive from the house. And there's also a gas station on the corner. There's actually, it's like the car is parked next to a building that looks like kind of an industrial building, like maybe a shop of some sort. And then there's a gas station like a little bit further down the road. And I was thinking maybe that gas station, it's different from the one they talked about yesterday, but I was thinking maybe that gas station would have surveillance as well.
Right.
And maybe they could try to find out who owns that car that was parked there when Google Maps snapped the photos, which was, I think, 2022. So sometime during the year.
Okay. So you said what was the address?
1501 Levick Street.
You said 1601 Levick?
1501 Levick Street.
Oh, I got you. 1 second. Let me put it back on Google. 1501 Levick Street.
And that's right on the corner of Taylor Ave, which is about a 2-minute drive to King Road.
Idaho. Levick Street. Okay. Now where is it at now? Because
There's a building there, and there's like a set of cars parked on the side of the building. and there's like a red car, and then there's a white Hyundai Elantra parked behind the red car.
Okay, hold up. I'm pushing up towards it right now. Okay, yeah, I see I'm on the car right now. Yeah, absolutely. I see it. Let me pull it up to the other screen so that they can see what we're talking about. So this is what you're talking about 100%.
Yeah, if you can, I'll see it when it
I got it
comes
on
up.
screen now.
And there must be a delay.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's like a 10-second delay. I'm getting satisfaction seeing him in the cuffs. Yeah, nice sleuthing. Good find, too.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so that's it. And that building right there, like kind of like looks like something that could be
He said that's a
like where someone works, maybe some type of a shop.
Yeah, let's see. Let me see what we got here. Huh. Let me move up a little bit. Let me zoom in on that thing. Somebody said that's a Sonata. You think so? I don't know. I think it would say Elantra on the back. Let's see.
I think it's an Elantra.
Not the same car. The one I'm talking about is Taylor Ave. I'm going with the Loach guy. I hope police also look into which students on storage. Do y'all think that's a Elantra? Chat? Let's see what this H with the circle. Yeah, that's a bigger car. The call waiting noise reminded me of being at the hospital. Definitely not the same. That's a Sonata for sure, says Scott. That's a Sonata. My friend drives one. Not at all. No, that's a not. Okay, so they're saying it's a Sonata.
Okay, well,
It looks like one though. I'll give you that one. It looked like one for me.
Could it easily be mistaken? You know, I mean, that car is an 11-minute walk and a 2-minute drive.
Oh, absolutely.
The tinted windows, chrome wheels.
Yeah, I'm saying
just looks very similar.
Yeah, it definitely looks similar. I mean, look here, look there. I mean, yeah, it definitely looks similar. That's for damn sure. It does look pretty similar, though, guys. You could definitely tell. Jennifer said, I say call it in.
Yeah, I sent it in. I sent the tip in, but I wanted you to see it.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, it looks like a friggin' Elantra from the side to me, but then, I mean, a lot of people said it was a Sonata, so I'm glad people can tell the difference, because I couldn't for a second.
Yeah, so it could be.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for calling that in. I appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks. Yep, bye.
Let's see.
Call from
Scott.
What's up, Scott? My man Scott said, I'm done. I'm hanging up. My man Scott said, I'm done. All right, here we go. Maybe.
Call from
Frankie.
Hello? You're live.
Hello.
Hello, you're live. I can hear you.
Okay, you need to pull back on the video
Mm-hmm.
and go to the corner club.
You said do what with the corner club? Go back to that video that just was up?
Go back, all the way back, and then behind the pickup truck is over.
All right, hold up. How far in would you say it was?
I don't know, because I've done like 3 different.
Here, I got it. I'm just gonna play from right this part. Let's see, because he starts going right here. So let's see here. You said by the pickup truck. All right, I'm just gonna focus in on it.
Silver Chevy, and then right behind that.
Well, we're about to find out right now. All right, let's see. That is Chris M. pickup truck. I think some people are behind. Corner pub was in beginning.
Yeah, so like, okay, hold on a second.
Was it when he was
It's
driving down like that?
No. So very beginning.
Okay, so I'm at the very beginning now.
Okay. Now, all right. So it's going. And then on the spin around, it's gonna spin. All right, to the left. And then on the spin around, hold up. See right there, boom. See on the right?
I'm on a delay, so it'll show. Hold up. I'm gonna just keep let it playing because I'm delayed, or you're delayed. One of the two. I know I'm delayed by like 10 seconds, automatically being on StreamYard. So hold up.
It's like in front of the White House, next to
You're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Hold on, let me put
it's
this
like
up.
across the street.
And the quality of this video is only 360p too. Red team said, "I see a tree." So she's talking about right here. I know where she's talking about now. It's coming up. It's coming up. So he looks at the pickup truck right here, and then he spins back
and then
around.
like wait. So you should and then you're gonna see the little light come out.
She's talking about
the
that
sunrise.
vehicle right there.
And then coming, hold on.
I paused
And
it
then
on
right
it.
there, boom. Right. See like that back window?
Mm-hmm.
There's a certain curve to that back window everyone's messing up on. It's like it's like a weird like square, like triangle looking curve. Like people are like, oh, it's going a certain way. Like no, there's a certain to it that like either it is the Elantra or it's not, and a certain year.
The only way I'll be
They
able to
all
zoom
come
in on
different.
it is if I
And
screenshot
the
it.
fog lights are different.
That window comes the point of the car on the roof of the pick. Don't hold up 1 second. I could screenshot it and try to zoom in on it, but let's see. All right, let me try to save it and zoom in on it. I doubt it's gonna get blurry as I zoom in though.
Because I think it's like a 14 or something. I don't think it's what they're saying. I don't think that it's like a 11 to 13. I think it's like a 14 or a 15.
All right, hold up. Matter of fact, let me do it this way.
You see how that back end goes up?
It's kind of hard to see, but it's. I mean, it's. You think that's an Elantra?
Look at that back.
Yeah, I
Like,
see
look
the
at
way that like the
you see
window
that?
is kind of like the
It
other
like
one.
flares out.
Somebody said looks like a Toyota. I just sent the screenshot. I got you, Marlena. I'm gonna pull it up.
Like not for nothing. I don't know why they're hooked on the Elantra, because did they get the Elantra like, you know, full? I'm not sure.
That's not an Elantra. Back window looks familiar. Toyota. No, that's not it. It's a Camry. Nissan Sentra. Nope, not it. Not the same car. Doesn't look the same. Might be a Toyota Camry. Let's see. It's the same. I see mixed reactions, but I don't. Huh. I mean, I see what you're talking about with the window for sure.
But like, are they sure that it's an Elantra? That's the question.
Yeah,
Because like
that's
they haven't caught anybody, and like are you like
the tail is too
mechanics, or
short,
you
I
do
think.
how do you like what do you do? Like I'm
Yeah,
not
where's
sure.
my mechanic and car experts in here? We got some car
'Cause,
experts in here.
Like I know cars, and I don't know about that. Body on the Elantra, they're saying 11 to 13, but I don't think so. Like if you look at 14, and then you look at the car, that they're trying to say like, oh, this is what it is. It doesn't look like it.
TPNW says right here. He says he's a car man. Window, not the same windows. I know my boy Sniper works with cars too.
But the way it comes up from the bottom, like on an angle, like kind of square off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And that's dark all the way through.
It's kind of hard to tell with this quality also. Who the heck is this calling me? There we go. All right. Yeah, it's too blurry. The zoom compared to rear window slant. I think it is, says D, not the car there at work. Must be 100 white cars that are Elantra. I'm so glad I stopped in today. Great live. Thank you, Miss Italy D. I appreciate that. Wheels are different. All these pictures, but none of the actual plate. Good point. Wheels are different, says Susie. I don't know why my call ended before you picked up, but
And everyone keeps getting it from like high angle, like all the cars. Like we're not even getting like the rims.
yeah, we're definitely not getting the rims for sure.
Like, you know what I mean?
We're not getting the rims. But yeah, no, I see what you're talking about in that video. Definitely different. I don't know. It's hard to see. Like we can't. I don't know.
Right,
That video is
ready? You
360.
see that side, the back? You see that end?
Say again.
You see the back end of that car?
Yeah.
Okay, now put the other one up. Go side by side.
Let me actually do that.
I'll go up and down.
Let's grab this one. Minimize that. Yeah, I can kind of see what you're saying. It's so far a distance like that. So far a distance like that.
But the curve is like pretty much there. And if you look before Elantra,
Yeah, I mean, shit. That's at the corner club.
2014, like really like that, it hit.
Look up a 2010 to 2013 white Scion. I used to have a Scion. I remember that shit. But yeah, it's hard to see even when you enlarging this. The quality so bad, it's hard to friggin' see this car. That's the sucky part about that. Is this when he put the video up? It's only 360p, and I don't think he walks out by it either.
Is there a video of it like pulling up into the gas station?
I don't know.
Because that SUV next to it is like I know that they said there's like a black SUV, but that shit is burgundy.
Oh, so maybe it was somebody from the corner club. I don't know. So yeah, he just takes off from there and about like dips. Let's see. Window don't match. was 2019. Anonymous says the one she's talking about is 2013-ish Nissan Sentra. The other car from TikTok is 20-ish, 2011-ish Subaru Legacy. Yeah, definitely email it. I don't know who she's talking to, but yeah, thanks for calling it in. I don't know. It's
like
hard to
Lexus,
see with that
even
footage.
a Lexus is like the Lexus IS 250.
These cars are. This whole
Or even
shit's weird.
350. No, 2014.
It's different. Hubcaps expand. Shit, I already expanded it. You ain't getting no good with that quality. The quality's so bad you can't really get in on it.
Honestly, okay, not for nothing. You need to pull Lexus IS 350 2014.
Shit, Lexus IS. Alright, hold up 1 second. Oh shit. Hold up 1 second. 350. You said 2014?
Yeah.
The Lexus 350. Okay, I'm looking at it. So you said this one's a 2014 Lexus IS 350. 2014. It looks mad different than that car. This one looks more sporty.
Because I don't know if it's coming up because it's in my area, because you're, okay, maybe because it's the store near me. But like on CarMax, these rims look like that, but on the right.
Yeah, nah, this one right here looks different, but let's see. Headlights look huge.
Because like there's like, I feel like there's silver trim on that car, like chrome around it.
Yeah, it might be. I don't think the one in that I can't tell with the footage being at the quality that it's at. I can't really get anything out of it.
If you alter the color of it, on that picture.
Can I what?
If you alter it on your computer, like to like different color altogether, like just say like green or like red, you'll see the.
Right. Let me see. Oh, damn. Oh my. What the just happened? I don't know what just happened, but all right. I'm glad to see. I don't know who. I just lost her, but next. Call next. Whoever's next. I lost somebody, so.
Call from
Boss.
Hey, what's up, boss?
Hey, what's up, man? What's up, man? Good show, good show. I want to talk about some things with this case that it seems like a lot of people are overlooking. Can you hear me?
Yeah, nah, I can hear you perfectly fine.
All right. So, they got a saying that says power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I believe in that. This whole like white launcher thing kind of reminds me of a fidget spinner.
Okay.
Like when you give a kid a fidget spinner and, just they're occupied with doing something else. Law enforcement, they kind of despise this community of, true crimers. They feel as if we mess up their cases, so why not give us a fidget spinner to, focus on this white Elantra?
Yeah.
When they first announced this Elantra, and when they specified it from 2011 to 2013, that was my trigger warning because the body style is really similar from 2011 to about 2017 on those cars.
Yeah.
So like how could they have just narrowed it down to 2011 and 2013 when they all look, exactly similar all the way up to 2017? So it's like, that was like my big like red flag to me, because you think about it, these cars were some of the highest selling cars in the United States. About an average of 200,000 of these cars were sold per year during those time periods. So we're all seeing white Elantras no matter where we live. And, it's like, I think it's really a wild goose chase and a smoke and mirror tactic that they're, that they're using with this white Elantra. Because one of your callers, she called in earlier, and it made sense what she had said. But like how she had noticed too, like how could they be so specific with not having a photo? They just recently said, oh, this gas station has this photo. So how could they have been so specific and not giving that to the public, but tell the public we're looking for this car with the stock photo? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't really make sense.
Make it make sense. I mean, for sure. Right. So what's your whole take on it? You think it's just a distraction?
Yeah, I think the Elantra is definitely a distraction. You know what I'm saying? Because, and I'm going to get into that.
Yeah, go ahead. Like, I'm all ears, man. Go ahead.
I got like two kind of like two kind of like suspects, but we'll get into the first set. The first set of suspects, which goes into why would they do that with the Elantra, because it looks so similar to that undercover cop car that's in that video with those kids.
Right.
So like they probably received tons of calls. Oh man, I saw this undercover car. I saw this whitish looking silverish car, and it was harassing kids, and they had flashlights, because they weren't even in uniform. Like if I was driving by, or if I was those kids in the field, I wouldn't have stopped for them either. That car was totally unmarked, I could see if it was like a Charger or a Crown Victoria, then you'd be like, okay, but someone pulls up on me in a tiny little Ford that looks like a Hyundai, and get out in plain clothes and telling me to stop, dude, I'm taking off. This is like 2022, people crazy out here. And really the police aren't supposed to be doing that. They're supposed to be having some type of a display on their car. Really what they're doing is they violated those kids' Fourth Amendment rights by, stopping them and harassing them and, charging them $1,500 within 30 minutes. That's a rate of $3,000 per hour. Imagine who else got hit by them, those cops that were acting, as bullies and thugs to me. So as you carry on, any good murder's got to create an alibi. And it's just so weird how they just came out with this information like, oh, the girls were killed in between 3 and 4. Well, we have proof that the cops are in that area from around 3 to 4. We know that much. And they're in a little tiny vehicle that looks kind of like a Hyundai. My big question is like, have they ever had any interactions with that house before? And what was the outcome of, like where they called there for a loud party and tried to tell them to turn it down? And, those kids were smart. Actually, I come from that area. Everybody from that area is smart. Even the hillbillies are smart out there. And, they probably either mouthed off to those cops. I'm either assuming that those cops didn't like those kids at that house, because even in the video, the cops are asking those kids, like, which house were you coming from? If you notice in that video, they say, which house were you coming from? So it's like, there's thousands of apartments, about 5, 6 houses. Why would they want to know specifically which house they were coming from?
Right.
You know, one of those cops have been harassing one of those girls, maybe like had a crush on one and got rejected as they should have. And, you know, it's like I say, the only people I see on video or even know of in that area during that time are those cops. I'm not hating on cops because I trust the process of law enforcement. I see the comment that came up that says I'm hating on cops. I don't hate on cops. And to be honest with you, I've been to jail in Moscow, Idaho, and those cops are bullies. I've seen them do some things I don't even want to speak of on this damn phone. So it's not that I hate law enforcement. I trust the process. When they said these people and this person was cleared and that, you know, I believe that part, but you know, there's just something not right with this situation. It's like, let it be a mass shooting, 13 people get shot downtown, or a drive-by on the north side of your town. They're going to have these people or suspects within about 24 hours. So how is it that they have no damn clue, or we have no damn clue, when there's Department of Transportation cameras all throughout that area? Washington border is right there. Idaho's right there. Montana's not too far from there. I-95 has traffic cameras. 95 has traffic cameras. You know, it's like there's no way you could get in and out this area without being seen on film on any given time. I know that.
Good point. And somebody sent me the website where you could check like all the traffic cams and shit, which was interesting that you just brought that up.
Yeah, they're especially useful during the winter time because, you know, in the morning, you know, when you're getting ready in the news, they usually display them on the news, and actually they have their own channel where you can watch all of them, and they flash through all not just through there, but like all the interstates. And so, you know, because especially like I said, during the winter, you got to know the traffic conditions. You got to take your kids to school, got to go to work, and, you know, yada, yada, yada. So like they got cameras, you know, and everything else got cameras, banks and the gas stations. And, you know, so it's like, that's why the Alonta situation doesn't make sense. Like I said, that reminds me of like a fidget spinner tactic or smoke and mirrors, wild goose chase, you know, for us as the community of the web people. But anyways, if you go back in that video and if you look at that glove that's in the back pocket of one of those undercover cops, that glove is really similar to that glove that they found at the crime scene, the little the journalist who used to be a, you know, detective.
Yeah, Chris. The interview room.
Yeah, and they, you know, that most of those people at that crime scene, like the cops that were the investigators, they had latex gloves. That was a cloth glove. And that glove is really similar. If you go back and watch that video of those cops at that field, one of them has one in the back pocket. My other big question is, what was that in the back seat of that undercover cop car? If you go and slow it down, you'll see something back there, dude. People had said it looks like a gun case, but I'm like, why would they be riding around with a gun that big in the back seat of that car in Moscow, Idaho, harassing college students?
No.
You know, to me, it looks like night vision telescope, honestly. And that, especially from that little parking lot area behind that house, that seems like an optimal location to be able to use a device like that.
Right.
Okay. So it's like, let's create an alibi. Oh, it happened from 3 to 4, but gangster hours are from 4 to 6. And what I mean by gangster hours are from 4 to 6, most people that are going to commit a crime like this are going to know that people are sound asleep from 4 to 6.
So the chat's asking if you're thinking the cops killed.
You know, I'm just out here just, you know, expressing my opinions, man.
Oh yeah, that's what all opinions are welcome.
And then, you know, now you got to get into the politics of what goes on in Moscow, Idaho, and that region. You know, 2 months ago, and it caught my attention 2 months ago. It didn't happen after this killing occurred, you know, because like I said, I'm from that area. I live in Arkansas now, but I'm from that area, and I'm subscribed to all the news channels or whatsoever. But NBC did an interview 2 months ago with Douglas Wilson, which is the head of a church church / what people view as a cult. But NBC did a nationwide interview on this dude 2 months ago, not too long ago. And most people in that town, they don't like him. They view him as a cult leader. He's pretty sinister. He's racist. He's homophobic. I've done my research on the dude, and Kelly Sharp, Arkansas, he's been warned. Okay. But anyways, there's a housing shortage in that region that a lot of people don't understand. Not just in Moscow, but in Coeur d'Alene, Post Falls, Spokane, Pullman. If you look at the value on those houses, they're like $600,000, $500,000. There's something going on in that area, which, damn near forced me to move to Arkansas to be able to, find some affordable housing, because the price has skyrocketed so much to where it doesn't even matter how much money you have. You can't even move in some of these towns because the housing availability is just so backed up. There's so many people overbidding on houses and whatsoever. But anyways, if you look at that interview, if you're a devout follower of that cult leader in Moscow, you would have been pretty offended by this interview that NBC did. And, somebody that's pretty diabolical, that I'm assuming that did this shit, they would naturally know that the population would drop in this town with something like this occurring, like drop majorly, because like those students are half the population. So what parent would feel comfortable, sending, their child to go to school there, especially if something weird, like if it happened to be like a professor that did this, a cop that did this, or somebody that was tied into that cult. So there's just a lot of other, things that people need to look into and maybe get their focus off this Elantra. I know I've taken up a lot of your time. But that's just how I look at it.
Well, I appreciate you sharing your opinion, man.
Yeah, for sure, man.
I appreciate you calling up, sharing your opinion. Shit. I may disagree or agree to disagree, but I mean, I listen to everything, so I appreciate you coming up, brother.
For sure, man. And keep it up in the rap game. If you ever need some music done, holler at me.
No doubt,
music. I think I had sent you some links of my music. I did a song called Boogeyman a couple months ago, and I got a new one called Water Walk that's up there. So check me out too. I'll check you out.
All right, no doubt, brother. I got you.
All right, bro. You have a blessed one.
You too.
Call from
Patty.
Hey, Patty, you're live.
Yes. Better turn by. I wanted to talk about a thing I had seen on YouTube from Crime Circus, I think, 2 days ago. And they were showing the house or the apartment, whatever it was, where Jack D was living. And it was only like 30 seconds from the house. And it showed the reason that they said they had cleared him was because his roommates were downstairs playing video games and he was upstairs sleeping. But it shows his windows, and he could have gotten out that window and walked across the roof the way they showed it and dropped down, and there's a bunch of trees, or it's the woods there. And all he had to do was go between these two houses and get to that house. And then he had some stuff on social media. I guess he was, texting her. I don't know about all that stuff. But some of the stuff he was saying was really weird. Mm-hmm. So I wasn't convinced he did it, but I kind of think the ex-boyfriend did do it. And that's all I really have to say.
So you think
But you need to go and look at that video. I'm sorry.
I was saying you think that Jack did it? I know the video you're talking about. You're talking about Jack D. The video Crime Circus put out and took down.
Yeah.
He took it down and put it on his Patreon.
Well, I saw it. I think on Crime Circus.
Yeah. He took it down and put it on Patreon. The first video he came out with.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that because I just started watching all this stuff
Yes, ma'am.
2 or 3 days ago, and I found you about 3 days ago, so I've been listening. But it just kind of made me think, like, he could have gone out that window, across that roof, jumped down, and gone and done whatever he did, because, and then the dyeing of his hair and stuff, and supposedly his parents owning the Hyundai car, and I don't know, I kind of just think that maybe he did do it.
He did Crime Circus. A lot of people were. He did a good job on those videos. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. So it just kind of made me think, and kind of made me sway toward Jack D.
A lot of people are, did move on to him. I mean, I change my mind almost every other day, but I've been pretty firm on Jack S. Allegedly.
That's who I thought at first too, until I saw this other stuff, and it could be Jack S. too, because like if he is in Africa, I mean, like why did he leave?
Right.
According to one video I saw, he never went anywhere with his parents.
Right. Well, we never were able to prove that he was in Africa, so
yeah,
it's all alleged at this point that he went there. We don't know the ticket dates or anything like that. So
Then I watched a video this morning also where this guy really shows where they were at the food truck place, and he goes through the whole thing and shows the girls moving around and some of the men moving around and talking to each other and stuff like that. And it made me not think really that he was acting all that crazy, the jackass.
Yes, ma'am.
So anyway, I really enjoy your show, and I'm going to keep watching you.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
75 years old, so all this stuff is new to me.
Oh wow, yeah, that's my grandma's age.
Yep.
I'm
I'm
serious.
a grandmother and a great grandmother.
Well, thank you so much for tuning in. And my grandmother loves true crime also. So
Okay, well, I enjoy your videos.
thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate
All righty,
you.
thank you.
God
Bye-bye.
bless you.
God bless you. Bye bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, what a sweet soul. Clap it up for her. What a sweet soul. Shout out to her.
Call from
Tyler.
Yeah, what's up? It said Tyler, you're on the line. We're on the air, bro. What's up?
Yep, Tyler. I appreciate it. Thank you, T-REV. Only question that I had is earlier in the stream I saw the gentleman talking about the boot print on the second story balcony.
Yes, sir.
Could it be? And I know they were saying that each individual bedroom had a lock on it, like a digital lock.
Mm-hmm.
So could somebody have gone up the second floor and gone in through the slider? Because I know that was Kaylee's room to be able to go in. Because if not, they would have to have the number to get in the door, right?
Right.
Okay.
Look,
Yeah, that's
that'd be the
I
front
know
door, as far as I know. I don't know about anywhere else.
Oh, because when I was, I heard in one of the videos, I don't know, maybe about a week ago, they were saying that each of the bedrooms had locks on them, like digital locks.
Nah, I didn't. I only heard about the front. That's new.
Okay.
Where do you see that at?
Just one of the snippets, like on one of the TikTok videos. It's been probably a week or a week and a half.
Oh, I haven't watched many TikToks. I've watched
Yeah,
on YouTube,
yeah.
really. I mean, I probably watched about 20 TikToks. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah,
At
that's the
most.
only thing. That's all I was calling in about, because it intrigued me, because they were talking about the berries on there, and it could be the footprints, from that with not blood. But, if they did have the locks on the doors,
Yes, sir.
somebody would either have to know that, or
Oh, yeah.
maybe they went in through another entrance.
No, absolutely. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's it makes you think, doesn't it?
Yeah. Just because, if they did have those on there, then somebody would have to know that. And maybe I was thinking if the dog was in another room with another digital lock, maybe that's why nobody could get to the dog. Maybe that's why, it was in there, was never harmed.
Right. I mean,
that's all.
So who are you leaning towards on this case? I mean, who stands out more to you than anybody else?
The way I look at it is, it's got to be somebody that's close, because they have cameras everywhere at the intersections. And I agree that I think the Elantra is just like they're just putting that out there to give the sleuth something to do. I either think it's going to be somebody that knew these girls. I've been leaning towards the Hannah Cleary angle on that, with her having the overdose or what have you. I don't know if it may be somebody related to
Revenge,
her.
like a revenge.
Yeah, like a revenge deal, or the stuff on 4chan with the frat guys. Is
Shriveled
really
balls and all that.
Yeah, well, yeah, because that was very in depth, and I mean, it kind of makes sense to me as far as the time frame, and if they were leaving their phones behind and having YouTube on loop, and having somebody like looking out, and I mean, maybe there's some kind of secret code with the frat guys, because I mean, they're not really giving much up on the interviews to anybody. So I mean, I don't know, maybe it was somebody that was scared to come out and say anything to give their name, but they figured they could go on 4chan and lay all the info out there to get it off their chest, per se. I don't know.
Perplex did a good video on that. I don't know if you've seen it. Perplex did a good video on it, breaking it down as good as you can, because 4chan is pretty 4chan's pretty
it's out there.
I gotta get used to it. Not only that, it's hard to navigate for me a little bit. I gotta get used to the way it's laid out,
Well, the only thing that sparked my interest in it was the cops, for a while were like, we need to know this time frame. Where were they at? So it's like, well, okay, they're looking into that. And they were supposedly at this like frat mixer. And, there's the thoughts of somebody even got in a fight with somebody. And it's like, okay, so they're really digging into that. So, I mean, there is that lost time right there where they really still haven't came out and said, where they were at and what they were doing. So I don't know, that 4chan thing just really got me though, with the in depth and the detail that went into that.
Yeah, there was some super deal. You're right about that. There was a lot of detail in that shit, man. There really was.
Yeah, I mean, that was like super. Somebody really put some serious thought into that as far as time frame, having lookouts who went in there wearing baggy clothes. Like, it's pretty crazy. But
it definitely
is. Yeah, I don't know what to think. I change my opinion honestly every day. There's so much new stuff that comes out. I just don't think that this launcher is really. I mean, they're gonna be able to know through intersection cams or being able to use DOT database to be able to pull, that type of car. Being able to find some kind of tag on video and being able to go through that. I just think they're just putting this out there, so the online sleuths have something to do to be able to run down what they're really looking at.
Man, that's some great points. I mean, good, man. This is it's crazy. I like the diversity and everybody that's called in today, because everybody is.
Oh, it's a great show. It's a great show, sir. I appreciate everybody's outlook and angle on this. I mean, I'm just looking for this to come to a close and for the families to be able to get some kind of relief and being able to move on to the grieving process. But thank you for all you do.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I'll let some other callers get on here. But thank you so much for giving me time on the platform, and I appreciate everything you do.
Yeah, anytime you want to call back in, you got anything you want to say? I'll be doing this a little more often, because I finally figured out. I was trying to get some phone thing going, and I figured out how to do it. So hey, I'll be doing this a lot more. That because I like when the community comes out and they're able to speak too. Not just always listening to me. You know what I mean? So
no. It's great to hear everybody else's aspects and thoughts, because I don't think of everything, and someone comes across there, I'm like, wow, that I didn't think of that. That's an awesome way to look at it. Might be something to that. So yeah, I mean, keep up the great work. Thank you for the platform. Thank you for just being an awesome person. Nice to everybody and giving everybody a chance to be able to speak.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Great words.
Have a great one, sir.
You too, brother. Good caller.
Call from
Becky.
Hey, Becky, you're live.
I am?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I guess first off, I want to say I think you're fantastic, awesome, and I love watching you and go to you.
Thank you.
I do think that car could be involved, but that they're putting it out there so that people do also turn to it, and it is a distraction, if that makes sense. But I do think there has to be something with it.
And then I also wanted to ask you, and you could have already gone over this, and I apologize if you have, but concerning the scream.
Right.
Are you there?
Yeah, no, I'm listening to you. I'm following
and that was proved to have been picked up, that he made that, or I don't know if it was him.
It came from a YouTuber.
Right, but it was the original scream is on the internet.
Yes,
And
the original. Are you talking? All right. So what? There's two different videos that people are claiming their screams, and now there's one that's proven fake, and then there's one that people think are breaks, and that people think you know what I mean. Like people either think they're breaks or something on or a scream in the distance, and some people lean towards it being a scream, and some lean towards it being breaks.
I haven't heard that one. No, I'm talking about the one that the guy that was on, I don't know her name, yesterday, that rented the house with the high ceilings.
Oh God, Enan Harsh.
Yeah, the one that so when the police first talked to him, he said he didn't hear anything, blah, blah, blah. And then next thing you know, I have this recording. Listen to it. I'm talking about that scream.
Okay. Yeah. Shit.
And I was watching a different YouTuber where they were able to prove that it was fake.
Yeah, there's fake.
And that it was picked up from it's on the internet. I can't remember the name.
It's from a YouTuber. Actually, Ikidmel was able to find the person it came from. So he actually proven that it came from this YouTuber's channel, and somebody grabbed it, and this guy added some breathing into it, and it was fake all the way around. And I don't even know how people still support this guy's channel, but people do.
Well, another thing is, I was thinking this is the guy that did the breathing, and here I have this. He wants his 5 minutes of fame, which he's getting, obviously, because people are interviewing him.
Now that's totally different. Now Enan Harsh, whatever Eden Harsh, whatever the hell his name is, he's just putting himself. He's inserting himself. Honestly, he's inserting himself. He's eating up all the media attention and stuff like that. Yeah. So, to be honest with you, I don't even think he put the footage out and sent it to Joseph Morris in the first place. I think that allegedly, I think he made it up in general and grabbed that soundbite and put it up there just to get viewers and clicks. But that's just my personal opinion. I don't even think Enan Harsh sent that to him.
Yeah, I don't know all I know is that's where I ended up seeing it somehow. I was also curious. So to me, the guy in the picture with the white car,
right,
looks like John Jake S. Is it not?
Oh, you're talking about this picture right here, the one stated at the bottom,
where there's two guys standing by the white car.
So these two white cars, I mean, they look very similar. On top.
Oh, I think they're a match.
A lot of people do think they're a match. Let me look at the voting poll right now.
When you see something in movement, like it's been said, it's not like the shape stays the same. It's moving.
Right. Yeah. No, I don't think I don't know if it's him or not. I can't really tell. So I don't have no opinion on that because I really can't tell who those people are standing down there.
Yeah. And the other one thing I wanted to ask you, and I'll get off the line, is so when I first heard about this and watched it, saw the food truck info, and it was Jake or John S. I believe his name's John Jake, which I don't know. It was when the girls, snuck out, and he kind of puts his hand out like, what the? And he starts to act like he does this big round, and he acts like he's going to go down there. And I don't know whether the fact that they got into a vehicle and there was possibly a male driving. But then to me, my stomach was dropped. And this is when I thought, oh my God, the way he turns off, it almost looks like he's going to start either running. If I go to their house or run in, I don't know whether his car was around.
You mean when he leaves the food truck and he walks and hit that corner and makes a right when the girls go and get into their private vehicle that they called?
Right.
Oh yeah. I mean, I contemplated that. I don't know if you've caught any of the lives in the past couple days, but I definitely talked about that with my panel guest and just spoke on my concern on him leaving at the same time and then driving 5 hours to a cabin. But that doesn't necessarily mean he did it. But I mean, we all have our own opinions, and I personally, allegedly, and with all speculation, think that was weird.
Yeah,
I agree with you on it being weird, and they're saying he's cleared, but law enforcement clears people all the time, and they end up back on the radar.
He left.
No, I agree 100%. I'm just saying that people get cleared and then they get revisited. It happens a lot in a lot of different cases. So,
right. So, yeah, I don't know. I just don't think it was a bunch of people. I think it would have been, there would have been.
I think it's two at most.
At the very most, yeah.
Yes, I think it's two at most. And I honestly, in my gut tells me it's two at most, period. But I mean, it could, one person could have carried this out on 4 people that are sleeping. I mean, you take the 2 people out bottom floor and then you move upstairs. You could easily do whatever you need to do in the dark, especially the people who are impaired. Now, I could see why Kaylee would give up the most fight, because if you've seen Kaylee, they said she got the worst of it. I feel like she got the worst of it because she gave up the biggest fight. And the reason why I say that is because if you look at her at the food truck footage, she is not falling like Madison was. Madison was stumbling. Kaylee was more upright. She was more speaking. She seemed to be more aware and alert. Even if she had a few drinks, she was holding it on well. If you get what I mean. She wasn't plastered. She wasn't rocking back and forth. She seemed to be completely fine. And that's why I feel like Kaylee gave up the most fight and maybe got the worst of it, because she fought back the most.
Right.
And that's just personally how I view it. I mean, at 1:30, she's at that truck, and like I said, Madison stumbling. If you watch that footage multiple times, like I have, you notice that Madison is stumbling, and you notice that Kaylee is more alert.
She seems just more in charge, so to speak, if I'll put it that way.
Right.
Exactly. Charge is the word I want, but
yeah, she's more in charge. She was more in charge, and I think she was watching over Matt. And in my honest opinion, I really think she was keeping a good eye on Madison.
Yeah. No. Well, I really appreciate it.
Well, I thank you for your call too. I appreciate you listening into the show and calling in and giving your opinion.
Yeah, you're awesome, and get some sleep when you need it.
Oh, I did. Yeah, I slept from whenever I got off yesterday. I slept from there to about 2:30, so I'm well rested.
There you go. So if I can't sleep in the middle of the night, I know that I can come on and see you.
Yes, I'm on a lot, so I mean, I have time, so why not put my time somewhere where it could be needed at? So
that's true.
Not only that, I get to talk to the community. And what were you saying, ma'am? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's okay. I just said just take care of yourself.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I shall talk to you later.
Yes, ma'am. You have a wonderful day. I'll see you in chat.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right.
Call from
Brandy.
Hey, Brandy, you're live.
Hey, so I guess I kind of wanted to make a couple comments about a couple things y'all already talked about.
Yes. Is this Brandy? Did you come up on panel yesterday?
I did.
Okay. I was just wondering. I've realized, and I recognize names very easily. But I know there's a lot of Brandys in this world. But I was curious.
Yeah, I'm the one that sounds like a guy because I'm sick. So, you know how I brought up yesterday on panel about the note thing, and when I'm scrambling one of the words, I got balcony.
Yes.
Okay, I thought that was crazy how the guy brought up the whole thing about the balcony, and it happens to be that could possibly be where they jumped off when they were done.
Yes.
I don't know. I just figured I'd throw that out there, and then
You talk about this balcony right here. I have it up on screen. The same balcony I showed earlier during the stream.
Yeah, where he said it looked like a footprint or something.
Yeah, I got that pulled up right now.
Okay. Yeah, I want to throw that out there because I had just mentioned something about that yesterday. And then okay, gosh, I forgot what I was saying now. How somebody said something about the girls try to call somebody in the room, like one of the 4 that died. They were trying to call one of them or something.
Right.
Why would they try to call them if they're all in the same house? Is that to try to create an alibi or something?
All right, so Madison and Kaylee, all right, so from Kaylee's phone, I'm pretty sure it was 6 times, and from Madison's phone, I'm pretty sure it was 3 times.
So, they were calling.
They were calling Jack D.
Okay, yeah, but then it also said that the girls downstairs called one of the roommates that had died before they called the cops, right?
Right.
Because, okay, but why would they call the roommates if they're roommates? You could just go upstairs and be like...
They didn't try to call the roommates, though. They tried to call Jack D.
I thought those 2 surviving downstairs called the girls that were dead, like that morning or something. I could have swore I heard somebody say that before they called the cops.
I don't remember hearing that.
Oh.
I don't remember hearing that one.
Maybe I misunderstood it then.
Nah, but they called the whole alibi thing is where you're talking about is the Madison and Kaylee calling Jack D. Kaylee calling Jack D 6 times and Madison calling Jack D 3 times.
Okay, yeah, that was definitely, something that's weird. Also, was it Jack D or the other Jack that dyed his hair?
Jack D.
Okay, I know somebody's already said something about that, but a lot of times people dye their hair in order to not be able to give, most of the time it's for drug tests. They'll dye their hair because it kills any kind of drugs in their hair. If they're doing a hair strand for a drug test or something. So I just wonder if maybe he did that to try to make sure his hair didn't measure his hair.
Some of the chat is saying that they did. Yes, they did call the dead housemates because their doors were locked. So actually, they're saying that did happen. I don't remember hearing that. So some people in here are correcting me.
Oh, okay.
So they're essentially all right. Now I need to recheck my statements and my notes because I just don't remember marking that down. Interesting.
That was definitely weird to me, even though, you know, it could be because supposedly they weren't coming to their doors. I still think that's just super weird.
Yeah, I have no idea. I know they went it, but they got in there obviously and ran out and passed out on the lawn, supposedly.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. If they're all roommates and they're all as close as they say they are and everything, how did they not have their codes to get in to the rooms or whatever?
Right.
I just feel like that whole situation is like, if I'm worried about my friend and they're not coming to the door, I'm gonna punch that code in and get my ass in the room.
Right.
I mean, I don't care if y'all doing the freaky or whatever. You gonna say, "Give me a minute" or something.
So
And if not, then I'm coming in there.
Amberly said Kaylee's dad said it. So okay. There we go. There we go. I see it. Thank you, Amberly. I appreciate you saying that.
But that was that, and the hair thing was, you know, I guess all I was wanting to talk about.
No, it makes it makes sense. I don't know what you were trying to say yesterday because there was a lot of people on panel. Shit was echoey and all that. So I know you were scrambling some things. You said I remember that yesterday.
Yeah, and one of the words being unscrambled was the balcony, and then he brought that up today. And when I got the word balcony, I was like, I bet he jumped off that way. I mean, they're in college, you know, and parkour is a big, cool, fun thing. And, you know, if you're also trying to get away from something and not get caught, you're going to take the quickest way out.
Right.
So, I don't know. That was just a big coincidence to me.
Well.
But yeah, that was all I have to say. I'll let somebody else jump on.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you calling in.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Call from
Debbie.
Hello, you're live.
Hello, how are you?
How are you doing, man?
Good. I'm calling to on the deck there where people are questioning if that's blood or not. Those look like berries, like mulberries on the deck.
Right.
And so that's probably what that is. Like or they got stepped on or whatever.
So you think those are mulberries?
That's what it. I mean,
I thought it was the same. I thought it was something different too. I didn't think it was blood. I don't think that anybody went out to the deck and was bleeding. But then again, I can't say that. But
now you said that about the footprint. Now that I can see that. I can tell that there's a print there. So somebody,
exited
that probably is a footprint. Yeah. But as far as that blood, I don't. Because I see I can't tell what kind of trees those are around there, but I do know mulberries. They're a mess. They stain and they just don't do that. So
yeah,
that's all I was.
That's interesting. Interesting. I appreciate you bringing that to my attention about the mulberries.
Yeah.
Because that's what I was like, what is that? Berries or roses? What the hell is it? Like I couldn't tell, but I could see them hanging from the tree.
Yeah, and then further on in the deck, you can see, like little black spots or whatever. I'm assuming that's what that is as well, So I just wanted to point that out because at first I was like, oh, that's blood, but more than likely it's just smushed berries. But that does look like a footprint,
Right.
But in my opinion, it's the ex-boyfriend. I seen the video yesterday. I watched you live yesterday where it showed the boyfriend looking at the dad.
Oh, Jack D.
Yeah, and just the look on his face, it was like, I heed your warning, or I don't know. It was there was something there, and I know the law enforcement. They look into all that, and I believe they know who it is, and they just there was a detective that was talking on a show yesterday, and they said that something like how he worded it was, not only do they want the suspect, but they got to have enough. They want to,
So the way he said it was like they have somebody, but they just need more to hold them. I think what they can hold them for 180 days.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, 180 days. So yeah, they need more solid evidence.
Right. Yeah.
But
and they're not gonna say, and they can lie, and they can say everybody's cleared. They can say the boyfriend's cleared and him not be. You know.
They said we need to.
I don't know, just to throw them off, and or what?
Yeah, throw them off. Anything. I mean, the car is nationwide though with the white Elantra that they put out. I know that my dad told me he's seen it on the news. So it's pretty interesting that it's nationwide right now.
Right. Yeah.
And he's in Virginia, so I mean that's they want that car for a reason.
What do you think it's for?
I think the reason they want this vehicle is because it plays a key part in this crime. Either they got some video footage of somebody running to the vehicle or something. Why else would they want it that bad?
Right.
They feel that they know critical information. Well, if they feel that they knew critical information, that means they firmly believe in their heart that either one, they seen something, or two, they did something.
Right.
And they definitively seen that. So that's why they're pushing it so hard.
I hope it's solved before Christmas.
That's what I'm saying.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, that would be good for the families. It would be very good for the families. It sucks at the same time, but at least they would have something, some type of closure, because they need that. They deserve the closure.
Right.
These families definitely deserve that.
I'm going to let you go. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you.
Bye.
Thank you. Good caller. Perhaps can we possibly see the video of the father looking at Jack at the memorial? Yeah, we could definitely see that. We could definitely see that. Hold up, give me 1 second. I'll grab it. Give me 1 second. I got it for you guys. Okay, so Elantra. So this is the one you guys are talking about.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Crime Circus. My name's Drip Drop, and I'm your host as usual. Tonight, we're going to take a deeper dive into Jack Decor. We're going to discuss social media posts, where Jack possibly lived.
1 second.
Call from
Mama Steph.
Mama Steph, you live?
Hey T. Hey Rev Gang.
Hey, what's up?
I have had a theory on this, only because the police, this investigation is they've done such a terrible job for me. Okay, and I was married to a homicide detective in Atlanta, and I'm going to tell you the first thing they ever did was they would go into wherever they had to go, and they would separate it off. There'd be a couple detectives, and they all kind of have their own scene, and they always separate the witnesses. That did not happen. There were too many of them. They just never separated any of this, okay?
Right.
And the one thing that really does bother me is they never called the police. If those girls actually called anybody, why didn't they call the police? Were the police there? I mean, that guy was hitting maybe possibly on something. It bugs me that this investigation is they didn't do the cars first. That's another. There's 3 red flags for me as a ex-cop's wife. First, they didn't do the witnesses right. That was just weird to me. So odd. Second, they totally didn't the cars, T. And you know, I mean, if you've ever been in the streets, you know that's like the first thing they go for the cars. That was silly to me. And they don't have a lot of digital stuff. Like, I mean, they probably do, but we don't see it, you know, but usually you see something. And just for what I know, what I've been seeing is it's just botchy, you know, it's just really botchy. And could it have been those girls were calling because maybe possibly a cop was there? I mean, it's just a theory. Now, I'm not dissing the cops. I think they've got their hands full on this. I think this is a lot. And like I said, they when they go into investigate, they separate it off. They kind of do one room and then another room, and it's all like a crime scene. All of those are crime scenes. You know what I'm saying? And so that's a lot of work. And then they fit it together to see what they have. And I personally think there's something shady going on because they're not being very transparent to the parents. The parents would be praising them if they did anything that made them feel like they were doing their job. You understand what I'm saying? So I have two red flags. I have the fact that the girls called somebody and they didn't call the police. That's one red flag. And second, the dad saying what he's saying. And, you know, and what we see, I'm seeing you guys doing the job, the YouTube's doing the job, and they're posting it. You understand? You guys are investigating, and the cops are using what you guys are finding out, T. So for me, I am so grateful you're doing this. As a mom who lost a son, and the police did botch up all that, I just love you for this, and I love all of our gang, and I thank God that people care, because those families are hurting really bad right now. They're a mess, you know. So I just want to thank you, T. And I don't want to take this cop thing off the table. You know what I mean? Like it might possibly be something strange like that. Those are beautiful girls. Cops, you know, we're in the area all the time. They could have dated one for a day or two or something. Who knows? Who knows? It's definitely somebody we can't catch. You know?
Right.
Yeah. For me, it bugs me, but I'm going to let you go. I've got the grandbabies and stuff. I did just want to call in because that guy kind of hit on something for me, you know, for what I'm seeing. I just don't think we should take it off the table. And for every good cop out there, thank you for what you do. I'm not dissing the police. I'm just saying it could be a big possibility, you know. And I love you, Rev Gang. I love you guys so much. Y'all keep up the good work, T. Thank you for
Mama
doing
Steffi. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Mama Steffi.
You know it, bud. And thank God for you guys, man.
Thank you, Mama Steffi. We love you.
I know it. All right, I'm gonna get off here. I'm cracking up. I love you guys.
I love you too, Mama D.
All right, baby.
I called you Mama D, Mama Steffi. Mama Steffi, she's a good one. That's Mama Steffi. Hey, I don't think it was the cops that killed these girls, but hey, man, to each their own, and I respect everybody's opinion, whether I agree to disagree. Hey, she said you can't take it off the table. I may not agree with it, but I gotta respect it.
Possible motive in this case where the 4 college students passed away, and a few other things in this case we'll discuss as well. First, let's take a look at this post on Kaylee's Instagram. As you can see, this is Kaylee, one of the victims. She's on a boat in this picture on her Instagram. And Jack Decor says, anyone got a rag I can clean up with? What do you think he meant by that? Sounds a little inappropriate to me, but that's just my opinion. A little reminder, Jack Decor is presumed innocent of these crimes, and nothing in this video is considered fact. However, these are real posts that I really did find on Kaylee's Instagram account. Nothing has been photoshopped or altered in any way whatsoever. So does anyone got a rag that Jack Decor can clean up with? Somebody left a comment underneath the Jack's comment and said, man, you left a lot of creepy comments on a bunch of her pictures. You look sus AF. And Jack Decor actually responds, and he says, she was my girlfriend for 5 years. You're a creep for stalking a deceased person's bikini pics hiding behind a fluke account. A deceased person? Is that how you'd refer to your recently passed away loved one? A deceased person? Red flag or not? You let me know down in the comments. What do you think he meant by that? There's a lot of other ways he could have referred to Kaylee, but she's a deceased person. Moving on to the next photo that I found on Kaylee's Instagram. First, let's have a quick discussion about motive for a case like this. One might think that a person committing a quadruple passing away might want good motive to do it, such as possibly a broken heart, jealousy, and custody. But this is all speculation, and that's not based on fact. That's up to you, the viewer, to decide and come up with your own
2016
opinion.
Elantra.
But these are just questions that I'm asking. I'm not accusing anybody of anything in this video.
You're welcome,
Jack
Mike.
DeCour is presumed innocent. But what we need to figure out in this case is who had the most motive. Was it a crime of passion? Did somebody have a broken heart in this case? Was there any sort of custody dispute that was happening or about to happen? You, the viewer, decide. Moving on, let's have a look-see here at Kaylee's Instagram. Now, taking a look at this picture of Kaylee on her Instagram, you can see Jack DeCour leaves a comment and says, "Sheesh," with his tongue sticking out. Interesting. What do you think he meant by that? Anyways, let's move on to the next picture. Let's see what else he had to say for himself on Kaylee's Instagram. In this picture right here, he says, "I love you," and she didn't react to it or respond or anything. Have you ever said "I love you" to someone and they didn't say it back? That could hurt somebody's heart greatly. Moving on. Let's see what else we can find on Kaylee's Instagram account. Looking at this picture in here, Kaylee appears to be in a major city, and her comment on the photo says, "Nothing like Miami City." Jack leaves a comment and says, "Travel with me." Jack didn't appear to have been on any of these trips that Kaylee was taking. Seems like he probably felt a little left out of all this traveling. Really seems like Jack wishes he was there, but he wasn't. Now, looking at this older picture of Kaylee here, she writes on her own photo, "All I ever do when I go to Sandpoint is stare at the graffiti walls. I'm in love." And Jack leaves a comment and says, "Booty got big sense," with the eyeball emojis looking over at her. Well, that's an interesting comment. Moving on. Here's a picture from another trip that Kaylee took. Looks like she was in Portland here, and she says, "Today I fell in love with Portland." And Jack leaves a comment that says, "If I came to this waterfall, I wouldn't take my eyes off of you." So as you can see, this is another trip that Kaylee took without Jack. He seemed to always be watching her from afar, always keeping tabs on her on social media, always knew where she was traveling to, and she was always traveling without it. And that's my opinion only, of course. I have no way to verify if Jack was on any of these trips, but he certainly doesn't appear to have been on any of these trips. I just want to give a quick reminder, Jack DeCour is presumed innocent of any and all crimes related to this case. Now let's move on over to Kaylee's Twitter account and see what she has to say for herself. You can see with this tweet right here, she says, "Yeah, you think I need you, but I don't." Who do you think that post was directed at? Jack DeCour or someone else? In this tweet right here, you can see Kaylee says, "Ashamed of all the things I was doing for you." Was that for Jack? Was she doing a lot of things for Jack? Or is that tweet for somebody else? Are we seeing a pattern here with these social media posts? Let's see what else she has to say for herself. In this alarming social media tweet posted 4 days after New Year's, Kaylee says, "My New Year's resolution is to effing DIE." Was she that upset and unhappy with her daily life? Was Jack not making her happy? These are just questions I'm asking. I'm not making any accusations in this video. You can see this retweet she did here. It says, "It's incredible how people treat you after everything you've done for them." It's a reoccurring theme here. Now let's take a quick trip over to Jack DeCour's Twitter page and see what he has to say for himself on social media. Jack says in this tweet, "If I had $1 for every time she lied to me." Then it has an animated picture of a man rolling around in money. So he's saying he'd be filthy rich. He's saying somebody lied to him many, many, many times. Unfortunately, it's a typical social media post where you got to read between the lines and he's not going to say exactly who lied to him. Was it Kaylee that lied to him? Let's see what else we can find on Jack's Twitter. You can see in this tweet, Jack says, "Mentally and physically addicted to you." Mentally and physically addicted to who? Was it Kaylee? Being physically or mentally addicted to another human is not that healthy. In my opinion, it's unhealthy. In my opinion, being physically or mentally addicted to someone could even lead to horrible crimes. Also something that I observed on these social media pages. Kaylee doesn't seem to have been friends with or following any of Jack's pages. But Jack DeCour was following all of Kaylee's pages. Anyways, do you think it's weird for a guy to follow a girl on all her social media pages, but she doesn't follow back? Some of you might think that's weird. Some of you might not think it's weird. Either way, I want to hear from you. Of course, that's not every single alarming social media post that I found, and you can verify all of those posts yourself on Kaylee's Twitter or her Instagram. But we're going to move on to the next topic in this video. Where did Jack DeCour live? In my opinion, he lived 30 seconds away from her, 2 houses over. I touched briefly on this in a previous video. Some of you saw it, some of you didn't. Some of you wanted to see it again. So this is for all of you right here. Let's take another look at this. Looking at this picture right here, this is the house that Jack DeCour was rumored to have been living in at the time of these crimes. Here's a picture I found on Google Maps of that house. And then if you take a look over to the left, that house over there, that's where the 4 college students passed away. So if Jack DeCour lived in the house on the right, that is a super short walk over to that other house. And taking a look from satellite view above, you can see there's a direct cut through right between those 2 other houses. And of course, somebody could easily cut through the tree line unnoticed and unseen at 3 to 4 a.m. in the morning. There were multiple police officers and underage drinkers in the field that night. Some of us have seen the body cam footage, and they didn't seem to have picked up anything. But of course, you couldn't pick up anything on body cam if somebody was sneaking through the woods behind the houses. This is just speculation. I'm not saying Jack cut through the woods. Moving on. This picture right here is from a real estate website of inside of that house. That's right. This is the view from what could have been Jack DeCour's bedroom. You can see from this picture, you can see directly over to that house, and you'd be able to see anyone coming or going through the front or back door. The house is easily visible right between the other 2 houses. In fact, anybody looking at this window would be able to see directly into Kaylee's bedroom. And if you've got binoculars, a rifle scope, or even just a smartphone with a good zoom, you could easily see into that bedroom. The reason that it's been rumored and speculated that Jack DeCour lived in that house is because that guy, Jeremy, that some of you know as the creepy neighbor, or some of you have even referred to him as the Stephen McDaniel of Moscow, Idaho. He posted on Facebook that he saw that dog Murphy over at that house, and he didn't even know Kaylee had a dog because he saw it at who he believed to be the ex-boyfriend's house, being walked as well as in the front yard. So taking a look at this picture
live
right
with
here,
the
this
doctor.
is a video that I found on the internet of somebody's TikTok, and we're going to compare it to the realtor photo, and we can see a dog that appears to be Murphy, Kaylee's former dog that she shared custody with Jack with, who Jack DeCour is now the sole owner of. I can't say 100% for sure if this is Murphy. However, it appears to be Murphy. Let's very quickly compare what we just saw in that TikTok video with the realtor photo. As you can see, there's a light on the ceiling with a gold border, and then there's a popcorn ceiling, and you can see that window with the window frame. In my opinion, it's an exact match. Let's check out the floor. Now, taking a look back at the TikTok video, you can see it appears to be the exact same luxurious vinyl flooring. And of course, other things match in the photo as well, such as the oven. You can also see somebody wearing a white t-shirt in this video, but unfortunately their neck and head is cut off, so you can't see exactly who it is, but the person's quite tall. Jack DeCour also seems to be quite tall, and if that's Murphy, it would make sense that Jack DeCour is right there on that footage. But we just can't be for sure. Let's touch very briefly on a rumor that one of his roommates said that Jack was upstairs sleeping and he couldn't have left the house because all the roommates were downstairs playing video games and they would have seen Jack leave. Well, if Jack lived upstairs, it would be easy to get out of one of those windows and walk across the roof over to the other side of the house and get off the roof down onto the ground. As you can see in this picture right here, the house is built backing up to a very steep hill. So as creepy as it is, anyone could actually walk on or off the roof just by taking a step on or off. You can see the shadow of the roof right here, and that's a very steep hill behind the house, which you can also briefly see in this photo from inside of the house. Now moving on. Who would want to delete these beautiful humans from Earth? Well, quite possibly somebody would need a really good motive to do such a thing. Different crimes vary person to person, but to delete 4 human beings from the Earth, one might think the person might have a broken heart, one might think that person might be jealous, and one might think that somebody might even stand to gain something from committing such a horrendous crime, such as maybe even custody. These pictures right here have nothing to do with the statement that I just made. However, these pictures were posted on the internet in a news article, and it says that this is the dog Murphy with Jack DeCour, and he allegedly has sole custody of this animal now. Does that mean anything or not? Crazy. I don't know, but he's presumed innocent, of course. Let's discuss the celebration of life. Jack DeCour, the ex-boyfriend, showed up with the family to the celebration of life, and he was on stage with the family. He was just out of camera view for most of the footage, standing to the right of the father. At the end of the footage, you can see Kaylee's mother go over and embrace Jack, and this is what we see on the video. You can see Kaylee's mother goes over to embrace Jack, and Jack puts his arm around her and keeps his eyes locked on Kaylee's father. Let's slow this video down a little more and take another look and observe the eyes of Jack Decor, as well as the eyes of Kaylee's father, as well as Kaylee's father's facial expression. He doesn't seem to be too pleased with what he's seeing. He actually immediately turns away after looking Jack in the eyes and giving that little look on his face. Then he reaches out towards his own children in a fast manner, almost to push them away towards safety. Was it intentional? Or one of those inner psychological fatherly instincts to protect his children? You can see Kaylee's father appears to ditch his own wife and Jack on stage. Seems to be quite a distance between them at this point. I don't know if this footage means anything, if we're looking a little too deeply into it. None of us are certified body language analysts here. However, I believe in you, the viewer, to have a rational opinion on what you just saw on this video. If you feel some sort of way with what you just saw, leave me a comment. Now let's have our own celebration of life for Kaylee here. Let's look at some images of Jack and Kaylee when they were younger and in love. You can see a few pictures of Murphy here. Do you think Murphy had anything to do with this case? Not that Murphy committed the crime, of course, but did anyone feel some sort of way over Murphy to want to commit these crimes? We're just speculating and guessing here. That's what you do during an open investigation. The police department has asked for the public's help. They released body cam footage and asked us to analyze it, asked us to see if we saw anything in it. Some of us saw some things, and some of us even heard some things too. They also wanted us to keep an eye out for a Hyundai Elantra. So this investigation goes deep, and we're just doing what we're told. We're trying to help out because we want justice for the families. You can see Jack Decor used to have that boyish face with no facial hair. Now his appearance has changed. He seems to be rocking a full-blown beard, something I could never grow. Anyways, my previous release was on Jack Showalter. If you haven't seen it, make sure you check it out. I address a whole bunch of rumors, including did Jack Showalter go to Africa? For anyone confused, Jack Showalter is a different Jack than Jack Decor. There's a whole bunch of Jacks in this case. It's rumored that Jack Showalter is the hoodie guy seen on the Grub Truck video. However, a lot of you out there have contacted me and said, the hoodie guy is actually Jack Decor. You're 100% convinced that that's Jack. Well, you just don't know for sure. Nobody has officially come out and said who the hoodie guy is. We're all just guessing. Anyways, if you want me to continue this investigation into the Moscow, Idaho slayings, smash the thumbs button, leave me a comment. Support me on Patreon if you want. I have been getting quite a few Patreon signups lately, and I appreciate you. Same thing with YouTube membership. I super appreciate it. Y'all help make this show what it is. And without your support, it would be super hard to make this show as awesome as it is. I've got some body camera videos and interrogations coming, but those videos had to be delayed because of this investigation. Nobody could have planned for this.
I think he did a good job on digging on this. No matter what we think about his appearance or anybody's judging on his appearance or whatever, but he did a very good job on digging and going through finding information as far as stuff that he's commented on Kaylee's photos and things like that. He put together a very good video here. I mean, it's a 15-minute video filled with information. He talks a little bit through it, but I mean, he tells a good story with it.
And this is taking up a lot of my time to research this case, but I won't stop until there's justice, because that's what the families deserve, is justice. If you've got any comments, questions, or concerns,
Bro, I know
leave
he's
me a
speculating,
comment.
obviously.
Make sure you subscribe with bell notifications on so you don't miss any future episodes. And until next time, remember,
if it was facts, I'd be saying, yeah, that's a fact. I obviously know he's speculating, brother. Donnie, I have a real question for you, though. My dishes still aren't done. Please.
remember to stay safe out there, because you know it's a dangerous world.
I'm just waiting for my doctor to get on the video call here with me. Maybe my doctor will join me. All right, so let's get back to the regular schedule here, because I found some things that I want to watch. Let me refresh my playlist here. There's some things in the murders I actually want to watch that I just found and I added to the playlist. Where's it at? Where's that 20-minute video I just wanted to watch? It's actually pretty good. Where's it at? Waiting for my... Oh, here we go. Cowards.
Sometimes when new information comes forward, the people that we've spoken to beforehand may have new insight on that. So it does often seem like we're backtracking, but we're really just trying to get the most important details and the best timeline that we can come up with.
Here, I'm dropping you the link. Tell him T-REV sent you. Say, yo, that this guy T-REV 757 was watching your video he sent me.
A father of one of the students killed in the University of Idaho quadruple murder case reveals alleged new details from the coroner. Forensic death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan reacts and explains. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
At first, when we heard of the news, I was so angry that she was taking away all these special people. And you never think it's going to happen to your family. And then I had to sit back through my tears and realize that I really was blessed. I was fortunate to have Xana live with me for a couple years.
We continue to follow the University of Idaho quadruple murder case. It's the killings of 21-year-old Kaylee Gonsalves, 21-year-old Madison Mogan, 20-year-old Xana Kernodle, and 20-year-old Ethan Chapin. Their bodies found in their off-campus home out in the college town of Moscow. These killings happened 4 weeks ago, and at the time of this recording, no arrests have been made, no suspect identified, and no murder weapon recovered. But there is something that we have to talk about, and those are the new statements from Stephen Gonsalves. Mr. Gonsalves, for anybody who's been following this case, has been quite vocal with the media about this investigation since the news broke about the killing of his daughter, Kaylee. In fact, he would reveal certain things that we weren't entirely sure the authorities wanted him to share. And now he is coming out with more information regarding the wounds. And he's doing this in an interview with Fox News Digital. So let me bring in right now my good friend, forensic death investigator from Jacksonville State University, Joseph Scott Morgan, who is also the host of the Body Bags podcast. Joseph, it's good to see you, and thanks for coming on again.
Good to see you, brother. How you doing?
So before we get into the wounds and the revelations about the wounds, I want to start here. So Stephen Gonsalves told Fox News that he spoke with the coroner, Kathy Mabut. Apologies if I mispronounced her last name. First off, before we get into the wounds, is it typical for a coroner to share this information with the parent of a victim?
It depends upon the case. And yeah, I mean, I've certainly, in my past, working as a medical legal death investigator, have shared some of the intimate details when asked specifically about it. However,
Thank you, Amber.
I will say this. If there has ever been a multiple homicide case that I have worked, I've never done a compare and contrast relative to injuries that other victims have sustained to the wounds that, say, the immediate family is asking me about one victim. That's very bad form. And I can't imagine any coroner doing that.
I'm going to get into that, the comparison between Kaylee and the others. But this is what Stephen Gonsalves told Fox News about what was told to him by the coroner. She says, sir, I don't think stabs is the right word. It was like tears, like this was a strong weapon, not like a stab. She said these things were big open gouges. She said it was quick. These weren't something where you were going to be able to call 911. They were not going to slowly bleed out. What do you make of that?
I've never heard verbiage like that from anyone in the medical legal field, and I'll tell you why.
Wait, does that mean that he might be getting it wrong, or that there's something? If a coroner told this to him, something's off?
Yeah, something would be off, and I don't know. Maybe he's not quite understanding what's being said, but he's using very specific language there, Jesse. Tears. Let's just break it down real quick. All right. When you're using an edged weapon, tearing is not something that's associated with that. Okay. Tearing creates this, where you have connective tissue or you have tissue bridging. Most of the time that's connected with lacerations, and lacerations are, associated with blunt force trauma. The coroner's never mentioned anything about blunt force trauma. So I don't know if he's misunderstanding misremembering, or just misstating. I don't know, but I do know this: you have two choices with sharp force injuries. You either have stabs.
Yeah, I ain't see this yet. I think I was sleeping.
You have incised wounds, which are slices. Slices are longer than they are deep. Stabs are deeper than they are long. That's really your only two choices. Now, kind of an outlier in all of this is something we refer to as puncture wounds, which doesn't look anything like a stab
Coffee
wound. They're
mode.
generally, kind of circular in shape. You see them with like people that have been stabbed with shanks, homemade shanks in prisons, or people that are impaled on rebar, that sort of stuff. Now, this tearing, it doesn't add up to me.
Brandy,
it doesn't
I'm
make
dead.
sense whatsoever.
But we've been under the impression that it was a fixed blade knife that was used. There was reporting that it was a Rambo style knife. There was questions if it was a K-bar style knife. He said, Stephen Gonsalves, that the knife slashed open Kaylee Gonsalves's liver and lungs. Again, so are we thinking it's the wrong weapon based on this, or are we still of the conclusion it's a knife, but the characterization is a bit off?
Well,
I mean, where's everybody's mind at now? Like, we got 1,193 people in here. Where's everybody's mind at with it? Who do you think could have done this? Honestly, I'm curious. After my doctor's appointment that I'm about to have video call, since I missed my appointment, I was on here stuck on phone calls with y'all. But after I'm done with this video call with my doctor, I'll open the line back up. But I'm just curious to what you guys. Who do you think did this? I just want to see what you guys think. Or do you think it was a serial killer? Do you think it was any of the Jacks? Do you think it didn't have nothing to do with the Jacks and people are pointing the blame in the wrong direction? What do you think? Now, if Jack was threatening her in the social media post, you can point the finger at him, but not from those posts. Fair to him. This was, in my opinion, existential rage against human extent. Yeah, no doubt. Shit. A frat boy or boys. I'm still on Jack D because why the 10 missed calls to him? Yeah, Jay. I mean, it sounds like an alibi being set up, but I mean, that's just, allegedly, right? But could be Jack D. I may call in. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna open the lines back up as soon as I'm done with my doctor's appointment. I missed my damn doctor's appointment. I'm surprised they ain't kicked my ass for it, but that's how much this case has me. Mandy says Jack S. Tyson says Jack. Protected says frats. Marlena says Jack D or maybe a frat. Ganja Mama says, with all this info coming out, it's hard to say 1 minute. Hold on, 1 minute I think one person, and another minute it changes. Incognito Mom says not serial. Shell says Jack D. Cody versus every. What's wrong, buddy? Why are you crying? You want a treat? Here, sit. Good boy. Good boy. Cody versus everyone says most likely it was a stalker. Serial killer kid says Dylan F and Jack S allegedly. Overtime says in my opinion is the X. D says Jack S. Slayer selections. Jack and his frat boy. Brandy says, yes, I'm learning this, you guys. He's so awesome. Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate you. Lacey says 2 people, one with a dagger and one with an ice pick. That's crazy. Skittle says justice for Idaho. Yeah, most definitely justice for the Idaho 4. College frat boys. One of the Jacks. Malika says, I don't know at this point. Could be anyone in that town. This case leaves you stumped. It leaves your mind going in circles. I mean, 1 minute you can be with one and the next you can be with the other. Odessa says, there are so many possibilities with this one. I agree. Lisa says, I lived in a 3-floor house and have texted and called people in it, right? So TX, I'm going to call you Beach Bum. Texas Beach Bum says, I have no idea. Donnie says, I'm not going to come do your dishes, T-REV. The coroner would never say what the dad is saying. I don't know anymore, says Walter. Henry Luke says, no one should have done this. Let's see. Gregory says Jack D and or Jack S. I've seen. All right, so Gregory's just like me. His mind's tornadoed, and at first Gregory was like Jack D, but now he's thinking Jack S. So it's like, man, it goes all over the place for everybody, man. I'm telling you, we're not the only ones. Stephen A, Jack D or John Jack Showalter. 64 CRC says JD or JS or together. Sam says I'm sold on the 4chan theory. Sam, I can't knock you for that. I respect that. Marissa says at this point I don't know. Now I think it's 2Ds. Huh. That's crazy. Dana Carter says maybe frat guy. Skittle says Jack S. Let's see. Susan says leaning towards Jack D. Penny Robinson says Vandal Slaughterhouse. Damn. Evan says, did Killer possibly try to cut off head? Sounds like that old Al Cueto vid. Oh, shit. Sexually motivated stalker, says Cody versus everyone. Trigger warning, trigger warning. Connie Anderson says, Jack S or Jack D. Was Jack S on the lookout for the food truck for Jack D? D says, I'm still stuck on the roommate's actions, which, yeah, I feel that. I definitely feel that. Scott Briggs says, usually serial killers avoid scenes where other people are around to possibly challenge them or whatever. At least most of them do. Now, Lollipop says, JS or just saying, or Jack Dick, or those two together. Yeah, I get what you're saying on the JS. I just was trying to make it funny, but it's not a funny situation. Shannon Harris says, I tell you, someone for sure had a lot of stamina. Whoever did this was just full of rage. Absolutely. They definitely got fuel to rage when they were doing that shit. They definitely did. And I feel like Kaylee fought back the hardest, being she got the worst. That's just what I feel. Was she targeted? Possibly. Was she not targeted? I don't know. Jenny says Frat and Jack may be involved because of it. Hold up. I want to say your name would be Cynthia, but Sin M says, I thought Jack D was out of town. Where was he at the time of the murders? Very good speculation. Let's see. SLV, Jack D and Jake S together. Moonstar says Frat. T, play the video I emailed you last night. Email it to me again, because I probably have to go through 1,000 emails to get to it. But I'll look for it. Let me see if I can find it. Most likely they have DNA evidence that will clear Jack. Cody versus everyone. That could be very true. That could be very, very true. Gamer Arnold says Jack S, main slasher. Jack D got a few stabs in. Brina T says, I think the same thing, Connie. Dark Horse says, I swear I'm changing my mind every 5 minutes. Jack S, he was awesome. All right, let me go down. Yeah, poor Sosa boy. Sounds horrible. Yeah, there's a lot of shit going on, man, with this. Hold on, let me see. What did I miss? I'm missing a lot of things in here. Moonstar. Shout out to Moonstar. Thank you, Moonstar. I appreciate you. Shout out to all of you guys showing love. One of the Jacks says makeup date with Jackie. I don't know why I just almost said Jack, but didn't add the Jackie in it. Makeup date with Jackie. IMS says with the roommates spared in other questionable actions, I have not cleared Quinn, roommates BF. Yeah. What's wrong, buddy? Come here. What's wrong? What you doing? You okay? My man's over here going crazy. What you doing, Sosa? I think the 2Ds were afraid of their secret that their secret was gonna get out. Huh. So you're thinking that I know you're talking about David Loach and that 4chan theory, right? Protected. Hold up. There's a theory out there that Xana and Ethan walked in on 2 frat boys doing some nasty things. There's a theory out there right now like that. I don't know how true it is. I don't know how untrue it is. But supposedly they walked in on him. That's crazy, right? All things fishing, says El Cueto, laughed my ass off. I think it was Kaylee's dad. Damn, that's I don't think it was Kaylee's dad. I don't even think it was. I think it. No. I just can't even speak on that. So wrong. Enan is just as sus as everyone, says Gabriel. I agree with that. D-bags, jackass. Oh, they said Evan says D-bags. B-fly, jackass. Sin says she was going to leave to Texas and maybe she's going to take the dog away. So a lot of people I see that theory a lot where people are like, Jack D, because she was about to take the dog to Texas with her and he won't be able to see the dog no more. They just agreed on an admissible split. I've been seeing a lot about that. I definitely have. Good luck with the doctor. Catch you later. Thank you. Nah, I'll be here. I'm gonna be here. I don't know about you, but I'll be here though. God, I see you. Jose. Have a good day. I see the boot. Yeah, have a good day though, for sure, Weaver. Thank you for the super chat and supporting the channel. Thank you, Gregory, for showing love. Shout out to all my mods, man. All my mods are the best mods. Love them. I saw a real breakdown of the Grub Truck video. Jack S is slightly less creepier-ish after viewing. Send me the video. I'd love to check that out, Chris Doheny. For sure, brother. Kelly says, yeah, stranger wouldn't go in with 5 cars parked out front. Kelly, we've talked about that the last few days, about how 5 cars would not go in, or a stranger wouldn't walk up to a house with 5 cars and walk in. Without a gun, at least, right? If you're going to go in a house with 5 cars, you better be strapped up because you don't know what's inside, right? Now, let's see. Chit Chat says more than one person. Who has the most motive? Marlena, great one. Who has the most motive? Baby girl says voids will make you full of rage. Voids will make you full of rage for no reason. Absolutely. Regina says, hold on. Malika says Kaylee fought back. I think Killer probably attacked Maddie first. And then maybe Kaylee was more conscious.
Well, first off, I'm very sorry for this man's loss, but he's not the person I'm going to go to for an analysis of injuries. I'm still waiting to hear from the medical examiner, who I think or the forensic pathologist who was contracted to do these examinations over in Spokane. All right. Coroner, just so everybody knows, the coroner is not an MD here. She's certainly not a forensic pathologist. She didn't do these. These bodies would have been transferred over there. I don't understand from, the genesis of a lot of this information that he's putting out there. It doesn't make sense. And keep in mind as well, early on, do you remember back, I think that the coroner actually had a sit-down interview with our friend Ashley Banfield early on. And she was the first person to get to the coroner, and actually asked very specifically in that interview. She said, were any of these victims slashed? Because that goes to another part of criminal profiling and all that sort of stuff. The coroner definitively said no. She said these were stab wounds, and they at least had one fatal stab wound that she could identify. Now, she talked about, the coroner framed it in the sense where she talked about the chest. Okay. All right. He's saying, this father is saying liver. Liver ain't the chest. Okay. As a matter of fact, it's way south. You're talking about below the rib cage, essentially on the right aspect of the abdomen. So I don't really know, how they came to that conclusion. That doesn't make sense. And again, using this term, and I think using the term the liver was slashed, that's not what you would have in this case. It would be a stab. Remember, I gave you the description of an incised wound just a moment ago. This is not an incised wound. This is a stab wound. Okay.
What do you make of when he says, like you mentioned, that Kaylee's wounds do not match to Mogan's wounds? So he said they may have individually died from the exact same thing, being stabbed, but there are more details. They're not even close to matching. Again, do you think that this is a situation where perhaps he's misunderstanding what the coroner's saying, or is the coroner maybe providing conclusions that the coroner should not be making at this point?
Well, my default position again with this, Jesse, is what does the board certified forensic pathologist say about it?
Wait, and just to be clear, it is possible he's right.
It is possible that he is right, I would assume. However, what is he what's the genesis for this? You know, how does he assess that these injuries are different? Did he see this other victim's body? Was he the one drawing this conclusion? I doubt that that's the case. So is he saying that the coroner sat there and said, your child's injuries are so much more worse than any other victim? That's what I have a real problem with here. First off, I don't know how accurate that is. And secondly, and I think bigger, it's very disrespectful to these other victims. Very disrespectful to these victims and their families to say this. Right now, we don't know what the status of the injuries are. It's been very nonspecific relative to defensive injuries. Who sustained the defensive injuries, what the location of these so-called defensive injuries are, that sort of thing. So, you know, right now we're just kind of getting snatches from him, and I don't know the genesis of the information he is relating.
Well, he said also that the coroner told him that these victims in general died quickly and didn't suffer. He said he's not convinced. In fact, he says it was a hell of a battle going on down there from what the coroner told us. Again, I give you your response from
yeah, and again, how do you make that assessment? This is not like a one-off event where you have a single perpetrator on a single victim. This is highly dynamic. I've mentioned the term, you know, commingling relative to evidence, and a lot of that has to do with proximity. But let me throw out another term to you. It's called co-sleeping. And so you've got two victims. Well, both sets of victims are actually co-sleeping with one another. So you're telling me that in the darkness or whatever the lighting situation was, that this individual, the perpetrator, this monster, came out of the dark and was able to identify this specific individual and target her, because that's what's being implied here, that she was specifically targeted. Ergo, that how this is demonstrated is the fact that her injuries were so much more robust than any other injuries that anybody might have had. I just don't see how he's arriving at that conclusion.
He says he has his own suspicions about what may have happened. He's not revealing at this point. What did you make of this comment? Where again, he said, "I'm gonna come check you out." Him that the perpetrator was a strong individual, but we know the police haven't identified, you know, any suspect or the suspect's gender. He came out and said, Steve Gonsalves, I got outraged by them not just coming out and saying this was a woman
the doctor
or a man,
said he's
because
coming
they
by.
should know by the amount of strength it took to deliver the injuries. They're just being cowards. There are girls walking around the street right now that deserve to know they should be looking out for a sadistic male. What do you think?
Wow, he's into profiling now. Okay. Yeah, that's inappropriate. He should not be saying that at all.
Right?
You don't think the coroner gave him any indication about it?
I don't know what she gave him, but he should not be the mouthpiece for it and putting that information out there. You know, for all I know, this individual probably is a sadist. I have no idea how to measure that. But how are you going to measure strength as well? I mean, I think that we can probably agree that it would have taken some level of strength, particularly with the first victims, and willpower in order to bring this about. You know, because you're fighting two individuals at the time. I go back to this idea of co-sleeping in this context. You've got two victims that are there before you,
trying
if
to
you're
get
the
Hunter
perpetrator,
up here,
and you're attacking both of them with a knife. Again, I don't see how you can be targeting someone, specifically physically targeting someone, and you're having to fend off both individuals, because we don't know anything about the sequencing of death at this point either. Keep that in mind. That's very important here, because we don't know anything about the postmortem interval. They still don't have this timeline figured out as well.
We have ideas about it, right, based upon the house and who was killed. Before I have to let you go, Joseph, we have about a minute left. I want to ask you real quick about it seems that it's being reported that the hands of the victims have all been bagged at the scene in an effort to preserve possible DNA evidence, so that their hands were bagged up. Is that common, and what could we find from that? And how long would it take to get results?
Okay, first off, yeah, it's very common to bag hands. In the past, we've just used brown stick.
Come on, light this up for. I'm going to be making an important video. I want everybody to hashtag justice for the Idaho 4. You can put hearts at the end, whatever. Hashtag justice for Idaho 4.
Not sterile, but clean brown paper bags, and you tape them on the hands. Now they literally have these kind of all-encompassing little bags that have a drawstring, and kind of, again, bear with me. Let me break it down and tell you how it works. You bag the hands very carefully because there's a tremendous amount of trace evidence. One of the reasons you bag the hands is that this is kind of a logistics issue. When bodies are being moved from one location, and certainly if you're talking about traveling all the way from this location to Spokane, which is where the bodies would have been examined, there's a lot of jostling. So things fall off. It's very fragile. When you remove these bags, they're removed very carefully, Jesse. And so anything that's contained in them, they'll be sealed up and individually labeled and sent to the crime lab for examination. Now, they're also protecting anything that's contained under the nails. You've heard me, you and I have talked many times over the years about nail scrapings and nail clippings, skin, any kind of blood, anything like that's going to be contained. And also, because this was apparently a pretty bloody scene, it's amazing how much hair will contact and stick to hands. I find that more frequently than just about any other kind of evidence, hair from perpetrator, and sometimes hair from the victim too, because it's so dynamic. How long is the turnaround? It's not surprising. First off, here we are. We're past that marker in time of 4 weeks now. I am sure that at least the evidence that is gleaned from the victims is at a point where they've almost assessed it. They've collected all of the DNA that they possibly could. And now it's just about running the numbers relative to it to try to determine whose DNA is there. And what you're looking for is when you go through this process of this perpetration of this butchery, person A, okay, is going to have their DNA and possibly the perpetrators. But as you move to B, you'll take, if they're using the same weapon, you're taking the same weapon that has been dipped into the blood of A, then to B, then to C, then to D, so forth. So you've got multiple transfers. It becomes very layered, not to mention all the touch DNA as well.
Forensics tell so much of the story. We see that all the time in the cases we cover, and maybe we'll see it here as well. By the way, before we let everybody go, anybody with information, they're asked to call the tip line at 208-883-7180. You can email tipline@ci.moscow.id.us, and also you can submit digital tips at fbi.gov/Moscow, Idaho. Joseph Scott Morgan, thank you so much for taking the time. It was a really interesting discussion.
You bet, buddy.
And that's all we have for you here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
Yeah, he made some very good points in that too. Where's that other one at that I wanted to see? All right, I can open up again if you guys want to call back in. Hold up. Let me open back up the line. Bookmarks. All right. Now that I talked to my doc, you guys, the phone, if you guys want to call in, I got the lines back open. I do got the lines back open. And to vote right here, this is the vehicles that we found.
Call from
Top Line Appliance Center.
to accept, press 1. Call from
Jackie.
Hello, Jackie, you're live.
Hi. I just wanted to mention this as a possible thing with the liver issue. There's a medical term that's called livor mortis, and it goes along with rigor mortis, but it takes place at a different time after you die. And I think maybe he heard a medical term when somebody was talking to him about his daughter's death, and they might have said livor mortis at some point.
Right.
And he might have maybe confused that with the liver being injured if he doesn't know medical terminology. That was just a possibility, I thought. I don't know if anybody mentioned that. I just wanted to throw it out there.
Wow. So can you break it down a little bit more for me and the listeners?
Sure. Well, I know that. Okay, so after you die, a lot of people know you go into rigor mortis, but there's also a term. I think when the blood settles at the bottom of your body, it's called liver mortis, and it's a part of the process of your body breaking down after you die.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if that's possibly what he heard in a conversation with somebody who was in medical field, and he got that confused and thought that meant that her liver was injured. So I just thought I'd call and throw it out there.
Thank you for. I appreciate you actually throwing that out there. That's very informative.
Okay, good. Love you. Love your show. You're doing a good job.
Thank you so much. You're a great call. Where are you calling in from?
I'm in Wisconsin.
Shout out to you. You're right out. You're my neighbor.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're right here.
Yep.
Thank you for calling in, man. I appreciate you.
Sure.
God bless you.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Great call. Great call. Anybody else? Any other appliance centers want to call in? Somebody talk about an appliance center. Well, I don't know where that came from, but yeah, I'm taking call-ins right now. The phone number is at the bottom of your screen. I could probably shorten it up a little bit for you so it's better. Hold on. Let me make a banner that's better than that because that is. Let me fix that. Everything you hear on my channel is allegedly. Okay. There we go.
Call from
Better than that. That is
Melissa.
Let me fix that.
to accept, press 1.
Melissa, you're live. Welcome.
Hi. I just have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
When y'all were talking about the calls,
Mm-hmm.
so the girls were calling Jack over and over. Was that for sure before it, or could it have been Jack calling Jack, giving himself an alibi for his house? I know it sounds silly, but it's a different angle.
No, it doesn't sound silly. Actually, I've said that on like previous lives of mine that that could have been somebody creating an alibi for themselves, for sure.
I just found your channel yesterday, and I'm up at all different times of the days and nights, and it's great. And y'all have a lot of really good conversation, and I'm here to stay. So that was my question. Anyone has any comments? I'd love to hear some more information on that angle.
Yes, ma'am. No, it's that's I talked about that a lot on my past panels and when I had guests up and just talking about how they said, all right, so for instance, the family said it wasn't weird that they called that many times, but in general though, like it was between 225 and 245 that they called 6 times and then 3 times. Could that have been an alibi? Could the murders have taken place? Because they did get home Kaylee and Maddie did get home at 1:56. We know that, right? They got home at 1:56. They got it. The law enforcement got it wrong, and literally, I know Ethan and Xana got home. Allegedly, they said they got home at 1:45, and then follow up. Kaylee, Maddie get home at 1:56. So everybody's home at that point. So did the murders take place right after that while they were awake and they let the killer in?
Well, I was thinking they dated. He's familiar with the place. He was there. He probably knows their passwords. I mean, everybody's talking all the time. And if I'm trying to text, and if I don't get a hold of someone, I will call them.
Right.
And it's not like me. Like my daughter, when I try to call her, if I want to get a hold of her, I usually text her. If I don't text her, then I call her. But over and over, all my friends, usually it's a text thing. So for a person that age, just to continually call and no text be involved, and maybe there are texts, I thought it was kind of odd. That's what got me thinking that way. But y'all are great and keep it up. And I'm on the case watching you guys are really doing the work for the law enforcement, I think.
Yeah, we try to. I mean, a lot of the stuff I get is from you guys. Honestly, a lot of you guys help me out. I do a lot of deep diving and digging on Reddit and looking everywhere. But I mean, you got to filter through the bullshit, and there is a lot of bullshit out there. And if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, don't believe it.
Right. Well, you mentioned that you were on the Delphi case, and I've been watching that from the very beginning, so that got my attention too. But you have a great day, and I'm enjoying the discussion. And
the Delphi case, I caught that on HLN when Nancy Grace first covered it the first day.
oh my gosh, it's been going on for years, and I don't know what's coming of it. I'm not convinced on any of it.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know.
Well, I appreciate you calling in.
All
Thank
right.
you
Well, you
so
have
much.
a great one. I'm glad I found you, and your audience is great. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
man. I appreciate you. Good call. All right, whoever was just calling, you can call back. There's a lot of great calls today. A lot of good guests calling up on the phone. I'm glad I found I'm glad I was able to find the phone, how to get the line, the phone to connect to the live and all that. I'm glad I figured that out because it's great. Actually, a good option.
Call from
Michael.
What's up, Michael? You're live.
Hey, how you doing?
How's it going, Michael? How's your day going?
Good. I'm doing okay. Cold here in Colorado.
Okay, it's really that cold out there?
Oh God, yeah, it's I don't know. It's maybe about 19.
Wow. I can hear an echo. You got me on in the back?
Yeah, I was the remote wasn't working for me to turn it off.
You're all right. It's no big deal. I just heard myself talking.
Hey,
I was like, oh shit.
What do you prefer? T. Austin?
You can call me whatever you prefer. Austin, Trev, T-REV, whatever you want to call me. T.
I respect you, by the way, for turning your life around.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Sometimes you got to mature at some point, right?
We all do, hopefully.
Yes, sir.
But what I want to talk to you about just briefly is Kaylee's dad seems to be scrutinized when he sneezes.
Scrutinized when he sneezes, and I think he accidentally hung up. I think Bubba accidentally hung up. You can call back if you want. I'll answer any. I don't know. I think he accidentally hung up. But it seemed like it was going to be a good call, right? Super sweet, much respect. That was no accident. He hung up. Oh, I like that caller. Well, thanks for calling in. He said he seems to be scrutinized when he sneezes, and then I think it was an accident that he hung up. I don't know. But I mean, I agree with him that dad's getting hammered, and like people are saying, "Oh, the dad's a killer," and blah blah blah. Nah, the dad's not the killer. Ain't no damn way that dad's a killer.
Call from
Aaron.
Hi, Aaron. You're live.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. How about you?
Good, man. I actually just sent you a few maps because I thought it was something interesting for everyone to think about. I don't know if you could pull up the email or if you want to try to mess with it on Google Maps, and I could tell you. Either way is good.
What was it? Hold up. Let me look at it. I'm in my emails now.
You should see from Aaron.
Okay, I'm looking right now. When did you send it?
5 minutes ago, 2:46 our time.
2:46. Okay. Okay, so it would be 1:46 for me. I see you now. Okay.
Oh.
Yep, I see it.
Yeah.
No, I'm in
You're on the border. I know.
Yeah. I'm like it's 1:40 or it's 2:10 now, but I see it. I see what you're talking about. I got it open now. Gas station with white car to house.
Yeah, so I put the addresses in for the house at 1122 King Road,
Mm-hmm.
and then the address to where they had the car sighting, the white car, at 802 Troy Road. And I was looking at the path there, and it's a straight line. I don't know if you could bring it up so that
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
bring it up
can't.
right now. I got one.
Okay.
All right, so hold on. Let me download them first, which I got most of them downloaded. I got this one.
Yeah.
Let me see. This one says Berman Creekside Park, and it has like that on there. Let me open up this next one. This one has Troy Road to
Yeah.
1122 King Road. I got that one down pulled up right now.
Yeah. So basically, if you look at this path from the house to where the car was, right? They had said that, did they give a time on when that car was sighted at the gas station? It was like 3:45 a.m., I think.
Yeah, let's see.
That's what I think it was. I think that that gas station info they gave us of the car in the past 24 hours was at 3:45 a.m. So I mapped this out because I was curious, and my question to everyone just to ponder is, if you're looking, it's a real straight shot from 1122 King Road to the gas station. It's, if you do it like walking, it's 30 minutes, but if you do it by car, it's just 4 minutes. And you just make a turn. Hang on, let me see what you're showing. Oh, you're not showing it on the screen?
All right, to the gas station, right? Hold on, let me pull
The first one.
The
Sorry,
first
I
one?
want the first picture in the email I sent you is just I tried to make it easier so you could show
All right,
everyone.
so the first one that pops up for me is the one that I have up now. So this is the second one. This is like, I'll show you in an order, and then this right here is the third one,
Okay.
which shows the A. That one.
So go back one, and go back one more. So basically, right in the middle of the King Road and the gas station is this turn right here at Taylor Avenue, okay? And there's an A&W restaurant. So if you go on Google and look at this A&W restaurant and you look through their pictures, that's what I sent you next, was if you click on there and click their pictures, you can see that they actually have on the corner, they have a camera right there. And it's at Steiner Avenue and Taylor Avenue. And it's right in between the gas station where they have the white car and the house, okay? They said that the white car was photographed or videoed at 3:45 a.m. My question kind of showing this is, do you think when that car drove by real quick, as the witness had said, which is more likely? Do you think that this driver, if it were the killer, was going to commit the crime? Was he heading there to commit the crime, or had the crime already been committed and he was leaving the scene? That was one question I wanted to ask everyone. What do you think?
Guys, what do you think about that? I don't know what to think, to be honest with you. But let's see what the chat thinks. I'm ready to see what they think about that.
The first picture I sent was just showing the path.
Right.
And I think that it was interesting because it is really a straight shot. But I have to get back to work, but I did have one other thing I just wanted people to think about. If you go to my next pictures I sent you in that email, you scroll down. I did two other pictures that I have for you, and you can take a look after I go. But I was thinking about ROTC, and so in college, you know, there's the military aspect. I was thinking of the military aspect being that they are saying that K-bar knife is potentially involved, and it could be military issue, etc. And what I thought about that is I have cousins that went through ROTC, And so basically, you go into ROTC, which stands for Reserve Officers Training Centers. Basically, if you go to college and you go into ROTC program, you're saying, once I get, you pay for my college, Army or Marines or whatever. And then when I get out, I'm going to serve you guys. So they are military technically and training, but they're also students. And when I pulled up the 2 ROTC facilities in Moscow, there's a U.S. Naval ROTC and a U.S. Army ROTC. And they're both very interestingly close to the house. And my only point was, it just made me think about what was this profile of this person that we're dealing with. And something had to have brought that person into the neighborhood, whether it be previously they had been there up to this point and possibly knew or didn't know those people in the house, or even just that day with the football game going on pretty close by as well. I just found it interesting because ROTC, a lot of times, we're looking for someone who used a knife, which is not a normal weapon. 10%. I was looking into this, and I could send you this later. I got to go. But, a lot of people, they want the education, but they come from a different income background, potentially different attitude on life. A lot of different things come in that. And I thought it was something interesting for our viewers to think about. So I got to get back to work. I can send you more on the knife stuff. I found some interesting stuff about that later. But anyway, you all have a great
send
day.
it for sure. And I like the way you broke that down.
I was trying to be quick because I just popped out for a really quick 10-minute break, and I'm glad I got you. But thanks. I think you are doing awesome, and you all have a fantastic rest of your day.
Thank you.
Bye.
I appreciate you.
Bye.
I'll be looking for your email.
Okay.
Thank you. That was a good caller. Good caller for sure. Respect the area.
Call from
Aaron.
Aaron, you're live. Hello.
Hey, thanks for picking up.
Yes,
I was just wondering, has anybody thought that Kaylee and Maddie were in a relationship and that really made her ex super mad?
I've seen very few say that. But I personally don't think that. But I've seen people say that. I've seen people say, "Hey, I think that Maddie and Kaylee were in a secret relationship." I have seen people say that, but I personally don't think so. But I mean, a lot, to each their own.
Yeah, I was just wondering if anybody thought that.
I've seen very few, not many, but I've seen very few say that. So I was it kind of threw me off.
I know they're best friends forever, and whenever you see them in pictures, they're up on each other and beautiful girls, and I just thought that through my mind for a minute. But yeah, her ex-boyfriend is guilty as hell.
Right. I personally don't think they were, but I mean, you never know. But I don't think so. But it might come out that they were. You never know. But I really did.
And maybe that's why he was so intense on one of them rather than all of them.
I mean, usually though, I think a lot of girls, and this is just from my experience of knowing a lot of girls and women in general, they will sleep in the same bed, and I'm sure you've seen that. Maybe they sleep in the same bed, hang out if somebody's hanging out the house, they get together, they all sleep in the same bed. I don't know. I mean, it happens. From what I know, it happens, close girlfriends.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, and it's college, and everybody does experiment, so I don't know.
You never know. You never know. Hey, I respect your opinion. I may not agree with it, but I respect your opinion, and I respect you coming up and speaking it too.
I don't know if I believe it's true, but it has crossed my mind several times.
Yes, ma'am.
They'll
Hey,
get-
I'm
they'll-
sure it has. It crossed other people's too, because you're not the only person that said it. I've had other people come in and say it, and I mean, like in chat. I've had people type that out in chat.
Yeah.
So
Thanks for your time, Trevor. You're doing an awesome job.
thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call from
Michael.
Michael, welcome back.
Hey, I didn't hang up on you.
No, I know you didn't. I know. I
My
told
phone-
him you accidentally did. That was an accident.
No, my phone died.
Oh wow. Okay, that's fine, Michael. I knew you'd call
Right in
back.
the middle. So no, I wouldn't hang up on you after calling in.
Oh yes, sir. I know you wouldn't. That's why I was like, yeah, he didn't hang up. That something happened.
But what I wanted to say is, you know, regarding Kaylee's dad and the crap he's getting. I lost my son when he was 16. He was beaten
sorry,
to
sir.
death.
I'm sorry, sir.
And I was not myself for many months. I mean, you're not thinking right.
Oh,
You're not
man.
talking right.
That hit me.
And it you know, I feel terrible for that guy. I mean, it just, you know, it brings me back to Adam and how I felt after that.
I'm sorry to make that hit me when you just told me that.
Yeah, but he, you know, it's, you know, to sit there and say he's acting weird or he's not grieving properly.
Yeah,
And that
you
it
keep
just
going. I
drives
didn't
me
mean to cut you off.
No, it just drives me crazy because everyone grieves differently.
Absolutely.
So, you know, and I, you know, as far as all these theories are concerned, I agree with you. I'm so confused. You know, one day I think it is the guys in the frat. The next I think it's Jackass. I don't think it's Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, Jack. That's just my opinion, but obviously.
Oh, I respect all opinions.
I know you do, and I appreciate that. And I've seen a lot, you know, I've watched a lot of the shows, and I respect yours the most. I don't know how you stay up 10 hours, 12 hours on, but I respect yours the most because you do respect everyone's opinion.
I mean, you have to. You know, people get ignorant sometimes. I mean, there's just some that are outrageous, but in general, though, to each their own. If we all had the same mind in this world, what would the world be?
It'd be boring as hell.
Exactly. We'd all be walking around like, yep.
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
just,
I agree with you. You're absolutely right.
you got to have
But
open
it's
mind, man, and it's just, you know, that you can't be one-minded all your. You know, I used to be one-minded, and you got to learn to take criticism. You got to learn to respect other people's thoughts, and
absolutely.
until you do that, you'll be a miserable person.
Well, and yeah, that's. I'll be honest with you. I have forgiven the guy who killed Adam.
Oh yeah,
because it does no good to be angry.
Wow. So that's your son's name?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear about that, sir. That when you said it, that touched me, brought tears in my eyes.
It brings tears to my eyes periodically, but you know, it does no good to keep hating on someone. I mean, it's going to take everyone a long time to get over this. But you know, God didn't make any perfect people.
Absolutely.
And you know, so it's just, you know, they will get over this. It will take time. And unfortunately, I know it sucks, but the only way you're going to get over it is through time.
Yes, sir. You're absolutely right.
Anyhow,
how long did it take you?
I'm still not over it.
Exactly. Thank you.
But what I noticed was, I remember the first time I laughed afterwards.
Oh, wow.
found something funny and I was able to laugh again. And, it probably took me, realistically, it took me a year.
Oh, wow.
But, it's, I talk to him, most every day. So's my wife. She sees him and talks to him better than I do because I just talk to him when I have a question or, I need something, as far as an answer to something.
No,
But he was a good kid. He had gotten in trouble, no doubt. But
he was a 16-year-old boy, though, man. He didn't deserve.
Exactly.
He didn't deserve what happened to him.
No, because it was. The only way I could identify the body was from a scar on his leg, because his head was caved in. But it was just at 16, you don't deserve that, and he just, he was an old soul.
Yeah, oh man, I'm so sorry, sir, that you had to go through that. I could only imagine. I could only imagine. And did you at least get any peace when these perpetrators were brought to justice?
Yeah, I did. We opted for a plea bargain because a lot of the witnesses were homeless kids, and they weren't sure they were going to be around for the trial. And so, we went to court and, agreed to the plea bargain. I had him cremated because I didn't want his mother to see him. But you do get peace after a while. And, I know I'll see him at some point in time. And, they say God doesn't give you more than you can handle.
Right.
But I think he has a higher opinion of my ability to handle things than I do. So, anyhow.
Now that one hit me.
Yeah, and I found out relatively quickly. I didn't have to go through 4 weeks of, hearing
I can feel
everything.
your pain. Like I could feel your pain through your voice. It just made me cry, man.
I appreciate that, man. And I know you got a lot of people wanting to call in. I tried to call back, and it took me about.
It's all right. Calls, no, it's okay.
So,
God bless your soul.
Anyhow, God bless you. You take care. You're doing good work.
Thank you, sir. I'm trying to do something positive with my life. If this is what it is, and this is what it is, I just I want to put some positivity into this world because I spent half my life putting negative into it. You're
doing a good job.
So, but yeah, your story just touched me. I'm in tears over here.
Oh my.
I'm in tears over here, man. I do appreciate you calling in and sharing your story and speaking on how it's good to hear somebody to speak up for Kaylee's father, because he's getting. I don't know if you've seen that interview with that one guy that said, "Oh, I think he's the number one suspect." Or you seen that video?
Yeah, I have. And my wife would tell you I about went nuts.
Yeah, it pissed me off.
It pissed me off too. And it's just, a father would not do that. And the way he's acting and the way he's reacting, no, there's no way in hell. There's no way I could have killed my son. And I don't think there's a chance in hell that he could have killed his daughter.
Right. Yeah, there's no way that guy's not gonna kill his daughter. You could feel his pain through that interview and I feel like I had somebody come up the other day and they said something that resonated with me, and it's still sitting with me now, is that the media is getting off on this guy, on him speaking.
Right.
And I feel like they did you're doing too many interviews now for him. He's grieving right now. You're speaking at him in a moment of outrage. And if you noticed, his wife was like, come on,
calm down.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
yeah,
you could just feel his pain and see his pain. And when you watch him on those interviews, you feel it. I just don't know how nobody else can. You got to be cold not to see it, you know? Like,
absolutely.
It bothers me.
He's, you know, you know, and especially fathers and daughters. I mean, that's a special bond, even more special than just children. You know, children, fathers and sons have a different bond, but we love them all. And, you know, it's just give the guy a break, leave him alone. Let the cops do their job. Let people can talk about stuff, but don't go blaming the dad.
Exactly. Don't go blaming the dad. And I'm with you on that 100% because dad didn't do anything but just want to see his daughter go through college and make herself a life after, you know?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, exactly. That's
And
all you want.
And when I heard that whole, and I've watched this interview multiple times. I mean, every time I watch it and I hear him say about putting his child in a box, I paid for that. It just that smashes my heart.
It tore me apart. But anyhow, T, I know you've got a lot of people wanting to talk to you, and I appreciate you taking my call. And God bless you for all you do.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you, Michael. And God bless you. And I look forward to hearing from you again.
You probably will.
Yes, sir. I do appreciate this phone call. This was an emotional phone call for me, actually. This was emotional.
One for me too. It's one for me too. You got me crying now.
Yeah, I'm still wiping my eyes right now.
You take care of yourself, and you have a great day.
God bless you, Michael.
God bless you, man. Bye-bye.
Very, very, very good phone call. Very, very good phone call. Good God. Yeah. That one made me cry, guys. That man right there just told me his friggin' son got. I could just feel that man's pain. You know, when you speak to somebody that's been through something like that, there's people that you can see through the bullshit when they're not telling the truth. But that man right there, I felt his pain when he spoke that. It was authentic. And that was an authentic phone call. And I can tell from bullshit to real shit. And that man he was speaking. I felt this pain. I felt it through his voice. Absolutely. You guys know that about me. You know I'm an empath. I felt that man's pain, and that pain, I've got tears still in my eyes now. Whew. Yeah, I do like the fact that he called and he brought up about Kaylee's dad, and a lot of people are pointing the finger at that man. Believe it or not, there's a good 10,000 to 15,000 people that really believe that. Out of all of us in the world right now that are looking at this case, there is a good group of people that believe that her dad did something, which is outrageous. Kill. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. Line's still open if anybody wants to call. Give me a box of tissues. Everyone grieves in different ways. Now my nose is running. You the man, Mike. Everybody, I appreciate everybody that was showing love to Mike too in the chat. I seen it lighten up. Pain even travels through the phone. Yes, it does.
Call from
Jerry.
Hello, you're live. What's up?
Hey, Trev. Man, take a moment there after that last call. That was heavy.
Yeah,
heavy
man, that was super heavy.
Yeah,
my nose is running now.
You know, you're doing such a good thing here, letting people like him just call in and relate to what's happening with this dad. you're putting out a lot of love out there. You're letting him outlet himself. It just I'm moved where I am, and I just thank you. I thank you.
I thank all of you guys who are viewing and calling in and sharing information. I mean, you guys are great, but we all got one goal here, and we want to see whoever did this to these 4 children be put behind bars.
Absolutely. I'm watching like all the other viewers, and I'm just praying here. And what that man said about the father, just boy, the hell that man is in at this time, that we just got to cut this guy some major slack.
Absolutely.
For what he's going through. I did have a couple specific questions or just comments I wanted to make back to the case. If
the floor is yours, sir.
Just 3 points. First thing, just things for your viewers to think about, and if you want to comment on or whatnot. But 3 kind of specific points. One, I find it real interesting. Back to the food truck video that I think is the most telling part of this case. I find it real interesting that I know we haven't confirmed yet whether Hoodie Guy is Jackass, but I'll just refer to him as Hoodie Guy in the food truck. He when he first shows up in that video, he's with the 2 girls like they're friends, and that is really interesting to me. You know what I'm talking about there?
Yes, sir.
And it's just like, they all go to the food truck together like they're friends, but then obviously that 10 minutes or so they're at the food truck, he kind of separates himself away from them, or they separate away from him. But, I think we're overlooking a little bit what happened to the lead up to that food truck. They show up together, all 3 of them. So that's just food for thought on that. My second point is, I always get Kaylee and Maddie kind of mixed up on who's who, but the girl at the food truck, one of them is scouting out food. The other one is on her phone the whole time. Which one's on her phone the whole time? Is that Kaylee or Maddie?
Kaylee was on her phone.
Yeah. So this is the other thing I feel like we're overlooking is she's on her phone. In my opinion, she's really in depth on her phone, meaning, my opinion, she's communicating with somebody on her phone. She's texting, she's getting the Uber ride, she's communicating because she's on it in depth. It's not like she's looking away, like she looked something up real quick, like what do I want to get to eat or something. In my opinion, she's communicating on her phone with somebody. Now,
Absolutely.
obviously it's not Maddie, because Maddie's with her. My opinion, and I'm just kind of a sleuth here, I'm wondering if she's communicating with Ethan and Zaina about where they're up to, where are they, what's going on, and we're at the food truck, we're gonna get food, we're heading home soon. Want to meet us back home? Do you guys want food? Maybe just different things like that,
Right.
And I'm kind of brainstorming. I'm not making, I'm not like connecting any dots. I wonder who she's talking to or what she's doing on her phone so much. Because if you look at that food truck video, she's really in depth on that phone. It's hard for her to turn away of whoever she's communicating with on her phone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she's definitely communicating with somebody. And
yeah,
I know they said Uber right at the beginning, but they switched it off to private ride. Do you remember that? And then they changed the time from them getting home. I think they originally said that they got home at 1:45, but they really got home at 1:56. So they had got some like a 10-minute, 11-minute difference between they originally said. But I mean, I don't know why they came out within this first week and they just started clearing, these clear, this person's clear, that person's clear, this person's clear. And it was like, you're in one weekend. How are all these people clear? You know what I mean? Like, do your investigation before you come out and start throwing out clear.
Right.
And not only that, they left like I've mentioned earlier on a few different phone calls, they left the vehicles on the lot for 2 weeks. They should have had those impounded.
Yeah.
You got a retired homicide detective that comes out to the scene and finds a glove that you guys couldn't find. I mean, it's been a lot of sloppy police work in this investigation so far up to, you know what I mean? There really has been.
Yep. Yeah, I'm with you there. Back to my comment though, just so that, you know, I just hope they're doing the due diligence on who the heck she's communicating with on that phone at the food truck, you know, because I don't know. That's something that's coming to mind for me. And then the last point I wanted to make, and I know you got a lot of callers calling in, so I'll just wrap it up with this. They get home, you know, there's two different groups of people, Ethan and Zana, and then Kaylee and Maddie. The two different groups get home at roughly like a 10-minute span apart. One gets home at 1:45, the other gets home at 1:56. So my theory is that the girl on the phone there, I think she's communicating with Zana and Ethan and saying, "Here, we're getting food right now. You guys want food? We're going to be home in the next 5-10 minutes." And they're all when I go out partying on the weekend, I kind of get with my friend. And then if we go to different locations and we come back home or something, I call it the wind down. We come back home, we have a little wind down. Hey, where were you at? Where were we at? You know, and you know what we did partying that night. So I'm wondering if the four of them kind of came back home for their wind down of what happened at the corner club, what happened at the food truck, wherever Ethan and Zana were at. They're letting them know what happened. Maybe there was a fight at the frat house and they were doing their wind down and discussing all that. Again, it doesn't kind of connect the dots on who did these killings, but I just kind of putting it out there to your audience, to all the viewers, of like things to think about. Maybe all of us together with your community, we can kind of help connect the dots. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what we're all here for.
Absolutely. But I just want to finish up with going back to that previous caller, that dad, man, he hit it on the spot, and you giving him the forum to just kind of be out there and say his piece about his son, Adam. All props to you, brother. And really appreciate you taking my call and everything you're doing here.
Absolutely. That's what I was trying to figure out how to get the phone calls to come through for a couple weeks now. I was like, hold up, do I need to go buy something? And then I figured out what I needed to get, and I finally got it. So I'm glad I'm able to do it, because it's good, because I know there's a lot of people that want to chime in. Not everybody wants to come up on panel and be up on video, or just, you know, in general, there's a lot of echo and a lot of stuff like this on these phone calls. Everything is super clear. And you know, not only that, people get to call in and, you know, speak what they want to talk about on the case. And it's a good, I feel like it's good engagement. And I feel like a lot of people should do it.
Yeah. I mean, you had a good, some nice callers earlier. I don't know your history, T-REV, but, you know, there's some nice love putting out towards you that, you know, you were able to change your life. You know, you're doing a really good thing here. I'm a little bit in a tough place myself, going through some transition in my life, trying to get to a better place. And, I've just decided, you know, I'm kind of enthralled with this case, and what's happening here. I'm kind of feeling for these families of losing their loved ones. So I just appreciate you kind of letting us share this all together, whether it's grieving or suspicion or whatever things we're going through in life. You're doing a good thing here by bringing us together and letting us share our experience.
Absolutely. And I have if you said you're in a tough place right now, so for all I do have and the only reason I make my Discord members only is just to keep trolls out of there. So if you ever feel like you need some people to talk to, I mean, you don't even need to do members only. You can hit me up on Facebook or anything. If you ever need an ear or anything like that, man,
I appreciate that.
You can always reach out. I respond to everybody that I possibly can respond to. So if you ever need somebody to talk to or anything, I don't know what you're going through right now, but You said you're going through some tough stuff. So if you ever need, somebody to talk to when I'm not live, I do answer messages back. So
Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
That. Okay. Well, I want to respect the other callers. The other people want to chime in. So I'm going to go ahead and close it out. But thanks for taking my call, and keep up the great work.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate
All right.
you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, good caller. Good caller. All right, somebody was calling before, but I don't. 3 unread messages. I was working, so I couldn't call earlier. What kind of car X? Somebody sent the image. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, lines open, guys. Oh, yeah, there's been some great callers today. Excuse me. Thank you, caller. Call-ins are so good. Absolutely. Why we love T-REV. Thank you. T-REV listens to everybody. No judgment. Yeah, no, I can't pass judgment on anybody. I've been all the way as far as the bottom as you can possibly think. If you know what the bottom is and you've been to the bottom before, I've been there. Thank you, Kadi. I appreciate you. Welcome. Somebody was just calling in, though. Whoever was calling in from 405, and then there was one at 412. Okay. There.
Call from
Margie.
Hello. You're live.
Hi, is this YouTube? I mean,
T-REV.
Yeah, that's me.
You're on YouTube. Yeah, that's you.
Hi, how are you?
I can hear myself in the background. Can you turn that down if you don't mind?
Yeah, I don't mind because I can hear. Yeah.
You'll be able to hear yourself too.
I know. I don't want to hear myself.
It's okay.
No, I have a couple of things. I've been obsessed with this myself, and just wondering. I hear Jack all the time. And I'm thinking, is it possible that it could be both Jack and Jack D and Jack S? And I noticed the truck with the hoodie guy. I noticed when he was behind Kaylee, all of a sudden he was looking at his phone. And did anybody notice him looking at his phone, and was anything in the phone? And he did it twice. He did it at the beginning, and he did it when the girls left. So when the girls walked away. And the other thing is, I was listening to one of the psychics, and the psychic mentioned that make sure you call the police and tell them that the person that did this went into the kitchen with the bloody knife and cut an apple, and then threw the apple in the snow and in the ground. And if anybody found the apple for DNA, that's all I got.
Oh, wow. When you heard that from who again?
From one of the psychics, that, some of the mediums.
Yeah, I've seen some of them. I've watched one all the way through. It was like 34 minutes.
I think some of them are really, and to be honest with you, I've watched like 5 of them, and they all say exactly the same thing. So I'm like, there's got to be something right with this. And then it's really funny. I went on to Google, and I said, Google, what kind of car does Jack Showalter drive? And it went right up to white Hyundai Elantra.
Yes, I see.
What?
Angela, yeah, I did watch Donna. That's exactly the one I watched. That was the one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
They're saying it in chat. Everybody's letting me know. Yeah, that's the one that I watched. And I thought it was and then it had something to do with like a bakery bread, and it was
yes, that's the other thing I keep forgetting, because when this first happened, the first person I heard was and it was a medium guy, and he said the name of the guy is Philip, and he looks like somebody, some musician or something, I can't remember, but he owns a bakery in
Moscow. And also there was another one that stated that this guy Philip again was brought up, and that this woman Donna, I believe that you just mentioned, she was stating that there was a conversation in the bar where hoodie guy had said to the girls, get anything you want to drink, it's on E. And then this guy that was in the bar with him said to him, you know, those girls do nothing but use you. She was hearing this conversation in her mind, and she said to him, I don't like the way they treat you. You know, I can take care of them, and something to that, pertaining to something like that. And all they showed was they would always show these meetings the same thing with work boots, a hunter, and fatigues, and they all said the same thing. In that there was a house, but it was like a red house that this supposedly Jack Showalter lived in, and also there was a bridge in Pullman. Pay attention to a bridge over water, and that they think they may have thrown some items in the water.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
very interesting.
I mean, that got my attention. I was just like, whoa, okay. I mean, I don't know. You never know. So I tried to get through to the police, but I couldn't get through. So, I don't know what you people do, but, maybe somebody already called the tip in. But Pullman is like right there. It's right beside Moscow.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that tip's been called in.
Yeah.
Somebody else was talking about that in chat the other day.
Really? Okay, good.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people talking about what you just said, and then there's a few other things. What was it? The bread, but it was I already had seen it on that channel like 2 weeks ago. I want to say it was like 2.5 weeks ago.
Okay.
Maybe a little longer.
Well, I don't know how to get on. I'm not really good with technology, so when I saw the phone number, I said, I'll just call in. But, everyone has an opinion, and it's like for me, of course, everybody wants to find out who the killer is. But, if you see something that's not said, you don't know. So anything could be helpful, I guess.
Absolutely.
Right.
You gotta look at everything. I mean, there is some very good psychics out there. It's just I feel like you get an overload of people who think they are and they're not, and then that messes it up for the real ones.
Right. But the bread thing really got me, because it was this name Philip came back again, and I was like, oh, that's what the very first guy. It said something about they saw bread, and they saw, this man opened up his own business. And also she was seeing Kaylee, I think it was that afternoon, sitting out in front by that bakery or business. I don't know if she was waiting for an Uber, and he came out and he was talking to her. And the psychic said, I see obsession with this man, and something else. So I just thought that was really interesting.
Definitely interesting. I'm sure hopefully they're looking into something. I mean, I'm sure they know a lot more than we know. That's a fact.
Oh, of course they do. Yeah, they probably all already know all of that. It's just crazy how, it's everybody gets so, into it, because it's such a, it's a horrible thing. It's horrible. So I hope they find him. But I'm really glad to talk to you, and thank you for answering my call.
Yes, ma'am. No problem. I'll try to answer everybody as I see.
Yeah, good job, and happy holidays, Merry Christmas, I like to say. All right, but take care.
Thank you, ma'am. Wonderful call. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Thank you. Good call. Phone line is open. All right.
Call from
Steven.
What's up, Steven? You're live.
Hey, buddy. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, no problem.
A couple things. Number one, I just discovered your channel. Really enjoying the content. I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you, sir.
Couple of things that I wanted to talk about. Why do we not know what type of car any of those perceived suspects named Jack drove?
That's a good question. That is a very good question.
How do we not know that? How hard is it to find a vehicle that's registered to either one of the potential suspects?
Right. And if you figured if they were clear, they would, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question about the vehicles, though. 100%. Like, why do we not know what they drive?
It would really give closure fast. I mean, that's sort of one thing that I've been thinking about. I mean, this case has become really all-consuming for so many of us. The other thing that I wanted to discuss is one of the young ladies, the victims, I believe her name was Maddie. She had, from what I read, an OnlyFans page.
Yeah, you know what? I looked into it, and what I found on the OnlyFans topic that you just mentioned was it looked like it's a fake created account on Instagram. Now, it seems fake, but I looked through the followers on it, and they were all from Idaho and Washington.
Right. And that site can breed some interesting characters, right? As far as stalkers, I mean, it's a perfect opportunity for somebody who may not be so well adjusted, let's say, to start to follow somebody and become somewhat obsessed with them, which can be very, very dangerous.
Absolutely. It definitely could be dangerous.
And then lastly, I mean, because everybody else has sort of been sharing their thoughts on who they think might be the one. I mean, the gentleman at the food truck, Jack S., I guess his name is, the behavior was so bizarre. And, you know, as a father of a son around that age and also going to college myself, that was really creepy behavior. It didn't seem right the way he bolted off as soon as the girls left, not ordering food, being kicked out of the club. There's just so many red flags there for me. Like, it just doesn't make sense. And obviously, I think we all agree how silly it is that he went out drinking till 2 a.m. only to get into a car and drive 5 hours to a cabin. Nobody does that.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't make sense on that end, and I've brought that up plenty of times on my panels in the last week. Like, who, you know, you get kicked out of the club to go around the and stand, or you wait outside for the girls, I guess, right? If you get kicked out of the club, you got to wait outside for them to come, right? Or did they leave with him when he got kicked out? That's a good, that's something we don't know, and that corner club footage would tell us a lot. But, you know, of course, the cops have it. I feel like the cops have it, and they're not coming off of it for a reason. Maybe there's a person of interest from the corner club that was driving something, but then again, I think they would release image of that person if that was the case also. So there's something that you throw up in the air there, because if you notice from past cases, they do release video footage if somebody seemed out of place or seemed to be following them.
Right.
They usually would release that, but nothing like that so far. The only thing we know is they want this white Elantra so bad that it's nationwide.
They probably have every Elantra registered in that area. Like, well, you go to any Hyundai dealership, they could trace who has sold, who has leased, who has rented. Like, this is the least, I think, of their tasks that would be difficult to find this car.
Right. Yeah.
It's mind blowing. The last thing I wanted to say, because I don't want to take up too much time, when, you know, those early morning calls to the ex-boyfriend, where both of the young ladies were making, you know, she returns home. She's a beautiful girl. They've been together for a long time. I remember my first love. It was pretty painful when we broke up, you know, and she was throwing some shade by really not making any time for him. I have a feeling, my gut tells me, that they were concerned about Jack S.'s behavior. They were calling him. Perhaps they even saw him outside, or felt that he was following them in their Lyft ride or however they got home. And he simply didn't take the call because he felt that her coming home, not making any time for him, was just sort of throwing some shade.
Yeah, man, this case is just a big tornado.
It really is. But anyway, thank you for
everything
taking my
is
call.
everywhere. Everything is everywhere
no doubt.
with this one. And we're out here speculating. We're not the police, right? But we're just
No doubt.
We want justice, just like
For real.
everybody
And,
else. I mean, we want to see good in this world, and every day we turn on something, it's something negative, right?
I just hope these parents get some closure, because I can't imagine what they're doing, how they're coping with all this. But be that as it may, God bless them all. And shout out from Toronto, Canada. I'm really loving your show, and thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you, man. God bless you.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, brother.
Bye.
Call from
Marie, I'm okay to wait.
Marie, you do not have to wait.
Hey, thank you. No worries. My time is free.
No, you do not have to wait. Welcome. You're live.
First up, thank you. I love your show. I love everything you're doing.
Thank you, man.
My head just spins around because I'm watching all different kind of shows. Yours seems to be one of my favorites. My mind just keeps switching up as to who could this possibly be, because the more they look into this little town, the crazier it gets. Like almost everybody in the town, some kind of a felon or arrested for something or another. All the neighbors and, SA and et cetera and so on. So a couple of thoughts that I had, and I heard this from someone else, so I can't take credit for it, but there's a story that Jack D, the ex-boyfriend, had possibly gone over to the house, and of course they would let him in because they know him. And supposedly, according to the mom, they have this really good relationship and whatnot. And he might have gone in there and said, "Oh man, I was here earlier and I dropped my phone somewhere and I can't find it. Can you guys try to call it and see if it rings in here? Did I drop it on the couch?" Or so that might account for why there were so many calls. Maybe they were he pretended like he was trying to find his phone, and then, one thing led to another.
Right. So what is your theory on this whole entire thing? Like, what do you think?
My gut, I'm a mom. I've also lost a child, and I never did figure out how that happened. My money's on the Sigma Chi. I don't know who or why. Well, I know a lot of reasons why, but my gut just goes towards that. One of the things that piques my interest, so you got we're coming up on 4.5 weeks that this tragic, scary as all get out incident occurs, and you still don't put cameras up outside your frat house or your sorority houses. Like I would have had mine up within an hour.
Right. Exactly.
And when the guy talked to them, from News Nation, when he went and talked to the frat president, and they said, "We don't have any cameras on the property." He didn't say they didn't have any inside. He said, "We don't have any on the property," because since there's been pictures from various things allegedly from the inside of the building, which could just be individuals' phones. But I mean, if you were a parent and your kid was in that school, or if you were a kid in that school or in that, God forbid, frat house, they got the money. Wouldn't you be putting up some kind of major security system?
Yeah, you definitely should. They definitely should. In general, with everything that's going on in the world today, everybody really needs a security system.
And I think they probably didn't originally because they did think it was kind of a safe place. And I think there's a lot of probably, they're college kids. And, when I was 18, you were allowed to drink at 18. So the world's changed since then. So I think there's a lot of kids doing stuff and they just really don't want to know what all these kids are doing. So that's why they don't have cameras and they don't want to get in trouble and they don't want to get sued and they don't want, this, that, and the other thing. But all that aside, now you've got this situation and you still haven't thought to, put up on that. So that makes me really wonder, what they got going on over there. And I don't know, I've heard, I went to college in Camden, New Jersey. So, I wasn't in any elite little facility like this, but this, it just seems like they should be more on it. And I don't know if they have rituals where they have to, do stuff to get in the gang.
Right.
like what I forget what they call it for fraternities, but it just seems like maybe there's some of that going on. They showed that picture where you got the car with the boy standing next to it. There was a kid up on the roof, like chugging beers. That's where that picture was taken from. Like, what's he doing up there, man?
Yeah, he's at the colleges
Young and dumb.
Yeah,
But
it's this. I mean, who would go in here and do this? Is what we want to know. It's.
I don't know.
It's absurd.
And I personally think it's only one person. I don't think you would risk, if you're going to do something this crazy, I don't think you would risk letting anybody else in on your business, because people talk. Eventually, people talk.
Right.
And, so if it's just you, all you got to worry about is you.
Yeah, you don't got to worry about if Bobby's going to run his mouth.
Right. You don't know. And that other boy, the other fraternity, not L, but the one starts with the letter B, last name, he's like a tutor. And he was tutoring Ethan because Ethan's grades were poor. And they didn't like each other either. So maybe, and they said that's the only way that the guy that starts with B, last name B, got into the fraternity, because they needed him because their national chapter was on their butts because their grades were so poor.
Right.
So he kind of got like a free pass. Now, I don't know, allegedly. I'm going to say everything allegedly.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything is allegedly. If you didn't hear from law enforcement, it ain't true.
It ain't true, exactly. And I did not hear anything from as everybody.
I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna take this next call. I do appreciate you though. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a
Call from
Eric.
What's up, Eric? You're live.
Hey man, I just found your channel today and been listening to it all day.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, pretty good, man. I just wanted to call in and say I understand the father, speaking out on the cops and stuff. 'Cause I've been through the same thing, and I voice my opinion all over Facebook and stuff. And
you've been through the same
my
thing.
Daughter, yeah, well, not with losing a daughter.
Oh wow, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it was just last May.
What?
This year. She was, her job called me. She just moved into her new apartment. And her job called me. Said they haven't heard from her in 2 days. And I just talked to her the weekend before that. I gave her a microwave for her new apartment.
Oh, no.
And so I immediately hung up, tried to call her. She didn't answer. I called her boyfriend that, she's been with for several years. And he said he hadn't heard from her in a couple of days, which, I found that odd. And so I called my wife. My wife immediately jumped in the car, went to her house. And her boyfriend had just beat her there. Supposedly he come walking out from behind the house, the apartment. And
oh no.
He said she'd killed herself.
What?
So my wife ran up. Yeah, so my wife ran up there, and all I heard was screaming. She was just bloody screaming for a good 5 minutes before she finally got back on the phone, and I could barely understand what she was saying. So I was trying to hurry up and get over there too myself, and my car was breaking down, so I couldn't make it. So I had my sister bring me over there about an hour later. By the time I finally get there, and
no.
Yeah, I mean, I could go on.
Last May.
Yeah, in May.
You're still grieving.
Yep. Yeah, definitely.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
Yeah, they.
So your daughter, you're talking apartment. Your daughter's grown.
Yeah, she was 25.
Oh man.
Yep, she was Jehovah's Witness. She was, doing good. Had a really good job. Had her own car, own money, and doing good all by herself. Her boyfriend, come to find out, had just broken up with her 2 days before that. And
did you get any justice whatsoever?
no, the cops messed it all up because he was come out and saying it was that she killed herself. So the detectives went up and pretty much ran off of his story that she was hanging when there's no way she was hanging from what they said she was hanging from, because we went up in the attic, found all kinds of, stuff up there that I was looking for. And I called the cops back. I said, y'all didn't go up in the attic? And she goes, no, we didn't need to. And I said, well, these wires that y'all say she was hanging from, they're not even connecting anything up there.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they would have pulled right out the wall. And we finally got a deputy to come back because the detective wouldn't. And,
oh my goodness.
And the deputy said, yeah, he pulled the wire out. And he said, yeah, I don't see how she could hang from that. And I begged the detectives to come back, and they still wouldn't. I asked them to fingerprint the liquor bottle on the bed that she had. I found a receipt. She had just bought this bottle of Jameson on Wednesday, the last time anybody heard from her, and they found her on Friday. But there was like a big bottle of Jameson that half of it was drank. But then when she got her autopsy results back, she only had like 0.11 alcohol in her system. So I know somebody was there drinking with her.
Oh man!
And they wouldn't fingerprint the bottle. The detective they put on my daughter's case was only a detective for a month. She looked younger than my daughter.
Wow!
I begged him. Yeah, I begged him. I said, "Can you put somebody else on this case? Because I don't think she has the experience for this." And for 5 months, I wouldn't hear anything unless I called them, and they would never call me. So I'd take to social media sometimes on Facebook, and blast the cops for not doing anything. And then in the end, they just ruled it a suicide because they couldn't figure out what happened to her.
Wow. What's her name? A lot of people are saying, what's her name? I wish we could fight for justice for her.
Her name was Danielle Urig.
Danielle
U-R-I-G. Yep, U-R-I-G.
U-R-I-G. Danielle U-R-I-G. A lot of people. There's a lot of people in the chat are asking. That's
Tampa, Florida.
Tampa, Florida.
Yeah, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. They completely we went up there and did like an interview with them because they wanted to show us their PowerPoint presentation. And
you ever reached out to any PIs?
No, I haven't. I really can't afford it right now.
Well,
yeah,
why don't you? Why don't you email me and I'll see what we can do here. I mean, that's super sad that you had to go through that, man. I couldn't even imagine.
Well, even the neighbors.
Huh? Yeah, he's right here. I'm sorry, I'm here. But
oh, you're right. Even all her neighbors said they heard a lot of fighting, and that she had been dead probably Wednesday night, but they heard the shower running on Thursday. And one of the neighbors said her door was open on Friday.
Well, I know you said you can't afford a PI, but
right.
Email me some details. And
what's your email?
My email is if you got a pen and paper, write this down. I'll help try to pay for one for you. I'll try to raise some money and do whatever I can. I want to look. If you can get me some information on this case, I will get together with some people that I know in the community and try to do what I can do. That's crazy that nobody will take a second look at this.
No, I mean they closed it as suicide. I'm hoping the FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, will reopen it. But
I want to try to.
We just paid for all the case files, and we're kind of going through them right now to see what they did and what they didn't do. But they admitted they did a lot of things wrong that they shouldn't have done. They sent the rookie detective back to school, more training. And meanwhile, I think somebody out there killed my kid.
I want to get. I'm gonna try to reach out to somebody. Read my mind in here. Sen M did. Maybe Chris M from the interview room can help. He does cold cases. See now, I mean, like if we gotta pay him, I don't mind putting in on it. Honestly, send me the information. Here's my email, and it's T-R-E-V 757 psn@gmail.com.
What was the letters right before Gmail?
it's PSN, like PlayStation Network, but PSN.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
At Gmail?
Yeah, at gmail.com.
Okay.
And I'll definitely see what we can do.
Yeah, I'll send you everything I can think of, and like I've sent to one other person, like, about a month back, never heard anything, and it was just, I was hoping that somebody else would look into it,
Well, maybe I can try to use my platform to try to get to somebody, and like I said, if I got to put some money up, I don't mind for the better cause. I'm taking a second look at that. I couldn't imagine.
Her dog was there too, and her dog still had food and water, never used the bathroom in the house, and was in there for 2 days.
You know your daughter best. You know her mental state. You know if she would do things like that. I'm sure you were close to your daughter.
Yep, she's never depressed. I mean, she worked every day. She had a good life. I mean, she was doing really good for herself. Had her own car that she was paying on, and just got the apartment. Just the day we were there with detectives, a UPS pulled up and was carrying a couch and a table and everything she had just bought for her apartment.
That's crazy.
I mean, she had just ordered stuff days before.
A lot of people are asking about the boyfriend's name.
I don't want to give that out. I mean, I don't want to put it out probably.
Yeah, I don't blame you on that. Marlena, which is a very big helpful mod of mine, she is saying have the caller go to Cold Case Foundation and put all of his info in. They don't charge. That's where Chris M does his work. Red flags. If you get with my mods in the chat, they'll help you.
Okay.
And also email me also.
Will do. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thank you for calling and telling your story. I appreciate you.
Hey, you got the best show. I've been watching all day, man. I haven't had the nerve to call in. I got kind of social anxiety, and now I'm all over the place.
Yeah, most definitely hit me up in the email, and I'll get you put in the right direction regardless. So.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Have a good Christmas.
Yeah, thank you, sir. You too.
All right, bye.
Great phone call. Great call. Yeah, definitely. Definitely gotta get that man some. That's crazy. That's crazy. Somebody else just called. Whoever that was, if you want to call in, hopefully he emails me. I'd like to try to help out any way I can. I really would like to try to help out any way I possibly can. Maybe we can get him pointed in the right direction. I don't care if I got to put up any money at all. I really don't. That doesn't bother me. Yeah. James says, has anyone gotten a reply back from the tip line? The only reply I got back was for that fake Scream video that says it has no relevance to the case. That's the only response I got back. Thank you. I appreciate you, Joe. Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm hoping he emails me. So hopefully, I think he got it. He said he wrote it down. So yeah, she knows for a fact. Marlena knows. He's good, but yeah, anybody who wants to call in, lines open for anyone. Man, you never know there's a lot of people out here that have it worse than the next person. There's a lot of people in this world that have it worse than the next person, and it just, it's tough. You never know who's going through what. You never know who's going through what. Hopefully he's in chat. So sad, caller. I'm in Tampa, Florida. Prayers to your family. What was the last caller's name? I'm pretty sure. The story got me so fucked up. I forgot what he said his name at the beginning. That story was like, whoa, that's crazy, Yes, there it is, right there. Hopefully, if you're watching right now, sir, that's where you need to go. Yes, Jeffrey. Jeffrey got it right down there. The last name, Daniel Urig. Eric. Okay. I'm glad a lot of you. I got caught up in the story, man. The story was daughter. Last May. That's pretty close. It's close to home. There's a bunch of people that called. Let's see. 732-813-843 732-772-416. Lines open for anybody wants to call in and talk about this case. I mean, sometimes it does get off a little track, but I mean, like, these are people that genuinely lost loved ones in their life, and that's how they that's why they resonate with this. They resonate with the father, or they resonate with grieving. They know what it feels like to grieve. You know what I mean? So that's where these stories come from, is because the next man or woman has been through this with losing their child. It's just the thing. It's a true fact. Hold up. Is that the house where JD was? Now this, okay, so hold up. Let me pull it. There we go.
Call from
Cameron.
Cameron, you alive? What's up, brother?
Hey, Trev, how you doing, man? I'm watching your show right now. I'm calling you from Pembroke, Ontario, Canada.
Hey, shout out to you in Canada, man. So
yeah, this case is mind-blowing.
Absolutely.
There's just so many angles. It blows me away. You know what I mean? There's so many suspects. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I'll tell you one thing. This is, alcohol is a nasty thing, alcohol and drugs. And I think whoever did this was fueled up on alcohol or drugs. And, they obviously had a lot of rage in them. So, I mean, the girl's boyfriend there that she wasn't seeing, Katie, is it?
Yes.
He obviously was, I'm not saying he's guilty or anything, but he was obviously in love with her, deeply. And
you said Kaylee, right? Yeah, Kaylee's ex.
Yeah, and he lived close to her. Like, does he still live there or whatever?
Right.
I don't know if he still lives there or not.
Well,
but
supposedly.
Some of the videos I'm watching, like, he's on the roof at one point, and then I watched a video with Crime Circus, and he said he could possibly get out the window, and sneak around the bushes and get to her house quite easily undetected. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that guy is hurt because she was a beautiful, beautiful girl. And it looked like they spent some quality time together over the years. Like, I don't know how long he was with her, and I don't even know how long they've been broke up. But that guy is probably really hurt, And, all it takes is a night out on the town, and you get some friggin' alcohol into you, and you snap. People can snap quite easily, and it only takes a couple seconds to snap.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this was her apparently last weekend in town or whatever, and she was moving. A lot of things on people's minds.
Yeah, for sure.
So my gut, I got a pretty strong gut myself, and intuition. And I've been looking at all angles of this case. And for some reason, man, I just keep getting back to this guy. Like, he lives so close. The bush is there, but I just don't understand why two other people got hit too at the same time. You know what I mean? And also that guy, like, from looking at him, he's a very tall guy. So, like, that balcony that's out back there, that dude can almost just jump up he's probably fairly strong. I mean, he's only 20, 21, and pull himself up there in a heartbeat if he went in that way. There's them sliders down below too. Who knows? They're unlocked. There's another in. I don't believe the guy went through the front door. Whoever went in there went through the back. You know what I mean? But this case, like, is fueled out of rage. Like, you know, look at how nasty. This is a nasty, nasty, nasty crime. You know, so I'm thinking it's fueled out of alcohol and drugs. Or possibly mental illness. There's somebody been stalking them that's, you know, got some mental problems. But the mental illness can be brought on by the trauma, just the breakup alone. You know what I mean? Like, who knows where this guy's head's at? But I'm sure that, you know, the police are looking at all that. They're looking at all these angles. Like, these guys are, you know, good at what they do and stuff, right? So they're looking at all the angles for sure. And then this other story I hear, I believe it was yesterday, about the guy on roids and all that over at that fraternity house. That fraternity house is close to this place too, right? And like, I'm sure also with all the people involved, like, there's so many people involved. They're all college kids. And, you know, they're all intertwined. So, they've probably, I believe they know them. Like, the girls knew whoever did this, you know, and was possibly in that house for sure at one point in time. They've probably had birthday parties, all sorts of different parties in that home. So, you know, the police are having a really hard time with the DNA because everybody's been in there at some time. And another thing is the dog. That dog, as far as I'm concerned, was put in that extra bedroom where Katie used to stay in that extra room there. That I believe that dog was put in there, and then the guy did the crime. And whoever did the crime knew that dog. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that dog, the dog too, in that room. Okay, I have a dog. I've had a dog for like 30 years. I mean, this is, you know, I've had a few dogs. A couple of them are deceased now. But that dog would be barking. Okay? That dog was a pup too, okay? So that dog would be whining to get out of that room. Like, that dog was left unattended in that room for quite some time. You know what I mean? So as far as I'm concerned, that dog would have been really whining, jumping at the door it's in, scratching, wanting to get out of that room. You know what I mean? Like, it's a pup. Any dog, even an older dog, would do that. You know what I mean? So it's, you know, I believe the perpetrator put the dog in the room and, you know, did his thing. Whatever floor that's what I don't understand. Why, you know, like, both rooms got hit, one on the second floor, one on the third floor. And then the people downstairs, the other two girls, didn't hear anything. You know, I can understand that because that house is built kind of funny. You know what I mean? Like, the rooms downstairs seem to be out closer to the road. I know it's quite a piece, but, and then the second floor is a little further back, and then the third floor is a little further back. So, okay, maybe they didn't hear anything, but man, somebody must have been screaming, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just crazy, this crime, you know? And I love your show too, by the way, Trev. I started watching you, I guess, maybe about 10 days ago, a week ago or so. And I've been on your show every day, man, from start to finish. I've been looking for you. But there was another really good crime show. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. It's called On Duty with Ron.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, you've seen it, eh?
Yeah,
and his
he got caught up on the
is,
phone call that went across the court with AWP.
Yes, and his partner is a forensic specialist.
Yeah, I've seen it.
He's in Indonesia now, I believe, doing some work over there right now. But he comes on from time to time, and he was talking about the blood and that. That's another thing with this case with the cops. I think that this crime scene is messed up. It's contaminated, because I was watching a show with Ed there, and he was saying that, like, you know, he done about 3,000 of them in New York, cases, you know, all different types of cases. But he said it's crucial, you know, that not too many people get into the crime scene for the forensics, you know what I mean? And like, you know, with this crime scene here, you got all these kids. Who knows what the kids were doing on the day of, you know, when it was reported and all that, how many people were actually in the rooms or whatever, and this and that. And then the police themselves, like, that community's not that, you know, not a very big community, and these cops don't usually deal with a situation like this. You know, I've been watching it. They've been in and out of the house, in and out of the rooms. So I think they're having a tough time with the forensics. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Hell yeah.
You know, so it's just a nasty, nasty case, man. But you know what, man? I think they're gonna get the guy. They're gonna get the guy. Like, if a guy did that all, you know, whacked out on alcohol or drugs, he's got to come down. How can this guy be holding himself together? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, how could you be living with yourself after doing something like that, man?
There ain't no damn
You
doubt
know?
about that.
You know, like, so that's what kind of doubts me about these suspects, the jacks and all that. You know, like, these guys are young guys. They have a conscience. It's not like, you know, they've been messed up on alcohol or drugs for the last 20 years. You know what I mean? They, you know, it's not like they're drinking every day or drugging every day. You know, myself, I'm in recovery, and I understand this. You know.
Congratulations on the recovery.
Pardon me?
I say
Yeah, I'm 30
congratulations on
years
getting
clean and
help.
sober.
And 30 years.
I'm 30 years. Yeah.
Congratulations on that, sir.
Yeah, I'm almost 60 years old now, and believe you me, Trev, I've had my share of in and out of jail and all that sort of stuff. I never did any long bits, but where I come from here in Canada, I grew up in a little community very similar to this. Where I'm from here, there's Pembroke and Petawawa. They're kind of combined. They're two little cities, one with 15,000, one with 10. So it's about the same size as that place there. And my community here too is also filled with huntermen and fishermen and all that. I'm not really into the hunting thing, but I fish and stuff, you know. So I can really relate to this case, you know, and I'll share something with you. Like, I did some time back when I was younger myself, and so in this town where I am, there was a little county jail. It's no longer here. That's where they take you, right? And when I was in there one time, there was actually a couple cases like this where there was murders. I was in with a couple guys. There was two separate cases, and these guys killed their wife. And both of those attacks were fueled by alcohol, and they were both knife attacks. You know what I'm saying? So that's what makes me think about that X. You know what I'm saying? Like, that guy is obviously really hurt, you know, but, you know, he's young. And the thing that gets me is, are these guys drinking every day, carrying on? You know what I mean? Because it only takes a split second, man. Like, you're drinking, you know, you obviously have the rage on your mind because you're hurt and upset with the breakup. You know, like, it only takes a split second and off you go and you do the crime. Like, they knew the house too. Whoever did that knew that house, obviously.
Yeah, they knew the house.
Like, I can't really see somebody coming down the I-95 there, the main big highway that comes into that town?
Yes, sir.
Is it the I-95? Okay. So, you know, think about this. What? Some friggin' serial killer's out cruising at 3 o'clock in the morning. He happens to swing into Moscow and just happens to pick this house out at 3 in the morning, man. In a
Yeah.
little white Elantra, zips by the gas station, you know, or whatever, wherever they got that car on camera, and just picks this house out at random. Hey, it's possible.
No,
Does
Jeffrey
this crime and
says.
drives out of town again.
Jeffrey
Like, come
says
on, man,
not
that's a little
I-95.
far-fetched.
They said Jeffrey's saying, and one guy in chat saying Jeffrey, he says not I-95, State Highway 95.
Oh, okay.
But state, I
But
mean,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, most definitely.
at that, like, unless the guy was already in the bar, came off of the highway, decided to pull into this town and, you know, hang out, get hammered, and possibly stalk those girls, follow them over there and do that. Like, I don't know, man. That seems a little far-fetched. This crime is, as far as I'm concerned, is inner circle. And, you know, somebody knows something. I feel so sorry for these families and the kids, all these beautiful, good-looking girls and nice boyfriends, and, you know, they got their lives together. They're looking to become somebody. You know what I mean? Like, it's just crazy, this case, man. Blows my mind. You know?
Absolutely.
But I think the forensics are going to solve it unless one of them cracks and turns himself in. Because, like I say, whoever did this is holding a friggin' load and a half on their mind, man. Like, who can possibly do this and still be functioning, like going to work, going to school, whatever, you know? But,
yeah,
you know, so.
Takes a sadistic bastard.
Yeah, exactly, you know?
I'm with you on that.
I also
brother.
thought of possibly a teacher at the school, you know?
That's what my spirit box said, a teacher. No,
You know,
like,
like,
you can't bring that.
it's
You can't bring that to
infatuated
court.
with one of the girls or something, you know? I don't know.
But hey,
It's wild.
I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna try to get a few more in, but I do appreciate you calling in. And then,
all right, Trevin, I'm really enjoying your show there. How long have you been doing this, by the way?
doing
Yourself, like with the crime
specifically
thing.
with true crime on YouTube since September, but true crime since I was 5 years old. I've been fascinated. So.
Okay, well, I want to tell you, buddy, you're doing a really great job, and I think you found your calling in life. And keep up the good work, my brother.
Thank you, sir. You have a great day, man. A great call. I look forward to looking at you in chat, my brother.
All right. Thank you so much, man.
No
Have
problem.
a great day.
You too.
Call from
Tammy.
Tammy, you're live.
Oh, really? Already? Hold
yes,
on.
ma'am. Already.
Okay, so I was wondering if you have heard this theory about this Todd Siegel and Val. I can't remember her name. Last name might be Evans, but they run a show called Forensic Astrology.
What's her name?
It's called Forensic Astrology.
I know a few of them. What is she from a different country?
I'm not sure if Val is, but Todd Siegel actually used to work. Well, he works really closely with the police department. So he solves cold cases all the time. So he did like several readings about this case. And my niece goes to that school, so I've been pretty interested in the case myself. And from what I'm hearing online, it seems like it's totally different from what he thinks. So he says he thinks the perpetrator is two people. At first he got 3, but then he said, no, I see 2. And then he said the one that he was coming the clearest to him drove a silver Tacoma. And he said
Is
it had a
forensic
sticker on the back.
astrologer or
Yeah,
astrology?
Well, he's a psychic. Astrology. Okay, so he's a psychic, but she's on the astrology side.
Valerie
so
Evans?
they work together. Yeah,
Okay.
that's her.
I know who you're talking about. I've seen her
Yeah,
around.
so what they do, so she does the chart through the astrology, and then he kind of does a reading along with her. And so while she's kind of reading the chart, then he comes up with things, and he's coming up with some really crazy theories about this guy. Like I said, like he says he thinks that we'll see like some kind of video footage of him at a Sinclair station, not the gas station they're talking about. The car is totally different. He says the perpetrator has tattoos, that he's between the age of 26 and 40. Military, he thinks, because he saw a Ranger logo somewhere. He doesn't know if it's on his body or if he just saw it in the car, but he saw like a Ranger logo. He also says that this guy used an ice pick and a knife. And so that's maybe why some of the wounds that they're describing don't make sense.
I seen that in my
Because
chat today like 4 times. A knife and an ice pick.
An ice pick. And then he also said that he thinks the other guy had a gun. So he thinks that's why they were kind of helpless, because there was 2 of them. Anyways, yeah. So he says this guy is a serial killer. He says he's crazy. That's what he keeps saying over and over again. But he could be connected to one of the jacks, because you could do a hire to kill.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's interesting. I haven't really listened to any of their stuff on that end, but I do know who you're talking about, because people have talked about him.
Yeah. So they've done about 4 different sessions, and I haven't seen a new one, but he comes up with some really crazy stuff. Like he said they weren't asleep. Well, not everybody was asleep, which has been also a theory. He also states that he does think the perpetrators came through that sliding glass door. So
interesting.
Yeah.
I definitely have to check it out.
Oh yeah, the other thing that he said that caught my attention was he said there could be DNA in a closet. And when he was talking, we kept thinking it was the dog that he was talking about that was trapped in the closet, but he said the girls were in the closet. Or, well, actually, I don't know, because I got confused. Like, somebody was hiding in a closet. Either it was the perpetrator or it was the girls. But he says there's possible DNA in a closet in the 2nd floor.
Oh wow!
So that's what I've got.
Like as if he was hidden there until they got home.
Well, he didn't say that, though. He didn't say that he was hiding, but he just kept coming across, because he said he saw him go through the sliding glass door. So, but he didn't say he was hiding or not, right? But he did keep coming up with this closet theory. Like, were the girls in the closet? Did the girls hear him? Was he in the closet? It was confusing where he was getting that information, but I know he said that he thought that DNA would be found in the closet, one of the closets. And he also said a rug. The rug in the girls' room, he said he thinks there's some hair in there, but he said that DNA is going to be really hard to find, because these guys had gloves on, and they had masks that covered their whole head. You know what I mean? Like the ski mask.
Yeah,
so he doesn't think there's he doesn't think there's going to be much DNA, but he is definitely saying a silver truck, a Tacoma.
Yeah, so a silver truck, a Tacoma. That'd be interesting if it came out to that.
I know, but he says that you'll find it on that Sinclair gas station DVT cam. So maybe they just need to keep looking. Maybe they know this, and they're putting us on the other car, distract us. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be possible. I just feel like
I've been listening to your show all day, so love your show.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And thank you for calling in too.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
And you can email me those videos, whatever particular ones you're talking about, and I'll definitely take a look at them.
Okay, perfect. I'll do that.
Thank you so much.
Okay, have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
That was a good caller. Everybody, that was a good caller. Good caller. Shout out to everybody in the chat being respectful. You gotta. Everybody thinks different. Where everybody's not gonna think the same. I know some people are like, "Oh my God, astrology, this, that, bogus." Then, hey, look, Everybody has their own beliefs, opinions, and what they listen to, and you just got to show respect to that. Yeah, sex bots, get them on out of here. Thank you for joining, by the way, Nikki Lancaster. Welcome. I am a little behind on the live stream. Just listen to Mr. Yurig about his daughter. My heart breaks for these families. I'm new to your channel, and God bless for great work. Thank you. I appreciate that, Emily Anderson. Thank you. Caller, I'm enjoying these calls. Learning a lot about a lot of the community today.
Call
This is
from
awesome.
Randy. Yes.
Randy, welcome. You're live.
Thank you for joining, by the way.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm hanging in there.
All right. Listen, I sent you an email, I don't know, an hour or two ago, talking about the white cars.
Okay.
And there was a video that, as I was listening to you the last couple of hours, I happened to, on the side, I watched another video. It was just called 42 new pictures of the Idaho 4 or something. And in those pictures, I swear to God, it looks like there is a white Elantra, at least it seems like it, behind her and the girl that she's taking the picture with, probably like one or two apartments, behind her on the left. I just wondered if you saw that picture, since we were looking at.
I'm looking at emails, and I haven't actually looked at any emails for a minute because I've been just listening to everybody trying to. But let me. What time? What time did you send that at? Because I got tons of emails in front of me.
No, probably an hour or two ago. It'd be Randy Fur.
Let me see. You said it would be Randy.
Randy Fur.
I'm looking for you here. I don't. Okay, Randy. I see you, Randy. You sent me a picture of the girls with the vehicle in the behind.
Yeah.
The Elantra, the Elantras in the background. I call it the Elantra. Listen to me. This right here.
Okay. I'm not seeing. I must be behind or something.
I got it up right now. I just pulled it up on the screen. One of the faces are blocked out on the people, but
Yeah, exactly.
There's a Elantra in the background.
It looks like an Elantra. I don't know, and it's white. And I'm just saying, I found that strange. Don't know when the picture was taken or where exactly it is, although it does seem to be those kind of apartments around there, but
I pulled this up yesterday because it was sent to me yesterday, by the way.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I think she actually put that video up yesterday. Yeah, I see it now. Okay. Yeah, that's it.
So that's Dylan with the blocked out face. Dylan is the blocked out face.
Is that Dylan? Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I thought that might be who it was, but
you got Dylan and Bethany were the roommates. So
downstairs.
What is your theory on this whole thing? What are you thinking here?
Yeah. I guess at this point, I would have to go with Jackass. With everything, and I've been following this case from day one. And there's so many guys that are doing such a good job on YouTube. Because I've been in the process of trying to start a channel myself that has nothing to do with true crime. But I would just have to. I think, I don't know this whole thing about him going to Africa or whatever. I don't think that's been proven or not. But I have a lot of stuff. But you've got so many callers. I don't want to sit here and keep going on about how I feel because I'm loving listening to other people. But I did want to get you that picture. Say you said somebody sent it to you already. That's cool.
Yeah, no,
That's cool.
I appreciate you sending it again, though. I mean, it shows that everybody is going down pretty much the same tracks.
Right.
If you get what I'm saying.
Yep, exactly. Hey, you're doing a wonderful job, T-REV. I really appreciate it. Just joining your channel today as a member, but I've been following you, so keep up the good work, man. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate your kind words, and I appreciate you chiming in and just being a part of the Rev Gang family, man. It means a lot to me. I do appreciate your support.
Okay, brother. Listen, get on to some more calls, and we'll keep listening here.
Yes, sir. You rock. Thank you, sir, man. Great call.
Good Christmas to you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
God bless you and good Merry Christmas to you.
Okay.
All right, Bubba. Great call. Always been some good callers today, man. There's been some very, very, very good callers today. Very, very good callers. So what does everybody, if you just came in, make sure you hit the vote. We're at 2,145 votes right now. Do you think this is our car? Does it match? Hell yeah, 39%. Nope, not at all, 9%. It's so close, but 50-50, 32%. Need better pictures, 20%. I mean, it's a... Yeah, let's answer this.
Call from
Ray.
Lay, you're live. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. I was just wanting to do my little speculation. I think it's Maddie that was the target. And
Okay.
I think the killer didn't expect, because somebody's not going to show up for fun with a knife. The killer didn't expect that Maddie had somebody else in bed with her. And that was probably the first, killings were those two. And Ethan had heard something going on, and maybe he had to get dressed, took a minute, and got caught up because there was blood inside the kitchen area. So something had to go on there. And also it was said about the roommates that I kind of think maybe a roommate had to be involved. The front door was open. The back sliding door was open. So maybe the subject came through the back sliding door and then committed those crimes. And it was also said that the roommate's phone was used to call, and the call had came from inside the house, not outside the house, and several people had spoke on the phone. So that means also that they had said that they called their friends first and told the friends one of them was passed out or drunk or something on the floor in the kitchen area. If there was blood all over the kitchen, they wouldn't know that. They wouldn't say somebody was passed out.
Right. It's weird.
Well, that's
What's your,
my
I mean,
speculation.
what's your whole take? So you're saying you think the roommates have some involvement to an extent. You don't think they acted out in the murders, but you feel like they're involved.
Well, it's possible that revenge thing from Hannah has some merit. That her brother had supposedly said something to the effect or did something on on Twitter or whatever, that he wanted revenge. And they knew that the other girl wasn't there.
Right. So,
they
it
had
was
set this
alleged
up
that one of
previous.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but it was alleged
No.
that one of them were friends with Hannah.
Yes.
I do not know that to be true, but that's alleged.
Dylan possibly. I don't know. I really think that Maddie's room was targeted, and the subject didn't think Maddie was, suspected Maddie was going to be alone, and went for maybe a SA.
Yeah, I mean,
and was surprised two females in the same bed. Little struggle. One gets killed quickly. The other one, it took a little longer. Now Ethan's here. Now I got to fight this guy and try to kill him at the same time. The other girl's screaming. I just can't see how roommates couldn't hear. That's my thing.
It does.
Really. And I believe the police have enough evidence, but a lot of the evidence inside the house was contaminated with all the people running in and out of the house before police arrived.
Yeah, that's there's a lot of loops in this case.
And then it was also a party house, so there's going to be a lot of evidence.
DNA
anyhow,
everywhere.
DNA, hair, whatever, that they have to filter through, maybe.
I agree, man. There's going to be DNA all over that house because, like you said, a party house.
Also, they confirmed that the police confirmed the front door was open at 8:30 a.m.
Now,
so if the person went through the front door area, wouldn't the roommates hear something?
Right. Is the front door lead to the second level, or is the front door lead to the first floor? That's
The front door, the back door that sliding door is not a door. It's not a
right.
front door.
No, but I mean the front door, does that lead straight to the first ground level floor?
That's on ground level. The door where all the cars were parked was open at 8:30. The police confirmed.
Wouldn't it be open from them going or trying to get into? I don't know. I'm just thinking.
Who
I'm
was
thinking.
going and coming? The girls supposedly didn't wake up till 12 o'clock.
Right, right. Which
So if it was open at 8:30, somebody had to open that door before then
exactly
and go through that area.
Yeah, it makes
And
you
then I would
speculate.
check possibly the keypads or doorknobs, because I saw a picture with keypad and doorknob inside the house. And I can't remember from, I watch all these different channels just to see if somebody has, something else that might be
Relevant.
Relevant, exact. Good word.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm with you on that, man.
So maybe there could be fingerprints on the bottom doors, and the killer did actually check those doors and was going to kill them if they were there.
Welcome, Brittany. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so who do you think that, if you had to go with your number one, like who do you think committed this?
I would say if it was a TV show, Hoodie Guy, but this ain't no TV show. This is real life. You know what I mean? Because Hoodie Guy looked the most suspect. Supposedly he got kicked out of the corner club. He must have been hanging around outside until the girls left to come with them over to the food truck.
And they didn't invite him back.
And then they just dissed him. Maybe he bought them drinks. I've heard that. Maybe he bought them drinks and think, oh, these girls are drunk. I'm going to take care of over the situation, take advantage of the situation there.
No, absolutely. I mean,
and then they dissed him at the end. I wonder what all those little conversations was around. If I'm a police, I'm asking every person that was at that food truck, what did you hear? What were the girls saying? What were the other people saying? Because then you could kind of deduce what was going on between them. Because that last conversation, because that one guy, he was flirting with that number 9 jersey guy. And the one they were trying to say,
Joe Burrow jersey?
Huh?
Talking about the guy with the Joe Burrow jersey?
Yeah, the number 9 jersey.
Yeah, it was the Bengals.
When he went to give his ticket to the food truck guy, they were saying that she was trying to kiss him, but it looked like she hit him like in the midsection when he showed up, and he kind of played it off like she hit him in his privates. And then after that, she put her arm on him, and she kept his hand there until he went to grab the napkins. When he grabbed the napkins, she pulled her hand away. So she was flirting with that guy. And I think the other guy saw it. Maybe he was jealous. And then they had that little conversation where she said, F you. And
Good
then after when she left, when they left, he followed them, and he was kind of like pointing at them or doing something right when he turned from where that pole is.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's a good observation. Now, how much of that food truck footage did you watch?
I've watched even after, like, I watched the one that was like hella long. I can't remember how long it was. And then I've watched like every little scenario. Now they only show like that little section, that little thing. But, they moved around a bit. They weren't just there.
I went to the source. I know exactly where that video is, all 4 or 5 hours of it.
Yeah, I didn't watch that long.
I watched it in 0.5 speed. I've watched it in all different types of speeds.
I thought I saw a part where the car they got in was like a red vehicle.
I mean, I literally have that footage in its entirety. I'm talking about from the start because
I think she was filming something. She wasn't like taking just pictures. Because like at the end there, she was filming something, maybe TikTok or whatever. She wasn't taking pictures.
Chat, if you want me to pull it up, drop ones in the chat if you want me to pull up the camera footage and let it play.
Yeah, guys.
Also, the police have all their phones. They have all that information. They know what we're speculating.
Whenever you're ready, Joe.
1 second. Let me turn this crap down. There we go. My bad, guys, about that loud noise, but I want to see who wants me to play. A lot of people want me to play the food truck footage. I got it to its full entirety. I'm going to it right now. I'm gonna pull it up near the time that they walk up, and the footage, man. There's so many different things going on in there. I even think there's a drug deal at a point in the footage.
I said earlier, so many angles. They say incel, boyfriend, hoodie guy, on and on and on. Drug activity, frat boys.
Oh yeah, hold up. Frat boys. Hold up, where's it at? I'm trying to find it. No, what? Did they remove it? Oh man, let me find out they removed the footage. Guys, I think they removed it.
Nah.
Oh yeah. They removed it.
That could be sculpatory evidence.
They removed it, guys. I think that's telling us a story right now.
That's another thing I think of. All the information that everybody's putting out on the internet, wouldn't that hurt prosecuting?
Yes.
Jury pools,
pending. Yeah.
And it's national. It's not like, we can't have a fair shake at all because this has been all over the internet, internationally, not just nationally.
Actually, I found it. Never mind. They didn't remove it. I thought they removed it, but I actually just found it. So what I'm going to do is minimize everything. I'm going to pull this over. I got the food truck footage to its full entirety from the direct source itself. Now, here we are right here. We got the source. Now, the girls. This is close. Okay, there the girls right there. Let's pull over to here. All right, so it's like they're going to make a drug deal, right? This guy right back here. It kind of looks like he does because he goes around the corner for a minute, but another girls pop up shortly. All right, so we can start from right here. I'll let it play. I see a lot of people that want it played, so I put it up.
So I pretty much said my piece. Take another call, and I thank you for your channel. Really like your content.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate you calling in. What's your name and where are you from?
My name's Ray. I'm from California, Bay Area.
Yeah, shout out to the Bay Area, man. Cali in the building. I got a lot of good friends out in Cali, man. I really enjoyed your phone call, man. I appreciate you calling in and showing support to the channel. And
thank you,
becoming part of the Rev Game family, man. I look forward to seeing you in the chat. What's your name on YouTube?
YouTube. I don't have a YouTube channel or whatever. Oh, Ray. I'm Raymond Tipton.
I didn't know if you comment in the chat or not.
Yeah, I comment in the chat. It'll show up Raymond Tipton.
Okay, I got you. I'll be looking for you, buddy. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Bye.
You're the bomb, man. You have a great day. Bless you. God bless you. Good call. Good call. All right. So do you guys want sound on this or no? I kind of got it here, but oh wow, this video footage is way better quality. Yeah, this is the actual source.
Call from.
It's Isaac.
Isaac.
Yo, what's up, bro?
What's up, Bubba?
Ain't nothing, man. Just watching. Figured I'd call in, show some love.
Appreciate you, brother. Welcome. What's good with you, my man?
Man, still confused as hell about this whole case, bro.
I know, man. It definitely is confusing. It's so many. What do you think about the white vehicle? The comparison of the shot, the dude.
I need a clearer picture on that one, man.
Yeah, it's real blurry on the left, but it does look like it could be the vehicle. But a clear shot would do a lot more justice.
Yeah, it really would. I mean, for them to say that that's the same car, there could be a million other white cars. You know what I mean? But I mean, if we had a clear shot of the driver or possibly occupants of the vehicle, that would help out a lot. But I doubt we're gonna get a clear picture from red light cameras and shit like that.
No doubt, bro. This case has got me stumped, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, I told you, dude, like a week ago, man, this shit had me confused as hell, and it ain't gotten no better,
Yeah, dude. Here they go with the drug deal again.
Yeah,
It's like
I'm watching it right now.
they're either going to smoke some to hit a bowl or something, or they're going to make a move.
I mean, just the amount of time that they're on the side right there, that's a clear indicator of a drug deal to me. You know what I mean? I've been in that situation before. Hey, shout out to the chat. I see everybody showing love in the chat, tagging me. But
they always there, man.
Oh hell yeah, Rev Gang family is hard, bro. I mean, I don't
we've
think
grown
I
rapidly,
necessarily
bro.
don't-
We've grown
Hell yeah,
rapidly
dude.
over the last week, and I
Shit,
appreciate
you
you being part of it.
You had 14.6, man. Shit.
Yeah, what was I at a week ago? 11K,
We
12K.
turned 13. We turned 13,000 on live the other night.
Yeah, man, we're growing, and we're growing for good cause and shit. I mean, no negativity, all positive people, and we're all looking for the same shit: justice for these families, and
Without a doubt. Yeah, I got some shit going on here at the house. I got a roommate probably about to move in within the next couple of days, so I kind of took a little step back from everything,
Yo, so you know how to navigate 4chan, right?
Not necessarily, but I mean, I seen some shit on there, like when I sent you that shit the other night.
Me and you, you probably know how to navigate it better than me. There's a theory out there with the whole 4chan that this guy, the David Barocci or LaRoche and another dude. It's this theory. I don't know if you've seen it on 4chan, but it's out there and it's crazy. The whole entire thing. And I was trying to get together. I know you know a little bit about 4chan, so maybe we could put a video out on it.
Yeah, I'm sitting at the computer right now. I'll go on 4chan and see what I can find. Well, what you said the guy's name was? David what?
Barry. I have both. I got the dude's Facebook, David Barochin or something like that, and then there's another one that's like David LaRochin, or not LaRoche, but LaRoche or some shit. I had to send you the names. I got them on my computer, like the screenshots of their Facebooks and all that. Like I got both of their Facebooks, but
all right. I just wrote it down like possibles, whatever you LaRoche, Barocci. I wrote them both down, so I'll get on 4chan. And see
yeah,
what I can-
it's Barocha, David Barocha, and then David Loach.
Loach. All right, I see that in the chat. LOACH.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. I won't clog up the phone lines too long, man. Let you get your groove on with the whole thing.
Yeah,
but I just want to call and show some love.
Yeah, I appreciate you calling in, Osme. We'll have to chop it up. Yo, is your name on Discord, Jordan?
Yeah, Jordan Bedford.
Send me an invite to your server, bro. I was trying to hit you up the other night. But yeah,
honestly, I don't know how Discord works, bro.
I'll teach you. I'll teach you the ropes, bro. That shit.
Yeah, when we get a little time, we'll do it.
No doubt, brother. I appreciate you.
I'm Isaac, and I'm from New Orleans.
Yes, sir. Shout out to New Orleans. Shout out to my brother Isaac on the line, man. I appreciate you calling up.
For sure, man. I'll holler at you, bro.
All right, brother.
Later.
Good call on Isaac. Good call on Isaac. But yeah, this footage right here is super clear. This is directly from the source, guys. Now the girls they've walked up already. So let's go back here, because if you pay attention, guys, I want to show you something. Before they walk up, they're gonna walk up where my mouse is at right now. So pay attention to that, because this is where they walk from. They come up from around here.
Call from
William, welcome. You're live.
Hey, how are you?
How's it going, Bubba?
Good. I'm surprised I got on. So I've been doing a lot of investigating myself, internet sleuthing, but so the question becomes, is that the correct car in the gas station footage? And in my opinion, it does appear that it is the same car as was pictured in the University of Idaho Barstool Instagram post. If you look at the base of the side view mirror, it's white and black. And in the picture that's shown in the gas station footage, you can see that black portion. Additionally, when they said that it could be a Hyundai Elantra, the Hyundai Elantras by default have a lot of spokes on the rims, whereas the car pictured only has 5 spokes. You could also see in the gas station footage that there seems to be kind of a lot of black space between the spokes. So it kind of looks like it could be the correct rim type. Additionally, the headlights on a Hyundai Elantra, they extend about halfway over the wheel well, whereas the car pictured, it doesn't. And in the gas cam footage, the lights on the front of the car are smaller than the Hyundai Elantras. And lastly, the back of the car seems to have kind of an upward lift, almost like a spoiler, but it's not a spoiler.
Right.
And again, that kind of matches the car that's parked nearly 150 feet away from the victim's house. So at least in my mind, it seems as if that could be the same exact car. And statistically speaking, the chances of somebody having the same car in the same area around the time of the murders is exceedingly remote. So it seems as if that could be the killer or killers, accomplices, who knows. We don't know, and we can't know, whether the driver of the car, the owner of the car was the killer. You have to consider if the person living in that building or immediate area left their keys out or something. The person could have the killer. They could have just taken the keys at 3 a.m. in the morning, had this all planned out for their perfect getaway, and just use their car to get away and dispose of evidence. And maybe they returned before the sun even rose. We don't know that answer. So all that is really interesting to me. I think the gas station picture is very vital to the case. And it does seem like the same car, at least to my eyes.
Right.
Additionally, so there is a picture floating around on the internet. I've perused and browsed 4chan and Reddit and all those things. But if and I don't want to, have any people harassed or anything, but there was an outward facing camera on the neighbor's house, the blue house, directly adjacent to the victim's house. There was a camera above their doorway, which was facing outwards towards the house where that white car was parked. I just checked, and the thing is, the FBI, it looks like, in the pictures online, they removed that camera. They took it from the location, from the property. So they may have known exactly the car and what to look out for very early on in the investigation. And that's why they were saying this is a targeted attack, because they know more than they are telling everyone, which is, the proper way to go about an investigation to get a conviction. The one interesting thing is I just Googled the house on Google Maps. And if anyone has in the past week or two, the house where the murders occurred, it's blurred out on Google Maps, which is, somewhat true. Yeah, but if you go there now, the neighbor's house is also blurred out. The exact house where that security camera footage was presumably retrieved from.
Right. That where they had the pictures with the police on the porch and they had that camera on the
exactly correct. Correct. That is exactly correct.
I
If you
do
go there
have
now,
that picture. I do have that
yeah,
picture
if you
and,
go
and
on Google
observed
Maps
it.
right now, you'll see that it's blurred out.
Oh wow! So that one's blurred out now too.
Yeah, no other houses are.
Wow.
So,
I mean, that's a telling. I mean, that's a telltale sign, in my opinion.
well, I think the feds, they may have the occupants of that car, which I again am quite certain after looking at it many times, seems to be the car leaving the scene, passing the gas station at 3:45 a.m. It's roughly a 5-minute drive to the gas station from the scene of the murders. So that means that they left around 3:40, 3:35. But the feds may have seen them on that security camera footage from the outset. And in conjunction with some of the rumors going around, and I don't want to name names and implicate anyone, but you can read the rumors online. It all seems kind of to buttress the same story. So it all is kind of all too coincidental, at least at this point. And of course, it could be totally unrelated. Who knows? But I found that all very interesting to me.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That I'm glad you brought that to my attention about the that house being blurred out. What's the address? I'm trying to.
I mean, if you type in 1122 King Road, I'll
be able to find it from there. You're right. I'll be able to find it because
Yeah.
I mean it's right there.
It is the house exactly, Jason. So I think they knew, and the feds know what they were looking for from the outset, and they probably have a lot more of an idea of what occurred than they're letting on.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pause this video for 1 second, and I actually wanna. So 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho. So let's hold up 1 second.
Sure.
All right. So I'm gonna pull that up. Actually, now that you mentioned that, that's important. I'm glad you brought that to my attention. 1122 King Road, Moscow. Let's get the street view. I see everything being blurred out. So what I want to do is minimize this for 1 second, drag this over here, and maybe we can get this pinpointed out here. Okay, so yep, I see what you're talking about already.
Yeah, exactly.
I see what you're talking about already. You're talking about right here. So this house is blurred out.
Yeah, and that's where the security footage came from.
Yes. And I remember
again, I don't want to be irresponsible. Maybe they're being harassed. I'm sure there's a lot of.
Oh, no. And anybody in this chat right now, nobody go harassing these people at all. I do not stand for that. This is not what this channel is about. I don't want nobody to harass anybody. Now, all speculation and everything is allegedly on this channel, but I do not condone anybody harassing any of these people whatsoever. So please don't do that. But I'm glad you just brought that to my attention. And yeah, they do have it blurred out, man. And even when I get around this corner, it's still blurred out.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you said that. That actually is a very true statement that you just made. It wasn't blurred out before.
Correct. And if I may add, just to add to the conversation online, because this is kind of something that I figured out on my end, and I haven't seen it really discussed anywhere. But so for the gas station footage, right? The gas station attendant said that the car was moving at a decent rate of speed, and they made a left. But it just seemed curious to me because I looked at the gas station online of where the cameras were pointing around the gas station. And at least in the photo that's online, again, it's probably a year or two old, there are no cameras facing in the direction of east. So I was wondering to myself, how would the gas station attendant know that the car took a turn? But if you look closely at the gas station photo, the car, it appears that the front left light on the headlights is slightly yellow. which means that they had their directional on. So
Right.
they likely did make a turn, which is kind of interesting, because then you ask, where could they have turned into? Because according to the article online, it said into a side street. There are no real side streets. It's just pavilions of businesses that are congregated together. However, those little through passes, you could go from Route 8 to what's called White Road, which is the directly adjacent road. But the thing is, the first left that you could take after the gas station, if you look, the car is in the central turning lane. So it was making a turn. It's in the turning lane. It has its directionals on. The first turn after the gas station is a McDonald's. If you look at the McDonald's on Google Earth, there's two huge security cameras on the top of the McDonald's, which are outward facing towards the road and the parking lot. There's one on the front and one on the back, which if McDonald's still has that security camera footage, it would be facing directly into the cabin of the car when it turned into that McDonald's parking lot. And they would also be able to see the license plate number on the car, assuming that they still have the footage, the cameras are functional, etc. They look like very high quality cameras as well. Obviously, it's McDonald's. They've, endless money. So it seems to me that they, could find great footage from there. Why the potential suspect would cut across through there? They may have been trying to stay on more residential roads, and the White Road is more residential. So they may have cut through, assuming that they could avoid cameras and the like, only to pass a McDonald's, which has excellent cameras. And if you look on Google Earth, they're, again, street facing. It would look right into the cab of that car, where you could see the goings on inside the car. And hopefully they have that footage.
I'm sure they got it. That is interesting here. I like this. It's kind of weird because when you get, like, as I'm on here and I scope down this way, it turns into a whole different.
Well, right. So I also questioned, let's say, right, if
is that an Elantra back there?
Pardon me?
You see that?
I don't think that. I think the Elantra was something of a red herring. So this is my suspicion. The FBI, well, and this is in conjunction with stuff I read online. It's not like I came up with this by myself. The FBI, they, over the years, have dealt with a lot of internet sleuthing, which has, taken up a lot of their resources and time. However, they may have assumed and anticipated that the internet might figure out and deduce that there was a white car potentially involved in the crime. So they kind of gave the internet a red herring to look into, being the Elantra, which looks very similar to the car in question, but it's not the exact car in question. The feds didn't want people harassing their potential suspects, etc. So they gave the Elantra, but it's so that when people submit tips to their tip line, etc., they could filter out the Elantra stuff. It's not relevant. They don't need all those misleading things to occupy all of their resources. They just want to get the actual factual things, and it helps them filter and sort out those things. That's a possibility. It's possible that they misclassified the car, but it's very unlikely. The FBI, according to interviews I've listened to, are excellent with identifying cars. And I see you clicking around on Google Maps. I also thought, if those were the suspects, right, and you wanted to avoid detection, unfortunately, they drove past the neighbor's house with that security camera right outside their door. I don't know how they made that miscalculation. However, if you go down,
well, that just shows they don't. They didn't know they had a camera right there. But in general, like, that's what leads me to think that.
I have a suspicion, if they were the suspects from that area, if you go down that road and if you make a right down King Road to what is it called again? Troy, I believe. And if you make a left on Troy, there's a way to exit all the way out near that gas station, avoiding any major buildings. It's all very, quiet houses, very unlikely to be any cameras. And you could reach basically the gas station with almost no cameras detecting you whatsoever. If you go down, make a right, go down to that kind of main road in front of the field, but you make a left onto Troy. You could wrap behind the house of the victims. You could avoid where the campus is and everything. You can go all the way around the back roads of the community. Again, there's nothing really there, and reach basically the gas station, which is where I hypothesize they then made that right. They were trying to speed past, avoiding cameras. They figured they could cut across one of the business parking lots to try to, again, avoid more cameras, get on White Road, which is more residential, less chances of cameras. Unfortunately, they may have driven past that McDonald's, through the McDonald's parking lot. And I suspect there might be security camera footage at McDonald's. It's possible.
Yeah, this is they don't blur that shit out for no reason, but somebody in the chat tried to say if you call Google and tell them to blur your shit out, they got to.
Yeah, it's entirely possible, I guess.
That's what somebody's saying in chat, but I feel like that house is blurred out for a reason.
Yeah.
And not because they called either. Because it wasn't
Yeah.
blurred out before, but now all of a sudden it is. So it's like, Yeah,
it's strange. And again, at the bottom of that road, if you make a left, and people can look at this on maps, you'll be in basically the sticks. But the exit of it, you follow it down to Steiner.
So
exit.
did you say make a left at this corner right here? On Taylor
you
Avenue?
see where it comes up the hill? Where it goes up the hill, the opposite way of the campus? Correct. Yeah, up that hill.
Yep. I'm just let's take a ride here. We are taking a ride here, folks.
Yep, and if if the suspects knew the area, they would know exactly this route. And you could follow it all the way. You'll be clicking for a long time. It's a few miles.
Well, I'm good with that.
The back of the victim's house, there's nothing here except for a handful of houses. And there's a route which brings you basically all the way to the gas station. You follow this all the way down to Steiner Road. You make a left here.
You said make a left there?
Yeah, you make a left at that intersection. Again, it'll take you forever to click through it, but it brings you all the way to the gas station.
Let me get
I think they were trying to avoid detection, avoid cameras, avoid police, but they got caught by the gas station.
Hold on, let me get my ass back. Hold up, we came down what? Which road was it that we came down?
Yeah, it gets confusing because you go right. You trying to go back to the house?
Yeah, no. I'm not trying to go back to the house. I'm trying to get back to where I was. You said go left. I think I was on this road.
Yeah, you go straight, make a right.
So make a right off of what road is this? Hold up, I can't.
I'm just looking, when I see the video come through. So,
let me
see. But yeah, it's well into. But anyhow, so I think, and that's just a portion of my thoughts. I think they have probable suspects is my suspicion. Those suspects have motives which are kind of hinted at online in many places. And they could have this solved soon, I think. But again, anything's possible. Could be totally wrong. Who knows? But anyhow, I kind of have to scoot. But
yeah, do your thing, man. Do your thing.
Yeah, cool. I found this. It's just like a lot of people, I think I've been thinking about this a lot, and there's a lot of details you could draw from very limited things, very limited information that we do have. You kind of draw conclusions from a lot of the things that you observe. But all right, I'll try calling in maybe some other time. But
yeah, definitely call in, man. I'm gonna be checking this out. So.
All right.
This
All
is
right.
pretty
Thanks.
wild, man. I
Thanks.
appreciate you calling in. Appreciate the insight, man.
All right, man. Talk to you later. Bye.
Talk to you later, brother. Good caller there. Round of applause. Anybody else wants to call in? Call in. That house the girls were in front of. The photo? That's a house the girls were in front of. Which one? Brilliant info. Let me say, appreciate your digging, caller. All right. All here.
Call from
The
photo. Fee. To
Hello. Oh, you hung up. What if they? It's the golf course cemetery. All right, so whoever that was hung up, but let's go back to over this way because I swear he said take a left, and I got fucked up on something here. Ridge Road. All right, so let's turn back around here. He said go down. Take me back here. All right, so now we're back at the location. They got that blurred out. He said come down here. I'm about to follow this down. Said come down here, go up this hill, right? And then I'm pretty sure he said take a left. I don't know if he was super far behind and does this road right here lead you to a gas station? Let me see if I can get there. I thought he meant take a left here. This is what I thought he meant. Take a left here. I could be wrong. Didn't he say take a left here? I swear he did. Let's see.
call from
Marie.
To accept.
Hello, Marie.
Hey,
You
I
are
just
live.
talked to you a little bit ago, and I don't mean to bother you again. But I had a thought the last time I called, and I forgot to mention it. This is off the topic of what you're doing right this second. But there's a church called Christian Church. It's in the city of Moscow, and it's new to the city of Moscow in 2019. And I'm a spiritual person, and I'm nothing against any church, but it's kind of an extreme, just kind of an extreme. And they have some questionable people, community members to the church that are like SA and R and P. And if we can't seem to connect any of the obvious people, these other people, and how far is it from the house? And are there any white Hondas at that church? So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Well, I'll definitely check it out. Send me more information about it in an email. I'll definitely want to check that out.
I tried to email it to you, but it says your email's in the chat, but I'm not seeing the email.
Yeah. I'll put it in there for you again.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. 870, you were calling. Let's see what 870. 870. Hold on. I'll call you 870. How about that? Let's see. Well, actually, I don't even see you in there. There you go. 509. Okay.
Call from
D.
Hey, what's up, D? You live?
Hey, man, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, no problem. What's going on?
Hey, first of all, I got to commend that last caller. He has really done his homework on this deal.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But I think he said it all when he brought up the point that, and I believe the same thing, that this is a red herring, the whole car thing. And my main reasoning of saying that is because there's 23 live traffic cams in Moscow alone. That's not counting the surrounding areas. So I believe that
they 100% know every car that went in or out of Moscow or the surrounding areas during that time. And this is just kind of giving everybody something to talk about while they continue on with their investigation.
Right. I mean, so I mean, like, what's your theory on this? Who do you think who's on your radar? Who's on? You know,
honestly, I've been through so many ups and downs on this, and only because mostly following BS, on the internet. Certain comments you read, you have a tendency sometimes to want to buy into the bullshit. But for a long time, I was thinking, well, for a little while anyway, I was thinking it was JS. But then you hear all these different theories on alibis and rich parents, and he could just be setting everybody up for a big lawsuit in the end of this, by remaining by remaining quiet. Then you got the X Decour, those have been basically the top ones on my list, and for varying reasons, honestly. But I would say the most compelling ones would be the X, simply because some of the stuff that, some of these guys have dug up over the years on Twitter and different posts and stuff, it seemed like there was definitely a fascination there,
right.
An obsession, more so to speak. And I don't know, maybe he was in cahoots with somebody else, maybe, and there's also these theories of the frat boys, which, these guys on the internet, including yourself, know a heck of a lot more than I do on this. I feel like an amateur when it comes to this stuff, because even though I'm really local to the area, I don't got a lot of time. I work, hours and whatnot. But I would like to also bring up, being as that I am local, I'm about 10 minutes out of Pullman, about 10, 15 minutes out of Moscow, in a rural area. And there's just been a lot of weird stuff going on lately, as far as just last night, there was a burglary down the road. I had to get up in the middle of the night and walk around the perimeter of the area and check things out, because there was a weird vehicle parked in my driveway that made a little loop around. And I'm telling you, we're kind of out in the farmland and stuff. And not too long ago, there was a guy that just showed up on our back porch at 9 o'clock at night, knocking with no vehicle. He just appeared out of nowhere. And I was at work. My wife calls me and she's like, "There's some dude on my back porch." I was like, "Well, obviously you know what to do. Arm yourself and call 911. Don't answer the door to some crazy or some weird looking dude that you don't know this late at night."
Right.
And so that's what she did. And so there's just been kind of some weird shit going on here, and everybody's on edge, obviously.
And where are you at?
I'm just about I'm just north of Pullman, about 10 minutes or so.
Oh wow!
And about so I could be in Moscow in about 15 minutes.
Oh,
and
so
I gotta bring up and I will say that there's been a lot of talk about a white vehicle. Well, I did read some stuff about a white pickup. Did you hear anything about that? Some dude in a white pickup around Moscow that was talking shit to people and threatening people?
No, actually, I didn't hear about that. I heard more about this white vehicle and a black SUV than I've heard about what you just spoke about.
Well, this is my wife keeps up on stuff and as well, and there was a white truck, white pickup. I don't know what make, model, whatever. And the dude in it was just being aggressive. I don't know if it's road rage and shit like that. I don't know any real specifics, but I know a white truck was involved. But there was a burglary down the road, like I said. When I talked to the deputy this morning, I flagged him down and I told him, about this weird shit that happened at the middle of the night last night. And I mentioned a white pickup that I saw yesterday on the same road, and he said, "Yeah, there's been multiple reports of this white pickup." So that's just weird, because the white pickup I saw yesterday was it was just suspicious in a number of ways, I guess.
And you're saying you're 15 minutes from Moscow?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, if you
So I
check it,
mean, what is like? I mean, I don't mean to cut you off, but what is? I mean, what are your thoughts with your? I don't know how much family you got there and all that, but I mean, are you on edge right now? How do you feel? Are you worried for your
of
family
course,
when they
dude.
go
I mean,
out? I mean,
well, put it this way: we don't go anywhere without a means of protection. You know, what I mean, that
absolutely.
we're licensed to carry, and we make sure that our kids are very well versed in how to use a firearm. They've all been through hunter safety and firearm safety, and they know what to do if somebody comes in our house uninvited. So I really feel sorry for somebody who does try to do something like that, because, like I said, they're risking a lot, and I believe some of it probably has to do with drugs. Just, some of this stuff I'm talking about is it probably could be completely unrelated to what happened to these kids in Moscow. But, I still at the same time feel like we've got to take everything into consideration. But my main point of the call was to bring up the fact, like what the last caller was saying about the white launcher being a red herring. I think in a lot of our minds, me anyway, I can't speak for anybody else but myself, but it somewhat puts me at ease, because I trust that the captain, especially of that police force, Roger Lanier, I feel like that guy is a stand-up guy. That guy is a man of integrity, and he's doing everything he possibly can, I believe. And I think that aside from that, people just need to take into consideration there's gonna be some information out there that's gonna try to bait this fucker back into making a misstep somewhere. But I believe they got a lot of evidence, man, as far as that, especially considering if you pull it up, you can go to the Idaho State DOT website under traffic cams and go right to Moscow, Idaho.
Someone sent
and I
that to
believe
me.
I count. Yeah, bro.
But
I
they
said
sent
that,
it to
dude.
me a while ago, though. If you could send it to me again, that'd be awesome.
All you got to do, man, is just go to the traffic cams in
I'm
Idaho
typing it
State.
in right now.
Google,
I'm typing it in right now.
traffic cams Idaho. And then you can zoom in on Moscow, and you pull it up locally in Moscow, and there's literally, I think I counted 23 cams there. And then if you go to Pullman, which is right down the road, there's more. If you go down to Troy, if you go up or down the road in any direction, you'll find traffic cams all over the place up there.
Okay, so I'm on the
I believe they
website.
got, like I said, man, I believe that I'm a little at ease knowing who's in charge. I mean, a lot of people are talking shit about law enforcement, but man, these guys are not fucking around. These guys, they want to find this guy, and I believe they got his ass. It's just a matter of getting their ducks in a row. So I'm a little at ease being local, knowing who's in charge and who's doing the shit, and at the same time, knowing the amount of evidence, just in the amount of evidence of just the activity around there. They got the FBI involved. I mean, the amount of data they have just on cell towers and traffic cameras alone. I mean, it's 3:30 in the morning, man. They're going to have there was a game that night, so they got a lot of data to sift through. You know what I'm saying?
So being you're in that town, I don't know if you know any of these people or do you have friends in Moscow or anything like that?
I mean, I've been around the area for 20 years, so I mean, I don't want to get too much about it into who I know, but I know enough people to know that this is going to be, I have faith in what I'm saying about who's in charge and who's running things and how the investigation's going. I know there's a lot of frustration. I know people are pissed off, and personally, I mean, my own personal opinion is that I think certain people, they are mad, especially the one parent, or the parents, they're mad about certain things. And
Steve,
there's a strong possibility now that he's lowered up and they're speaking in terms of accountability it just seems to me like they're just completely setting it up for a lawsuit down the road. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
If they're, yeah. Is it because he keeps talking about accountability? So that, in my mind, lawyer speak is they're going to hold somebody accountable, within the police department. But that's just my 2 cents on it. My personal opinion. But we're talking about this. I'm freezing my ass off outside. I'm in the middle of trying to put up some, finish putting my own surveillance system out here. But I appreciate you taking my call, man, and you guys keep doing what you're doing. I wouldn't let a lot of this stuff discourage you about the timeliness of it. I would definitely take into consideration the fact that there's certain information out there that is meant to have us all out here chasing our tails. But at the same time, man, have faith in what's going on. Have faith in who's doing what they're doing, and have faith that they're going to catch this fucker.
Oh, absolutely, man. I have faith that they're going to catch him. I really do. I stand with you on that. And I firmly do believe that they are onto something right now. They're onto somebody, and they want this white vehicle for a reason. And I don't, that reason, I don't know why, but
Yeah, I agree. That could be there's reasons that they could want it, but at the same time, the whole reason they could want it is to make us think they want it, But yeah, let's keep on looking every avenue. There's really, it's like today I was out, it snowed last night, a couple inches after that we had our little intruder, and I didn't have a chance to walk the perimeter and the full perimeter and see, get good tire prints. Well, we didn't expect snow last night. When I woke up this morning, I had like 3 inches of snow. So I was going off very little evidence as far as, trying to track stuff down.
So you drive around that area? Do you drive in there and just check it out?
What do you mean?
Like in Moscow, do you ever drive past there just being curious?
In fact, we're on the border, so we're taking state sales tax into consideration when we do our shopping. So obviously Moscow, Idaho's got lower sales tax than Washington does. So, we do a lot of our shopping over there. Plus they got a lot more. There's a Winco in Moscow where Pullman doesn't have one. Little better eateries in my personal opinion, but a lot of advantages in Moscow over Pullman as far as going into town and getting supplies.
Oh man, I appreciate the insight and I enjoyed your phone call, man. Definitely look forward to hearing from you again later down the line here, man. That's
yeah. I don't know if I'm subscribed. I might be. I'm just kind of going through all this stuff. I've been, me and my family have been keeping a really close eye on this stuff, and just kind of scanning through the latest stuff that's coming out. And you just happen to be one that teamed up on the radar. So I was watching some of your stuff, and I see that you got a lot of people calling in that got some really good insight on this thing that are really well-spoken, articulate people, and that in itself is enjoyable to listen to. So I appreciate your show, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. And what's your name in chat? All right, we're back. Hold up. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Good grief. My bad, guys. All right, we are back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. You can hear me? We're good? We're clear? We on here? All right. Power went out. Let me pull this sack up.
Call from
Daniel.
Hey, what's up, Daniel?
What's up, man?
How's it?
Daniel, I didn't really think I was going to get through.
Yeah, you got it, brother. You're here. What's going on?
Not much, man. Way down here, and you can probably tell by the boys, way down here in Georgia, but I've been watching you.
Hey, that's what's up.
Case is crazy. The thing I'm stuck on is, you don't think that car could be a Kia? Not a Hyundai Elantra?
Which one? Which vehicle?
The white car to the right with the two guys standing in front or beside it?
Nah, that's a launcher.
You think so?
Yeah.
And my other thing too is, I understand about Maddie calling Kaylee's boyfriend trying to get in touch with her, for her. But was there anything going on between them two, Maddie and what's his name, Jack D, or whoever they were calling?
Yeah.
Because I mean, if old girl passed out beside her and she's calling the dude's phone, you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So, I mean, I thought about that earlier too. I mean, I don't know, man. 1 minute I think it's the ex, 1 minute I think it's somebody random.
You said so. 1 minute you think it's the ex, 1 minute you think it's somebody random. So you're just all 1 minute you're changing your mind.
Yeah.
So what?
But
You don't have no theory to it.
I think somebody knew how the house was laid out. It's somebody that's been in there before. Because if they're peeping and creeping like that, they knew where they were going. You know what I mean? I don't see them picking a random house. And people say, how did somebody kill 4 people without the other folks hearing? Ted Bundy went in a sorority house and killed a few girls, And that was back in the day, I understand. But there was more people in that sorority house, and he went in there and just savagely killed girls. And a lot of them didn't hear a thing.
Oh,
so, yeah. So, I mean, anything's possible.
Oh. Well, I
and the
appreciate
dude living across the street, yeah.
There you go.
That's sketch, too.
Yeah, the dude, eating harsh, weirdo.
Yeah,
Definitely
he's like
weirdo.
inserting himself into the case, kind of.
Yep, that's what I've been saying.
People that do stuff like that, commit crimes like that, they try to do that a lot. So, but I just want to put my 2 cents in. I appreciate you taking the call.
Yeah, no doubt, Bubba. I appreciate you calling in. Good call. You have a good one, man. Later.
Call from
Michael.
What's up, Michael? You on the line live? What's going on?
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to. There's 2 or 3 points about this deal there in Moscow. There's a Christ Church. Have you heard of that?
You said Christ Church?
Yeah.
It's been brought up a couple times, but I haven't looked into it now.
Well, when all this first started, they were showing coyotes and skin dogs and all that. So I looked up cult activity in Moscow, Idaho. What came up on Google was Christ Church. And if you read about this church, it's against women.
Oh, wow.
Women have no rights. The ex-Blackhawks hockey player, I believe, that was the reverend or whatever you want to call it. But it's a cult. It's not a church. And it does not belong in this college town. There's only 25,000 people in this town.
Right.
And to me,
anyone that there's got to be somebody going to this thing, if it's there. If I was the police, I'd run it out of town. But anyway, if they had the beliefs that church has, they could be the killer. Because a woman doesn't have the right to say no to a man. And, as far as sex in the marriage or whatever, the woman has no right to say no. And also some of the higher ups in the church have been arrested for molesting children. But I think this church really, somebody needs to take a hard look at it and ask yourself, do some of the police go to that church? Do some of the community go to that church? Who goes to this church? So I'll get off Christ Church and get back on. You were looking for the house not blurred, right?
Yes, I was looking for the house not blurred, but I mean it's blurred now. It wasn't blurred before.
If you Google 1122 King Road, if you Google it, there's web sluice, and it gives you a 360-degree look inside and out. And there's also a white car parked in front of the house, and
Is
it's
this
not
Mike
blurred
Jones?
out. Yeah.
Mike Jones from Texas?
No, Arkansas.
Not Texas.
Man.
Arkansas. There we go. Arkansas.
I'm close. Close there.
Mark. Yeah, I was like, hold on. This sounds like Mike Jones from earlier.
Yeah, Mike Jones. Yeah, I'm not the rapper though.
Yeah,
I'm old man, 67 years old.
Yes,
I ain't
sir.
got nothing to do but sit around and watch this. And I'm really enjoying your show. It's one of the best I've seen.
I appreciate it, man. I mean, I literally just stepped. I mean, I've been into true crime for a while, but I literally just stepped on here and.
Yeah, I remember you said since you was 5, didn't you?
Say
5
again?
years old.
Yeah,
Was
when
that you?
I was into true crime since I was a kid. 5 years old, watching Unsolved Mysteries with my grandfather, my great grandfather. But I
No,
mean,
that's-
I've been into true crime my whole life. I'm 32 now. I just brought it to YouTube September.
I called a guy from you're from Indiana, right?
Yeah, I'm not
I
from
was going
Indiana.
to-
I'm born and raised in Virginia.
I was going to aviation school, and I came home, and I was going. It was a 5-year course I was doing in 21 months, and I took it as a job. It was 8 hours a day. I came home. My mom came over to the house and walked in, and that was unlike her. And I knew something was wrong as soon as she walked in. She told me about this guy had come to the house and told her the electric meter needed repaired or the house could catch fire. My mom didn't have a whole lot of money, and I worked after school, and I was a mechanic. I was able to make money. So I gave her $100, to keep. And this guy talked her out of that $100. And when she come in, I said, well, wait a minute. I said, I'm not going to put up with this. So she had called the police already, and she waited for me to get home. And we left, and I told her, I said, we're going to find this guy. And I said, do you know what kind of truck he was driving? And she said it was a Dodge Ram. That was the only truck in the world she could identify was a Dodge Ram. So I went to all the places that you could rent by the week or motels and stuff. We was in some apartments, and I could see Motel 6, and I could see a Dodge Ram over there. And I asked my mom, I said, did it have custom wheels on it? She says, it had wheels on it. She said, I don't know about custom. But anyway, we go over there, and it's a truck. And she had told me the license plates were rusted. Well, the police had looked for this for, I guess, a week. And so I blocked it in. First, I dropped her off at the motel next door to call the police, and then I blocked it in. This was before, cell phones. And the police come out, and the guy's name was Luscious Eugene Stanley, and he's from Indiana. And they called him. He was at the Waffle House next door eating, and he had 2 little blonde girls, and his wife were upstairs. They weren't eating. Only him, big old fat guy. and so wound up going down to jail and everything. But anyway, I caught this guy. So that's my, and the police told us that don't talk to the news. And we didn't, but it came out in the newspaper. Mom and son team up and catch fugitives. I mean, it's like on the front page, so we got a kick out of that. But anyway, something else I wanted to mention. You know, I talked to you earlier about I thought the guy left a footprint on the thing. I was wondering if you ever saw that, if you could make it out. It takes a while to adjust your eyes to see that. But I don't believe the guy was ever on the first floor, and I'll tell you why. Because the police are constantly going in and out of that front door, and they're not using the back doors. They've got them blocked off with, looks like 2 bar stools. And I don't think they would go in and out of that front door. You know, right. if that was a crime scene on the first floor. So I think they're using the first floor as a base station and then changing into whatever they wear into the crime scene and then going to the second and third floors. But right. Like I say, if you Google 1122 King Road, you can see the house. There's a white car sitting in front of it. I don't know if that's what you're looking for, but the house is not blurred out. And also, back in 2008, this house had a garage in the front of it. It's changed. I forget how I managed to find. I found that, I think, on maps. You know, it showed a 2008 version of it. And, you can still see part of the garage over to the left where the trash cans are. None of that really makes any difference in what we're dealing with. But the house was built to break into, as far as I'm concerned. You know, the windows are all sliding. I've installed those type of windows. I've installed sliding doors, and all that's easy to get into. If this guy, this Jack S., is that him standing next to the white car? Is that who we think he?
I have Jack D. Are you talking
Jack
about this
D.
white car? Now that's allegedly, though. I don't know that to be a fact, so I can't.
Okay, he would know the woods up behind the house.
I don't know.
Right.
To be honest with you, I don't know who this white car belongs to, so I really can't say. But some people are guessing Jack D. But I can't really. I can't go out on the limb and say, yeah, this is so and so's car.
Bus that hadn't done anything. But I'm, you know, the guy that caused problems at the frat house that had a temper and he got kicked out of the frat house. Who was that? Have you heard about that?
Let's see, hold up. Nobody can hear me right now, or what? What's going on? I'm trying to make sure. Hold up.
Yeah,
if T fall asleep, I don't know if people are behind the chat or what.
I could hear my voice on TV when I took it off mute.
Hold up, guys. Can y'all hear me right now? You can hear the call? Somebody's like, I'm out, bye, this and that. What do you mean? The power turned off. I had to come back. But anyways.
I don't know. You know, I'd love to see this person called. What would make somebody do something like it? I have no idea. You know, it's such, you know, this is, you know, it's awful. I don't know what else to say about it except, you know, things, you know, the families and everything hurting and there's no answers and, you know, they're kind of getting on to us, you know, for talking about it and what we say here and there, but they're not making no headway and they're not giving us no information, you know. So hopefully the families are getting more. But I really think the guy entered from the back. I think he'd been watching from, if you go up the hill, right there at the balcony is a pathway coming down. You know, if you jump from that balcony, you're jumping onto a hill. You're not actually jumping the depth of the ground if you jump out. You see what I'm saying? Because it goes uphill there to that street, that side street. But up behind that house would be a perfect place just to sit and watch through the windows and everything. And I believe that's what happened. Whoever done it has been watching from behind there, and they finally got their nerve up. There was also a girl on one show that, like, stuff pops up on your screen, that she said that they were selling knives at the fair in Moscow. And I believe if you could find out who had that booth and who sold that type of knife, if they give a description of the guy, you could find out who done it. And also, one more thing I wanted to point out, Zab girl, do you know her?
Yeah, I'm a member of Zab and Grizzly.
Okay, if you email Zab girl, she can give you, show you where this Jack S lives. And she thinks it's the cabin house, their cabin house. Both his parents are doctors. He's supposedly the one that went to Africa. But if you go to that house, or what they're calling a cabin, it's like 5.5 hours away drive. There's a basketball court. I mean, it's not a cabin. It's a great big house out in the middle of nowhere, and it's a dead end road to it. What it looks like to me, or else it's just showing the driveway, a long driveway that dead ends into the house. I'm not sure, but Zab girl could give you that. Like I say, I'm not that good with email. Fortunately, a while ago somebody emailed you the picture of the balcony and circled the footprint and everything. But if you look at that long enough, you'll see the footprint. I guarantee
Yeah,
you.
I got it sent to me earlier. We checked it out. But yeah, I appreciate you calling in, man. I'm gonna try to get some more. There's a lot of people keep calling. I don't want to leave them all on the back burner.
Taking up your time. Thanks for putting the show on, man. You're doing a really great job.
I appreciate you, man. I really do appreciate you.
I got several things here. I got 3 phones. I've got you on TV. I've got you on flat. So I ought to be able to give you 5 likes.
I appreciate you, man. I really do. I appreciate the support, Mike Jones, man. I appreciate your input. I appreciate everything. Anything you email me, everything. You guys are great. The whole community.
I appreciate you caring enough.
Here's somebody calling in now, so I'll take that call. Appreciate you, Mike Jones. I'll talk to you here in a little bit. We'll chop it up again.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, bro.
Call from
Stone Cold.
To accept.
Stone Cold Steve Austin, what's going on?
Well, hello. How are you?
How are you?
I am doing just fine. Am I on?
Yes, ma'am. You're live right now.
Okay, perfect. Because I turned the TV down. I don't want any interference. But anyway, congratulations to you, to your channel, to all of your subscribers. I'm new to your channel. I stumbled across you maybe less than a week ago because me, like so many other people, we're just obsessed and inundated with this case. This is just mind-blowing. I am right outside of Philadelphia. And, word travels. Like you were saying, I think your dad was telling you that he saw something on the news about the car. I mean, right outside of Philly. And the same news, the reporting is here as well for this white car. Now, for me, let me get into my head. I cannot wrap my head around how this perp exited the property without a trace. This is the part that's just nagging at me, and it just leads me to think that, well, of course, there's more than one theory. I can go down like a spider's web, different theories, but I am leaning more and more towards maybe a frat boy type of mindset. I think perhaps one of the girls, I can't think of her name. I'm getting a brain fart right now. The youngest one. Had the boyfriend who lived not that far from her, a stone's throw away. He can see her from where he was living.
Ex, they shared the dog. But then if you're facing the girls' property, the 5 girls' property, to the left of that property is another apartment building. There was one of the guys who lived there. So you have one guy living over here, and then her ex-boyfriend living in a property to the right of the building. Now, I do think that the 2 girls were teased. I think the girls were out there just flaunting their stuff and doing their thing. Young girls, you know what I'm saying? Because when I look at the video at the food truck, it looks to me like, if that is Jackass, it looks like Jackass is just being patient. He's just standing back, just waiting, as if he was promised something earlier, previously. And he's just waiting, letting the girls go ahead and do their thing, get whatever it is they need to get, because we are going to move on and do our thing. And another caller has said that the young girl, the youngest one, I can't think of her name right now, she was on her phone, like she was really intent on her phone. To me, possibly that could have been her ordering the ride home, the Uber or the Lyft. So when he saw the car come up and saw the ladies go towards the car, he was really pissed. But I also believe that him, Jackass, Jack D, and all these other J and D people, I think that they had some type of a pact. I think that it's just like a mob mentality, and it just got out of hand. And my number one culprit, allegedly, all of this is speculative.
Yes, ma'am.
But I think I'm leaning more and more towards Jack S as the actual culprit. I do think he was a part of a mindset of other individuals, which would make them
Thank you, baby girl.
not necessarily. Okay.
Keep going. You're good. You're good.
Okay, thank you. I think that he is the actual perpetrator, the one in there, the one who has the hunting experience and all that. Not saying I don't know if other people have all that hunting background.
So you allegedly think that Jack
is the one who allegedly went in there and actually did it. Although I do think others were involved, I don't think that they committed the actual, crime itself, the physical gory, the gory aspect of it. But I think that there were others lookouts. I think there were others egging him on. I think there were others just putting a lot of poison in his mind. Whether it was Jack D because that was my girlfriend, and maybe she was flirting with Jack S, and Jack D didn't like it, and all the guys got together and said we're going to teach them something, but then it got out of hand. But not necessarily, because there was some thought into, there's some serious thought into how to exit the property. How do you get out of there without leaving bloody footprints and things like that? So there was a lot more thought put into this, which leads me to think that it was a group effort. And that's just where I'm thinking. It's sad. I do want to say this is horrific. I would, I'm a mom. I'm a grandma. And just the thought of losing one of my family members in such a horrific way like this, I don't even know if I could live. I couldn't breathe. I wouldn't be able to breathe. And my heart goes out to the parents of these children, to their friends, to their extended family, because a lot of people were impacted by this. People, they touch a lot of people, throughout their lives. It's not just their immediate family. They have friends, they have neighbors, people who really care, and people who are deeply wounded by this. And I cannot wait. Until this case is cracked wide open. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for sharing your opinion. I appreciate you coming up. And where are you calling from?
Right outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Shout out to Philly, but that's where my dad's from Pittsburgh, Philly, that area. So,
all right, I'm in the Elkins Park area, right outside of Philly. But yes, this is insane. It's just insane. 4 beautiful lives just snuffed out over something really stupid. I'm sure. Just over, just go home, go to sleep on it. Whatever. To take out 4 people like this, it's.
I appreciate you. I appreciate that. I'm going to take this call because they've been trying to call for a while, but I do appreciate everything. Thank you.
All day.
Yes, man. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Call from
Melissa.
Hey, Melissa, welcome. You're live now.
Hey, how are you?
I'm hanging in there. How about yourself?
Doing the same. I've been listening to you today, and I've heard all your callers and all of their ideas, and I would agree with some of those. However, when I started listening to this case about a week ago, I was hyper focused on what majority of the callers are focused on, media, right? And as I was doing my research, I come across, and I don't practice this. It's not my deal. But I happened to watch a medium, and so I started researching some of the mediums and tarot card readers out there that are actually doing some of these readings. And out of 15, they all have some common denominators, and it's super interesting because it changes perspective. And there's one particular one I'm actually, I have her looking into something. She profiled the killer, and we're not getting anything from the media, so you don't even know what to look for. Would you agree with that? You don't even have a clue.
Right. No,
And
absolutely.
so all can't be wrong, right? So they all don't align, but they have common things they align with. And the number one thing that, and if you listen to them, right? So if you start listening to them and you write down these things that they say, and then you go and listen to someone else, and it could be a week ago. However, one of them is there's a mother, and it's a mother. The mother knows what the son has done, meaning the murderer, which I found very, very interesting. And several of them have said that the killer was in the house long before the girls ever got home, because he planned it. He sat back and he watched it. He's well received in the community. He comes across as very kind, but he's very specific. This was due to rejection. There was some sexual tendencies, meaning that being rejected or let down by one of them. Again, you've got son out there that a personal medium, and he's never read for me, but they typically don't give names. And so I know that spirits, and they can connect in those ways, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this one individual said, the car is removed. The car is removed. The weapon is in his house, and he's local. He's a student, and he's within the community. And that he took the weapon home, and it's either buried behind a wall, and something was burned the night of the murder. And this sounds all crazy, because I would agree, right? So as I started to research and listen to these different ones coming out, they're all coming up with something about meaning that this individual is like the nerdy kind. He's not attractive. He doesn't belong in the group, but he's in the group, if you will. He's the type of guy that, hey, I'll help you do your homework. When you start looking at that profile, right? So it kind of gives you an idea of a profile. It changes perspective. Most of them don't talk about the details like what your callers have been describing. The focus isn't on the entry. It isn't on, this or that. It's actually, this is what law enforcement need to be looking for. And the mother, it's a single mother in the community. They either come from money, they appear to have wealth, and he is blending in the community currently. And I've heard a couple, probably 3 or 4, that say that future-wise, he could do it again. This was his first. He did it. It had to do with rejection. He was angry. Tried to understand who the target was. There hasn't been an some of them are saying there could be an indication, some of them are not. So it changes perspective when you're looking at something like this. And I actually come across a picture, and I don't mind emailing it to you, but I actually have her. I'm going to look into it and try to connect, because this person, it was a picture from 2 years ago on one of the girls' social media. And I will tell you, when you look at this picture, the guy stands out. He doesn't belong. He doesn't belong there. Whether he has anything to do with it, don't know, but no one knows his name. There's not been a lot of comments on this picture, but someone recently commented and said, "Hey, who is this guy?" And I would agree. Several of them have said that he's practicing, and he's a part of a cult, which is what aligns with you've had a couple of callers today mention and reference that cult.
Right.
And so I'm hearing a couple of things today that I'm like, this aligns with what I'm hearing on a spiritual spectrum. You've got your criminologists, and they're not, they're kind of profiling, kind of not. But it is super interesting when you actually go down that road and you hear these different people. And one of the ladies is from Australia, and her reading was I would feel that she's more spot on, just with what she has said. And it's very eerie, because you're like, well, this guy's in the community. He's out there. And I mean, that's a real possibility. But the car, she was, she tried to tune into that, and they're saying the car's been removed. Don't know what happened. It's removed. Quit focusing on the car. Start looking at footage before the murders, like 2 weeks. Like, this guy's sitting back. He's watching. He's observing, and he's sat in the house quietly, and he would have waited quietly, calmly, however long it took to do what he did. And so, I just think it's very, very different than what callers have been looking at and focusing on. And I would have never went down that path if I didn't happen to come across, a YouTube video, and it prompted my attention. So I was like, well, let me research this. So I started listening to some others, and they all had some common things that they were coming across. And I'm like, well, they all can't be wrong, right?
Right.
So it is definitely a different perspective. Some of it's like, you're like, but for the most part, I would say that those people that are in that line of work, some of it do it for entertainment, some of it do it, to bring closure, things like that. I've listened to a medium that supposedly has connected with the victims. I didn't read too much into that. It was more about who could this person be, and how can they apprehend him? How can they bring him to justice? And so callers should maybe look at that, because when you start to hear these things, it changes the way you're looking at this case. It changes what you're looking at, and you're not so hyper focused on a car or the entrance or the layout of the home. It's what was this person thinking? What was his motive? What's behind it? What's the drive? And several of them have said he is local, and he's blended in. He's in the community. So, I just wanted to share that, because I've listened to your callers, and like the cult and things like that. And she's saying he is 50 steps ahead of the police. He needs to be stopped, but they're looking in the wrong places. One of them said the timeline's off, and I would agree. Something about the timeline of what they're looking at. They're not looking at they need to look ahead at, before this ever happened. Because he's been sitting back watching. It could have been, he had, he was jealous of Ethan. Who knows? I don't know. But I just wanted your callers to maybe look at that route, even though I don't do, I've never had a tarot reading or a medium read for me, but it did change my perspective, because I was like all your other callers and so hyper focused. And I'm like, wait a minute. So then I started, researching who could fit this profile of this nerd. And, several of them have made mention he's very tall and he's skinny, not big, but he's skinny. And he did change clothes before he left. And it's someone, several of them have referred to him as Ted Bundy or Jeffrey Dahmer. He's highly intelligent. He is not your average Joe, and he doesn't sleep at night. And when he doesn't sleep at night, he becomes more in tune. He's on that type of level. So, I mean, she actually profiled him from a spiritual level, and I can send you the link to her reading. It will blow you away for
Yeah,
sure.
definitely send it to me.
And I have a picture that she's Australian, and she you know, she didn't have a whole lot of background on this case, and when she profiled him, I can tell you every hair on my body stood up. And when I started researching and just looking at pictures, there was one picture that stood out to me. And this guy does not fit with the group of people. He does not belong. But there is jealousy around money. They feel, you know, all of them are saying that this person feels like that he should have had that life. You know, they had a better life. He's not, he's not accepted in a good looking manner. He's not that guy, and that's what he wants. He thinks he deserves that. That's the profile that you're getting from all these, whether it's tarot readers or mediums or whoever. That's what you're getting on a profile level. So I'll email you the link to her reading, because it definitely changed my perspective of the whole case.
Yeah, definitely send it to me. I'd appreciate it for sure.
Yeah, and I'll email you the picture. You know, I just want you to see it. I don't know this person, and I would hate for, you know, me. And she is going to look into that spiritually to see if that is a connection. Because if it is, they need to be looking for a single mom in a household. And the problem is this guy has mommy issues. She's the mother's been super controlling. This guy hates women. He hates women. And that's part of the motive, because of the mother, mommy issues, single household, dad. None of these people could see a dad in the picture. So these people are very in tune spiritually, and it's like, wow. I mean, and this person could be, come from a wealth or a name, right? So that it could be an influential person in the community as well. But I do know this guy is very nerdy, not attractive, you know. He has friends, but really not friends. You know, he gets rejected all the time and things like that. That is the profile that I have heard from this other side of things. And that's different than what I'm hearing out of them, you know, because everyone seems to think it's this Jack S, Jack D. You know, no one knows who it is at this point. And so I just wanted to share that with your callers, because I think it's important that they keep an open mind. It may not be these Jacks. It could be what these people are profiling for sure.
Oh, right. Yeah, I do a lot of spirit box readings on here, and I've got a lot of crazy shit.
Have you heard anything on these murders?
Yeah, that's what the first thing I did. It said there was a male voice that came through, and I used I don't know if you watch Ghost Adventures, but I used what they use, which is the SB7 spirit box, and literally I got a physical voice from a male that said frats are involved, and then I got a female voice that said two of them.
Yeah,
and then Ethan, Jacob, and a bunch of different things that come through. And I've got videos up on it on my channel right now. I think the one before I uploaded today, the one before that is a spirit box one, and it'll blow a lot of people away if you go listen to it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've heard a couple say that Ethan was a target. One medium even said that, you know, I've heard that, you know, from media that they were all asleep. However, one medium claims that Ethan had gotten up to get a drink of water, was kind of in a hallway, and the first blow incapacitated him. Zana got up, heard him, and he got to her. So, I mean, those things are, you know, these spiritual people are out there, and they're having these readings, and they're connecting on some level that I don't connect on. And so you know, I write this stuff down, and when you've got 15, 20 people, and they're all saying, you know, Mom, the mother knows, the mother has information, the mother's protecting the son, the person's in the community, this person is actively in the groups in the community. That is scary, because you've heard the law enforcement say there's not a threat, you know, just be vigilant. Well, this could just be a normal peer and he appears to be normal. He's well received. And I've heard that from several. He's well received in the community. He blends right in. And the one thing that one of them did say, which makes all the sense in the world, is this person shaved every piece of hair on his body to avoid DNA being left behind, which would make sense. I mean, makes sense.
Right. I appreciate you calling in, and I'm gonna try to fit a few more in here and see. But I do share that with me, and I
I
look
sure
forward to talking to you again at some point.
All right. Have a good one.
Thank you for calling in.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Good call. Good call. Good call. Show some respect. The Loach shaved his head a week before. I got that picture right here. So what she just said holds a little bit of weight. I wouldn't say a little bit, but it holds weight, you know. But they're saying like this is the closest resemblance, but a lot of people saying it's not. Emily, I haven't got your email at all, so it just did now, and that's the picture I looked at in Discord. I've seen it before. Now they're saying this, but I don't even know like what my heart says no, because I don't see no. It doesn't even look like it's tinted, but I pull it up. Where is this at? Where is that at? There were some people call it. Hold up. No worries, sir. I could give it a tire different. Sorry for calling it back to back. Somebody said sorry for calling it back to back. Keep thinking you guys were done. Had to dip out of your channel. Thank you. Here you are. Thank you. Anybody who wants to call in, lines open. Or I can play this video Marlena sent me real fast. Let's go to it real quick. Doesn't look tinted. Chat. Yeah, sometimes I will come up with something though here in the future. Like I said, I'll have like maybe a timer that comes up on screen or something, maybe 5 minutes, and just say, hey, 5 minutes is up. That way I'll build it up. I have enough programs on my computer to where I can put a timer on. That way everybody gets a fair amount of time and then everybody gets their voice heard. Sometimes I don't know, it kind of sucks to limit people too, because some people have more to say than others. And that's how, I let people get hanging out.
Call from
Beth.
Welcome, Beth. You are live.
Hi. I'm a new subscriber to your channel, but I have something. It's a little off from where everybody is focusing.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's purely my own speculation, just taking in all the information that is out there now. Is it okay for me to tell you?
Yeah, you can share whatever opinion you have or theory you have.
Okay, because I don't. I don't want to, create any rumor or gossip. But I do know with crime and especially killing people, the perpetrators always try to distract from their actions. And what we're seeing now is it appears to be obvious. We've got the white car, you've got the boyfriend that could possibly be jealous or depressed or heartbroken. What I don't see anybody focusing on or delving into, unless I missed it earlier in your live because I wasn't here earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that when the obvious is not panning out, there's usually something deeper hidden that's unseen. I saw earlier in the chat somebody said that the perpetrator's parents have money and they would afford him the best attorney. And my thoughts are going like in opposite direction. Perhaps it's not a student. Perhaps it's not in the inner circle of these college kids. Perhaps it's a level deeper. There's no DNA. From what we know, there's no DNA. There's no video of the individual coming in or leaving. It's been said that the person hid in the closet I know that when I go out, when I come home, I usually put stuff back in my closet. So I'm thinking that hiding in the closet is not truly viable 100%. To me, it sounds like this is at a higher level. We know these parents have money. I believe there's one student whose parents don't have money. I'm thinking perhaps because all this evidence that we see, it doesn't have anything to do with the students. It's at a deeper level. Perhaps it's something to do with the parents and professional hit for something that is on a different level. I know it sounds crazy, but it's like none of this is making sense. None of it. They've got the video of the cars. You've got those kids out in the field that night where you've got the police body cam. I also saw a video of the police body cam. I don't know if this has been debunked or not, but when you're looking at the kids from the body cam, you can see the apartment lights, and it's around the same times where they believe the murders occurred. I know that the dog was in a different room. So perhaps it is a targeted attack, but it's targeted at one of the parents of these kids that were in that house. And there was 3 individuals there that suffered the consequences of some other business that was being taken care of that night. And I hope I'm making sense. It makes sense in my head. When you look at the video from the police in the field with the underage drinkers, when you look at the lights, you can see it appears to be the light from the girl's bedroom that was moving out. You see that the light is on, but then you see during the video the light go off in the room. That's what it looked like to me. I believe that the girls on the front or on the top were killed initially. They say that the wounds were gashes. It wasn't just stabs. Everybody's confused as to how the downstairs people did not wake up. But
Right.
You know what? If you get your throat hit and you have a big gash in your throat, you're not going to be able to yell. And if you're sleeping when this happens, you're not really going to have much time to do anything. How could you wake up being attacked like that without being able to yell? You're going to be in shock. And the person that's in bed with you, how likely is it that they're going to wake up if they're in a deep sleep, if they've been drinking? Perhaps the boy or the young man and the other woman that were on the second floor. I just saw that somebody said no throat slash. I'm not talking about a slash. I'm talking about a hack to the throat, not necessarily a throat slice, a hack, because the coroner said, or the person who spoke for the coroner said these were gashes. They're not slices, they're gashes. But perhaps the individuals on the second floor, somebody got up, because the only people they say that were killed in their bed were the 2 girls. They don't say anything about the people on the second floor. So perhaps the guy or the girl could have heard a scuffle, and as the perpetrator was leaving, he was accosted by one of the individuals that were woke up, and that's why they were involved also. The people on the bottom floor, that part of the building, or the 2 stories above is an add-on. One part, either the bottom or the top, is an add-on. So it's like you have 2 separate houses there. One of them is going to be very, very insulated, which is the bottom house, because it was a singular building, and then you have the add-on. So you've got that cushion of insulation there from the first floor up to the second, third. But anyway, that was my thought. With all the information that's out there, I mean, the white card could be a red herring. I don't know, but I think it's, something to ponder.
Oh, absolutely.
Anyway, okay, I really love your show. I'm glad I got to see it today. Usually I'm working, but you do a great job, and thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you coming up and speaking what you think. Thank you so much.
All right, thank
and
you.
where are you
Bye-bye.
calling from?
I'm calling from Kentucky, actually.
Oh, wow. Shout out to Kentucky, and God bless you. I appreciate you calling in.
All right, thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Shout out to that caller, guys. All right, so for 1 second, before I do any more call-ins, we're going to take a quick video break. There's a video that said they need to eat. They're telling me go eat tea or I'm going to kick your fucking head off, and I'm just playing. They're telling me to eat, so hold up 1 second. Let me put a video on because we need to actually... There's a video I need to watch. Where was it at? Marlena sent it to me. 1 second. See, Marlena sent it to me, but it's the video we already seen.
Jonathan.
Yeah, you sent me. Yeah, launcher found outside home. We already seen this one. Remember we seen this one? We pulled it. We had it up on Instagram. Now, let's see here. Let me hide that.
Lee Riches investigates. Where is that white Hyundai Elantra? We're talking about that white Elantra 2011, 2013 model that authorities are looking for in relation to the Moscow, Idaho stabbings. 4 college students brutally stabbed during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, inside a home. Police haven't made no arrests. They haven't publicly identified any suspects. They haven't even found the murder weapon. They're looking for this white Hyundai Elantra that they say was around the scene of the house. They're looking for the occupant or occupants. I want to show you a video right now of it looks like a white Hyundai Elantra right by the home, and we will discuss this. So that clearly looks like a white Hyundai Elantra. It is within eyesight of the home where the stabbings occurred. Now, right there, that is like 1119 King Street and 1127 King Street. There is 2 homes there in a big parking lot. And you saw 2 kids down there in that video with the Hyundai Elantra standing right by it, and a guy on a roof looked like he was chugging beer. I want to show you something else here, right? There was a home just sold on November 16th, right on the corner there, right? One of those corner homes there, right on Taylor and King, going in, the area where you go to the home of the stabbings. There was a home, and I want to show you this home, and I want to show you a picture in the home selling description, and then we will discuss. Check it out.
So according to realtor sites, this home here on the corner, basically on the corners of Taylor and King, just sold on November 16th, 2022, a few days after the stabbings. And if you look at the pictures of the home, you can see picture number 23 of 25 in the backyard there. In the distance, you can see a white vehicle that does look like a white Hyundai Elantra. These homes here would most likely be on King Road. In back of the home there's a couple homes there that make up a couple homes on King Road, but you can see there the white Hyundai Elantra. And this home here sold a couple days after the murder, 733 West Taylor Avenue.
So in picture on the home description in the back, you can see a white, looks like a white Hyundai Elantra. And again, where that is 1119 and 1127 King Street. Some people say King Avenue, King Street in Moscow. So right here is the 733 Taylor Avenue home that just recently sold. And I showed you, if you looked out the backyard.
Thank you, Chris Cuomo. You know, it's really hard to get inside the head of a killer, but it might be possible to put yourself in his footsteps. Earlier, we looked at the...
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates, where is that white Hyundai Elantra? We're talking about that white Elantra 2022, a few days after the stabbings. And if you look at the pictures of the home, you can see picture number 23 of 25 in the backyard there in the distance. You can see a white vehicle that does look like a white Hyundai Elantra. These homes here would most likely be on King Road. In back of the home there's a couple homes there that make up a couple homes on King Road, but you can see there the white Hyundai Elantra. And this home here sold a couple days after the murder, 733 West Taylor Avenue. So in the picture on the home description in the back, you can see a white, looks like a white Hyundai Elantra. And again, where that is 1119 and 1127 King Street. Some people say King Avenue, King Street in Moscow. So right here is the 733 Taylor Avenue home that just recently sold. And I showed you, if you looked out the backyard, it showed a white Hyundai, looked like a white Hyundai Elantra somewhere around here, which would be 119 King Road. And then in that video, if you notice the video, you could see the stabbing home in the distance. So it looks like the car, the Hyundai, and this could be it on the aerial shot. But it seems like the Hyundai is from either 1119 or 1127 King Road right here. And it's a direct eye shot to the home. So the home is right there within eyesight. That car looks like car that the same car possibly on that surveillance that was just released from the Exxon station on Highway 8. You know, whoever lived at that house, whoever lives at that house, is that, you know, is it a college student there? Maybe the authorities should cross-reference all names living at that 1119 King and that 1127. So that white would look like a white Hyundai Elantra that was either at 1119 King Avenue at this home here or 1127 King Road, which is within eyesight of the Moscow home here. It's within eyesight of this home. And you can see it's these two homes here, this one here, and this one here. So who are the occupants from these homes that had that white car seen in the video, seen in back of here, 733 in the pictures of this home in a parking lot somewhere around here, either this home or this home. Those two homes, looks like that white Hyundai Elantra came out of that home. So Maybe authorities already spoken to an individual there. That surely looks like a white Hyundai Elantra to me. Let me know what you think. Subscribe to my channel, like, hit the notification. The hunt is on for this white Hyundai Elantra. Who drove it? Why was it in the area? Police said with confidence it was in the area. So they're looking. They're looking. Is it gone? Did it leave the state? Is it still in the area? Praying for the victims' families, praying for everyone. We will talk soon. I got more videos coming out later. No stone left unturned. We are going to internet sleuths. We're going to find out what happened. And any information that we get, pass on to law enforcement, and hopefully they go through it and, bring someone to justice. Someone out there did this. Who did this crime?
Exactly.
Everyone be safe. God bless.
Hold up now. Let me check something out real quick before we get into something else. There's a few new things that I want to check out. All right. So we got today. That's 2 minutes. That's 22. Huh. All right, here we go. I want to see this one because I haven't.
Welcome everybody to Law and Crime Daily. I'm Jesse Weber. We are 1 month into a mass murder investigation in the small community of Moscow, Idaho, and we don't have a lot more answers than we did just 4 weeks ago. And because of that, some parents are calling the police cowards. Stephen Gonsalves has spoken out repeatedly about his daughter, Kaylee, who was killed along with her best friend, Madison Mogan, roommate Zana Kernodle, and Zana's boyfriend, Ethan Chapin. The stabbings happened November 13th as the people inside the three-story home were sleeping.
Eating on the clock.
Gonsalves told Fox News that after speaking with the coroner, he now knows the victims had big open gouges that were clearly the work of a, quote, sadistic male. The father had previously said that according to the coroner in the death certificate, his daughter Kaylee's wounds were more vicious than the others, indicating that she may have been the suspect's main target. But so far, police haven't said which, if any, of the roommates were targeted, nor have they identified a suspect or a murder weapon. Forensic death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan took issue with some of the information that's coming from Mr. Gonsalves.
How does he assess that these injuries are different? Did he see this other victim's body? Was he the one drawing this conclusion? I doubt that that's the case. So is he saying that the coroner sat there and said, your child's injuries are so much more worse than any other victim? That's what I have a real problem with here. First off, I don't know how accurate that is. And secondly, and I think bigger, it's very disrespectful to these other victims. Very disrespectful to these victims and their families to say this. Right now, we don't know what the status of the injuries are. It's been very nonspecific relative to defensive injuries, who sustained the defensive injuries, what the location of these so-called defensive injuries are, that sort of thing. So, right now we're just kind of getting snatches from him, and I don't know the genesis of the information he is relating.
A former Moscow police captain spoke with the Daily Mail defending his old department and their investigation. Paul Kwiatkowski said, quote, why they were targeted, nobody knows yet. That involves deciphering all the digital data, and they're going to have to go through. But you have 20 people looking at tens of thousands of pieces of information. That will lead them to something, but it's going to take time. If it was my daughter, yeah, I'd want to know right now, but this is a tough case. The Moscow police are doing their best work right now. Kwiatkowski retired in 2018. Now, there is certainly a lot of ground to cover when any little suggestion could mean a breakthrough in the case. And in their latest update, Moscow police said that they are poring over thousands of clues.
Over the weekend, investigators have sorted through and prioritized numerous tips. Some are tips that came in earlier and we've been working on. Other tips are new and are relevant. It's overwhelming sometimes with the amount of information that comes in on these tip lines. So our analysts have spent hours sorting through and trying to come up with the most relevant tips first for the investigators to follow up on.
Co-host and public defender Brian Buckmeyer, as well as co-host and former trial attorney Terry Austin, join me now. It's good to see you both. Brian, I'll start with you. You think this could be a revenge killing? I mean, should the investigation focus on that angle right now?
So I got to take it as two parts. I don't know if I'm going to say revenge, but I will say a crime of passion. Revenge being a more specific type of passion. When you look at and think and hear about these injuries, it doesn't sound like someone who is disconnected from the killing based on the aggressiveness and the size of the injuries that are being described. Now, it's a bit of broken telephone. We're not getting it directly from the coroner. We're getting it from the coroner to the father, who is then very distressed, understandably so, and then conveying it to us. So I'm not sure how much credit to give to it. But in terms of focusing on it only, no, I think that's going to limit the investigation. Yeah. There are multiple avenues. Check them all.
So, Terry, look, we've seen some of the parents of the victims speak out against law enforcement. It's understandable. What rights do these families have exactly?
You know, they actually have a lot of rights in Idaho. Most states have this Bill of Rights in their constitution. And in Idaho, they have to be treated with respect and dignity. They have to have a timely disposition of the case, and they can communicate with the prosecution. And if I'm looking at that, I'm interpreting it this way. They have a right to push the investigators to make sure they're doing their job. And that means criticizing if necessary. I also think that the prosecution under these circumstances should be giving more information and, more importantly, accurate information. And that's not happening right here. So I do think some of their rights, in a way, have been violated. They're not getting what they need.
And it's, like I said, it's understandable. It's a tough case. It's a sensitive case, and a lot of feelings and emotions and opinions are going to come out as this case progresses. Well, we have new information for you in a different case. Over 2 years after Breonna Taylor's death, her boyfriend has reached a settlement with the city of Louisville.
Who just did what? I just seen this. Who just did that? It's not showing up on my screen, so I can't thank whoever did whatever it was. I'm guessing gifts. Shout out to whoever did that. I appreciate you guys.
Kentucky. 3 officers had responded to Taylor's apartment during a no-knock search warrant looking for her ex-boyfriend, wanted drug dealer Jamarcus Glover. As Taylor's door was knocked down with a battering ram, Kenneth Walker fired a single shot from a handgun, striking an officer in the leg, and that prompted the officers to return fire, shoot into Taylor's apartment, and eventually kill her. Now, Walker was charged with attempted murder of a police officer, but those charges were later dropped as the case got more attention. Walker received $2 million from the city, and he plans on using the money to set up a scholarship fund for civil rights law students, along with funding a police and community reform center. We're still awaiting a verdict in Los Angeles as deliberations resume in the sex assault trial of Harvey Weinstein. Not a peep has left the jury room since they got the case 8.
All right, so I need to take a quick pause real quick, guys. What should I get? What's gonna wire me? I need something to bring me back in here, because I know in about 2 hours I'm gonna have to start another stream, and we're gonna have to keep moving. As a lot of people know me, they know me for the 19-hour lives, the 24-hour lives, and then I go to sleep for maybe 10 hours, wake up and get right back at it again. But nah, coffee wise, Alex, I don't like drinking Red Bulls and stuff like that. That's just me though. Personally, I don't like drinking Red Bulls and all that. I like, espresso and shit like that.
Days ago, and the disgraced Hollywood mogul awaits his fate behind bars. That fate could be life in prison if he's convicted on the 7 sexual assault charges that he faces, including 2 counts of forcible rape. The charges originally stemmed from 4 women, all of whom have testified for the prosecution. I should tell you, 4 other women took the stand with very similar accusations. Weinstein did not testify in his own defense, but his team claims that the accusers fabricated their stories. Weinstein is already serving 23 years in prison for his 2020 conviction in New York on similar charges. A-list celebrities, gunfire, a possibly spurned lover, and a bitter court battle. The California case against Tory Lanez, accused of assaulting fellow rapper Megan Thee Stallion, seems to have.
It seems like I don't really care about that. So now it's time for me to move on to a different video because I don't like that one. What does this say? Figure spotted in video. Oh, they want to know about this?
1, 2, 3, 4. Almost as though they're walking in single file. Out at night at 3 o'clock in the morning. Actually closer to 3:12 in the morning. And as you watch those 4 figures, remember, police say the murders happened between 3 and 4 in the morning. Did those people see something? Who are they? have police track them down, ask them any questions, rule them out. And again, if they're ruled out, did they see something as they were on foot, walking just steps away from where the murders happened? We do not have the answers to this, any of it. But as usual, our senior national correspondent, Brian Enton, is live on the case. And tonight he is standing in that exact location, right where that body cam action took place. So, Brian, for us looking at it on television, it's hard to get the exact perspective of where the officers were standing, what direction their body cams were pointing, and where those four mysterious figures were walking from and to, and how far away they were from the actual murder scene. So can you take me there and help us get a feel?
Yeah, it's very confusing when you're looking at the body camera video. So hopefully we can give you some perspective. This is Band Field. This is where the alcohol call came in. The young men were here in the field when the police first showed up. That is the Sigma Chi fraternity house right there. So the police walked those young men across the street. This is Taylor Avenue, right to this spot right here. I was able to identify it because of the fire extinguisher. And they were standing in this spot, the young men, and the body camera video was pointed this way. And it is over my shoulder where you could see very faintly what looked like several people walking fast or almost running by in the background. And I want to walk you over, Ashley, and give you a little more perspective. It was somewhere in this area right here. And we can tell because we analyzed these lights of this little apartment building. It was somewhere right in this area. There's another big apartment building here. The question you might be having is, how close is this to the house where the murders happened?
Yeah, Brian
Mo
Enton
is
be
going
killing
to
it.
point in that direction. Our producer is up there. She's going to flash a flashlight, Ashley. You see that flashlight flashing right there? That is right in front of the house where the murders happened. So it's all very, very close.
So what we're effectively seeing is, like, if my eyes don't deceive me, about 200 yards away from where Mo is flashing the light at the murder scene, those four figures were walking where you're standing. It's that close.
It's that close, and it appears, again, it's so hard to see it in that body camera video, but when we zoom in, it does appear that the figures are walking / running from the direction of where the house is where the murders happened. At first, I thought they were just walking down Taylor Avenue, but when I got out here and really looked at everything, it appears they might actually be coming somewhat from the direction of the house.
And then just point to what direction they're headed. From what I'm looking at you straight on, just point the direction they were headed.
Okay, let me show you again. So up there on the hill, that's where the flashlight is flashing. That is where the house is where the murders happened. It appears they were coming from that direction, and that they were going this way, back towards Band Field, back towards the Sigma Chi house where the police were.
And it's sometimes, I just want to make sure our audience is clear. It sure sounds like you're saying Bandfield, like the name of this show, or my last name. It is B-A-N-D, as though it's a school band, and that is their field. It is the school band's field. So, but what I'm really curious is, when you showed me Mo or Lauren flashing the light up at the murder scene, it looked like that's the walkway that you have shown us that leads down from the house. So is it feasible that those four people were coming down that walkway?
It's possible. And you know, I can't tell for sure. It's impossible to know for sure. Were they coming from that direction? Were they sort of walking along Taylor Avenue and it just appeared they were walking that way? We don't know. I can tell you from being out here for weeks, especially when there were more students here, this is a very busy area. You've got the frat and sorority houses. You've got a ton of apartments right here. So, you know, it doesn't mean that they're involved. I mean, and even at 3 a.m., I mean, there was the drunk kids in the field. There's all sorts of partiers walking around. I mean, you know, the likelihood is these were just some college students walking around in this area. But what do they know? Did they see something?
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Steve, man. Thank you. Let's see. Jeffrey says 200 yards is 2 football fields. Babe, what do you want for coffee? Here. What? Come here. Come pick it out. I don't know what it is. She was caramel macchiato. My bad. I'm reading comments. So Tim Horton has a drink called Ice Cap. Let's see, just cappuccino. Yeah, I gotta boot up for today's live. We're gonna be live for a while, guys. I'm going ham tonight. I'm gonna restart at some point because it doesn't which I want this live to be rewatchable because it's been the most legendary live that I've had yet in my whole YouTube history, and every single one of y'all have been a part of that, and I want to thank every single one of y'all for that. Today has been the most legendary live in my whole entire YouTube journey, and honestly, I want to thank every single one of you for being a part of that and being here. My mods, you did a great job. Commenters, you did a great job. Everybody that's joined the community and subscribed to the Rev Gang family, I appreciate every single one of you. This has been great to come together like this, and all of us, everybody can speak, come up on the platform, call in on the line, speak your opinions. Everybody sending emails with a bunch of helpful information. Some, we're in everything that you hear here is allegedly and speculation, but I want to give the community a voice. I want you guys to have a voice, and that's how it should be. You're welcome, guys. You're welcome, Malika. Love your vibe. Truth wins says. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I really do. I had corn. Let's see. It's been a great day. Congrats, T. Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate you. Joe, it's brilliant channel and community. Thank you. I do appreciate all of that. I really do. Thank you all for being here. Shout out to every single one of y'all. I appreciate you guys, really. We've had a lot of really good phone calls today. We have.
But these videos, I mean, they came out in the first 48 hours. They were incredibly important. And you can be sure that the police have interviewed everyone you see in the video. Hopefully these people, as soon as the food truck video came forward, called the police, went down and talked to them about everything they saw and remembered and tried to assist. White hoodie guy was among them. So when we go through it frame by frame, and it's worth doing, but let's remember the police have done this as well. I see a guy who's trying to up his game, picking up girls outside a food truck, down the road from the nightclub. He's I don't want to call him a dork, but I mean, he's trying to chat up girls. Anyone who has been in this sort of situation or gone to college knows that guys will do this. Maybe they're trying to go home with somebody. I think she's mocking him. You're right. Maybe she is taking that picture of him, raising her phone up high and putting the camera on reverse to catch him in the background. But then when curious, did she send that photo to somebody to say, look at this loser trying to pick us up at the food truck? The thing is, the police have talked to him and they cleared him almost immediately. So,
well, you know what, though?
Somebody has an alibi.
So I get it, but it happened really early, and the family's kind of annoyed that people get cleared so fast. I was actually surprised that people were cleared almost within the first week or two, it felt like. I don't think I'm wrong there. But here's the question I have. It takes hours and hours to go over these videos and look at every single, spot of action and then rewatch it for another spot of action. And a lot of people are noticing this, and we're 30 days into this story. So I just wonder if, 3 weeks ago, if Hoodie Guy was cleared, and now we're seeing Maddie appear to signal, or rather Kaylee signal to Maddie.
So my step pops I showed, he's a mechanic. He owned a car shop for years. He sold cars with vehicles. So I showed him the pictures that we were going through today, guys, like this and this. He said it's too grainy for him to really say, but he said it's eerie similar, but it's he can't really give an opinion, if you get what I'm saying. He can't really give an opinion on it because it's so grainy. So in order to really do that, it's hard to say, right? So I mean, that's what I just wanted to let you know. That's from somebody that owned a car lot for a long time. I mean, he owned a car lot. He works on cars constantly. He's a mechanic. He sees cars constantly. So I mean, he said that it's so grainy. He said they both do look similar. He's saying those cars both do look similar, but due to the graininess, he can't make a decision. Which, I agree with that. It's hard to really make a decision with that much grain in that picture. You know what I mean? Literally, shut off. Swear on everything I love. This is what I see right now. I'm not even joking. I'm in the studio. It is complete dark. Like completely dark. Literally shut off. It's a bit weird. Yeah, but it's complete dark. You cannot see anything in here. I'm back, but I'm in complete darkness. Like it is dark. There's no nothing. I have sound. I can see your comments. You said I have sound. They don't want the truth out. That's crazy. Literally just shut off on me. It's wild. You said the spirit box. I hear. I don't know if they're doing work, but I hear it's raining its ass off. It's like flooding in the street. Hold on, I'll show you guys right now. Let me see if I can walk here without falling. I need to use my phone as like. Watch out, Pop. Hold up 1 second. I'll show you guys. Yeah, the whole entire block is off. I don't know if you guys can see that. Let me see if I can turn my camera on. Will it let me turn my camera around? This is wild. Look at that. Nothing. The whole block has zero power. Zero power. You can see them cars coming down the street, but you got zero power right now. I'll trade you tornado warnings. Shit, I'll take those. I got a basement for them. I wonder if we got tornado warnings. But yeah, that's wild. Oh, we got one. We actually have. We have two. We just ain't turned them on yet because last time the power turned right back on. But nah, I don't think they're after us. We're not that. Nah. Hold up. Let me get my gun out of here. Fuck is my pistol? I carry my shit. I dare to get too close to what? I dare. I wish a motherfucker would. Nah, I'm not in Virginia. I'm in Hammond, Indiana. I wish a motherfucker would. Damn, that sucks. Damn, I'm over here looking for shit. I wish a motherfucker would. I walk around this house. I walk around everywhere I go with just. I got a gun I call the house pistol. Like some kitchen cabinets. Get that spirit box out, bro. My phone will die in the next in 10 minutes using this shit. Yeah, you can't shoot. I'm not trying to shoot no spirits. Spirits love me. Shit, spirit box with no power? You want to see spirit box with no power, really? Ethan, Madison? Ethan and Madison, can you hear me? What, baby?
The power's out.
And? I know the power's out. I know. I'm fine.
Okay,
Sosa, what are you doing? You're tripping over me, dude.
Why don't you turn your phone back to where it rings?
What do you mean? My
Because
phone
I've
don't
already
ring.
texted you about 13
I
times.
told you this phone. You said you hit me like 13 times.
I texted you.
Babe, I can't see
But clearly
that.
you have notifications or something off.
Babe, I told
For
you this.
whatever reason.
What'd you text me 13 times for? Hold up, this shit's acting weird. Hold up. I was just going to say that was a really clear voice saying power out. Try again. Okay. Kaylee. Who turned the power out?